Hello everybody, welcome to the pub. Saturday night. Hope you all are well. Once again, obviously it's Saturday, so we're gonna rip it up a little. Cheers. 4 viewers. A little bit of the old Diplomatico. Mantuano. Producto de Venezuela. Not bad. Smooth. I'm going to twist up a little number. Play a little guitar. And get this thing rolling. Let me make sure all of my settings are correct. Hey, look at that. It's Aphid Lip. How you doing, buddy? Welcome, man. First. You're what? 9? You're not late. Welcome. Welcome, Last Dance. Thanks for being here, man. My dogs. Hope you guys had a good week. No tornadoes. You're both still alive, so that's a good thing. And hopefully the people that did see tornadoes are going to be okay, because it was a wild day yesterday. Whew. The news channel I like to follow on YouTube did about a 6-hour live stream yesterday. It's called Agenda Free TV. Check it out sometime. Give the guy a sub if you want. And you probably see me and Last Dance over there in the chat. When it's a decent news day, the guys usually got a stream going on in the evening. Our evening, which is 4, 5, 6, something like that, you know. But we've got some good subject matter to go over tonight. A lot of things happened this week. Bad for our country, good for our country. Not a lot of good, mostly bad. In fact, I can't think of any good. Let me know if something good did happen. We can always have some positive stuff to talk about as well. Seems to be less and less of that these days, but and so is life, right? It is what it is. It's a term I've always hated, but I find myself saying it. Banksy. How you doing, brother? Thanks for being here. A good little tube. Gonna go ahead and get one. Get a little twisty going here. I wonder. There you go, cup of tea. That's a good way to look at it. I like it. Positivity. Positive is where I live. But you're right. Good things do happen. Don't let the bad things bring you down, right? Because there's a lot of beauty in the world, always to be admired. Hopefully my buddy Scopper's watching. Cheers, bro. Just sent him a picture of a pizza I made. There you go. Thanks for letting us know, Last Dance. A couple of good grumpers. But back to the pizza that I just made. Fabulous. Definitely picture worthy. Got the crust nice and thin. Just money. I've been making my own pizza dough for a while, but I haven't been focusing on the thickness of the dough or the pizza itself. Very important. Wow, look at you, Banksy. Right on, man. Got yourself a little Chiquita. Good for you. Congratulations. you go. Yep. I have a special technique to keep my pizza crispy. And I don't think Dave Portnoy knows the special thing to keep pizza a little crispier. It's a very simple thing. Good morning. Oh, sorry. Good evening, Martin Froggett. Martin. Tesla's up. Nice. Wow. 6.24%. Make some money off of that bad boy. What's up, Sammy Cat? Good to see you. Dicey stock, though. Bad Tesla. It's all over the place. And you get killed if you play it wrong. Yeah. Dear Josh going. Looking very good. It's possible. Smoke sleep. Yeah, midnight I start to get pretty damn tired, dude. But I decided I made a faux pas last week. All I have to do is stop my cam and you guys can keep going. No one else is going to join in. I could run up, grab a little snack, maybe a piece of chocolate, move around, get the blood flowing, pop back down here. So I don't have to like immediately kill the pub. I can ooh, that glare is weird. Let's turn that. I can keep it rolling. But thanks it is solar flare. That's some good hooch. But again, you know, once I start to get tanked, remind me of that. And I was thinking about possibly assigning a co-host role or admin role to somebody, which is certainly a possibility. I was exploring that last night. It'd have to be somebody who's here most of the time, if not all, and somebody who would not let on random porno people for fun. Which rules out you, Aphid Lip, because you pretty much want me to let everybody on. It'd have to be a person of relatively level head. So, no, it would just be a second. I'm not a star. I mean, this is Schwagville, USA, buddy. So, no, I was actually thinking Last Dance if he would want to do it, and I don't know. It's an option. Topple, no way. I could do it. I could give it to somebody with full control. You would be honored? Okay, cool. I mean, I would give you full control. You could even do your own live streams. I wouldn't really care. Or on the nights that I don't do one, you could rally the troops. Haha, good one. Cup of tea. That's funny. probably get that going right here, right now. Martin. Topple. Good guesses. See, the thing with taking the nips from the bottle is I tend to drink a lot less, although crazy as it seems. When I'm doing tequila shots or having cocktails, that actually ups. Yeah, you can exactly put up amazing comments. It was an honor that I was given when Hayden and Graham would do their shows. They just randomly gave it to me as an admin so I could feature comments and when I'm not paying attention. Correct. It's not that I'm not paying attention, but there's a lot going on. Joints, bowl, beer, hooch, and then the live stream too. You got that thing. Bacon's overrated, I gotta say. I really don't like it, but the wife and kid do, so we have it. I don't really care for it. Martin Burley, how you doing? Thanks for the like and whatnot on Twitter earlier, Martin. Good to see you 2 weeks in a row, my brother. And I hope you had a good week. Yeah, I eat it. Don't get me wrong. I do eat it. And I'm not disappointed by it. It is. And you know me, cup of tea, I probably smoke, I don't know, 5 grams during a live stream. This joint was probably a gram. That was a fatty, kind of. I mean, it's dense. It doesn't look huge, but it's a pretty good size. Ash check. Not bad. Salt and pepper. Pretty smooth, though. Two Martins. Weekend bacon, yeah, it's true. And funny enough, a couple of weeks ago, old McGrandy was hand-watched bacon prices, and all of a sudden now bacon prices are dropping. I'm like, uh-oh, what's happening? Soothsayer McGrandy with his bacon prediction. It's like the old metrics of men's underwear. Apparently that is something else they apply to following the state of the economy. Bacon futures, yep. Lee Howells. I think you guys might have better bacon, which is pork tenderloin over there, which is like almost zero fat, Lee. Our, as you call it, streaky bacon is it's absolutely loaded with fat. So I think we've only ever had 2 Martins. If there was a third Martin, well, then we'd have 3 Martins. And what the hell are you going to do? 3 Martins is just 3 Martins. Martin. Yeah, I do know a Martin. Okay, I was about to say I don't know anyone besides you guys. No, I got the you swine part, dude. I got it. Didn't pass me by. Just didn't mention it because, you know, it wasn't great, but it was alright. But good to see you, Lou. Lou. I wonder if you're having your traditional vodka and soda pop. I got the joke, buddy. Swine. Oh, there's we got a few things that we're going to be able to review tonight. My wife sent me something about invasion of some Canadian bacon. I don't know what the hell, Canadian pigs. I don't know what it is, but she said it's worth it. It's pub worthy. So, ooh, sour cherry in DC, sour cherry vodka, not bad. All right. Evening it is. A good evening. We got the storms here today that you guys had yesterday in the Midwest. They were pretty mild, but they flew through here. It's like crazy fast moving system. Very unstable. Ocean flat calm because it was an offshore breeze coming from the Midwest, obviously. So coming from the west towards the east is a west wind. So when you have a west wind, it's calm ocean. Good for boating. But the oxymoron in that is if your boat dies and it's an offshore breeze, that shit just gets pushed out into the ocean. You can't stop. So it's a double-edged, it's a double, one good, one bad. I don't know what you call that. Double-edged sword, I guess. First smoke of the day for me. I was tempted earlier, but I decided against it. Why do I put things down and then not find them, not be able to find them? Here we go. Chip clip. Wow, so formal. Sammy Cat was here for like one comment and then she left. The hell? Let's go, Sammy. Mix that shit up. Talk about that new Lamborghini you bought. Just kidding. There you are, right on. What's going on over there? What are your cats doing? I assume people knew you have cats. You have cat in your name, so I suppose it wouldn't be a surprise. We did an American tradition today. I know you do. It's sweet. Top of the line. American tradition, every so often you just got to do it. You got to go to Walmart. Some stuff is so much cheaper. Aha, very good, Last Dance. Started a war. No, the other thing, went to Walmart. Yeah, it's fun to meander around that giant friggin' mega store for an hour buying random things. For, of course, $30 to $50 worth of fishing equipment each time we go. Got to build up for the season. Have a new fishing reel that I got this Christmas. Pretty psyched. Things are moving along. Striped bass are just about making it up to the Hudson River now. They're in the New York area, so they migrate up the coast, and they will be here around May 15th. Pretty exciting stuff. But it really doesn't get rolling till June, but doesn't matter. Just the prospect gets me going. And the warmer weather, I'm done with this shit. Although I did not have to start a no, she got a ton of these. I think a 3-pack or a 5-pack, so I commandeered one for the basement. It's perfect. It's the perfect chip clip, roach clip. It's the perfect chip clip and roach clip. Stainless steel. Got a magnet on it, which I could use. Yeah. That Agenda Free TV, the YouTube channel, was on for about, I don't know, 7 hours yesterday with tornado coverage. So they were all over the Midwest, all over, south to north, like Chicago, everywhere, Arkansas. It was fucking crazy. Yeah, this is I think this is an Amazon purchase. Let's see, can we see the name? Oh, Jesus, why is that so hard? What the fuck? Vic? What the hell is the name? Vivia. Hold the phones here. I get my readers. Culinary gadgets for every kitchen? Vivia? I don't know. Whatever. You saw it. Amazon, probably $1 a piece. You know, $5 or $7 for yeah, a 3-pack, 4-pack. Right, I'm like Homer Simpson, right? When he, you see that? I put my fucking glasses down and they're gone. Like underneath 5 things already. Oh no, I put glasses on top of glasses. Yeah, I'm like Homer when I have to do some thinking. I put my glasses on. Smartens me up a little. Oh yeah. In fact, there was some complaints from the wife that I got too big of a Grey Poupon, so it takes up too much real estate on the condiment shelf, because it's a giant fucking jar. But I'm like, now we have Grey Poupon for months. She's like, too big. Takes up too much space. See, this is the thing. You can't buy the biggest ketchup, then it takes up the whole shelf in the fridge, you know? I'm a multi-sauce guy. I got probably 20 sauces up there. So you can't have 20 giant, yeah, too big of a jar. Yeah. Grey Poupon, by far the best mustard. Yeah, we got the real Parmesan. He doesn't eat that though, remember? One of the finest foods in the world. Parmesan. It's a huge Grey Poupon. I've seen bigger, but it's glass. Yeah, we have both types. Shaky pepper and fresh ground or fresh cracked pepper. Real tomato ketchup, Eddie? Name that movie. No, I have caps. I have gotten out of that losing the cap thing. They're all capped. Don't start any nefarious rumors there, Sammy Cat, about my cap saving abilities. This is getting down to stinger size. I'm going to be smoking the paper in about 1 hit. Good. 1 down. Many more to go. Right, the burger on the shelf. Guitar? Sure, buddy. Nice, you got it, Lee. National Lampoons. No, that is A to on open D string, then 7th fret, so it's just A, it's just A adding that B note, so A on the 7th, B, then F major, not sharp, to C. Pretty easy stuff, and it's a great song. Pearl Jam's first major release off of the album 10. What else is good off of that album? Even Flow. Even Flow doesn't really have a riff, though. It's just kind of a total mishmash. Black. How's Black go? Bass. Again, not much of a riff. It's Pearl Jam. They're not a riff band. They're not like, you know, a riff band like, say, Led Zeppelin. Another good Zeppelin one is and then we've got a little bit of this classic here. How's that one go? That's it. another classic. Boy, you can go on all day with Led Zeppelin. Are falling all around. Time I was on my way. Still I'm much obliged. Such a pleasant stay. Now it's time for me to go. The moon lights my way. I smell the rain, and with the pain I'm standing in my way. Sometimes the girl's so tired, you know what I gotta do? And I dreams. I don't know that Yes song. Yeah, thanks, Martin. All right. Grab another beer and we'll go ahead and get the show on the road. You will notice one thing, Martin, on the guitar sense, a lot of Led Zeppelin songs revolve around E, of course A, A minor, yeah, I do have to learn that Emerson, Lake and Palmer song. I remember it from an old Dana Carvey special where he just plays, like, he goes like... And everyone knows, yeah, it's Yes. Roundabout. Roundabout, I believe. Is it Roundabout? Cup of tea. Well, anyone who feels as though they would like to join in, go ahead and feel free. I'd love to... Ooh, that looks stupid. That's kind of how I walk around at work, though, with my headphones like this when I have to talk to people. It does look a little dumb. Little break from the Diplomatico. Yeah, it's Roundabout. I thought so. Emerson, Lake and Palmer. Did they sing Lucky Man? Ooh, what a lucky man he was. That's a good one. I suppose I can wait till somebody pops on before I prep the headphones. while we're waiting. Ooh, what a lucky man he was. Let's pull up some tablature and see if I can learn a down and dirty version of roundabout. All right, here we go. Yeah, I can definitely learn that. How's this go? It's a roundabout. Can definitely get that one together. The beginning is obviously very recognizable with that acoustic guitar. About to get you joining in here, buddy. What's going on?
Hey.
How are you?
All right, how you doing?
Good, thanks, man. Any nothing for you resulting in storm damage, storms, anything?
Not really. Just this afternoon we got some bizarre hail. Where it would be like sunny, and then some clouds would go over, and then hail would come raining out of the skies, and
Yep.
then 5 minutes later it was sunny again. So it's just really weird, intense storms that are not large in area.
And warm too at the time. Was it like
Warm.
unusually warm? Right.
Yeah, it's in the 70s today here, which is quite warm.
Very unstable atmosphere. The clouds were like ripping across the sky today fast. Yeah. I think it's all the same system coming through the country.
I bet it is, yeah.
And
glad we didn't have tornadoes.
Yeah, by the time that shit gets to me, we have had tornadoes in this state, but usually it's in the western part. It's not often they make it all the way to Boston. That's a rarity,
Yeah.
We do have, pretty good sized mountains in western Massachusetts, which does help break it up, but not completely,
Yep.
Great sweater. Look at that compliment.
I thought I would.
About time.
I thought I would appeal to the masses that demand a more effeminate sweater collection.
Do you have a large sweater collection?
Well, not really large. I mean, 5 or 6. Is that large?
Is it all sitting next to you? You looked over like you were gazing over at your sweaters lovingly. You have a pile of sweaters there?
Possibly.
All right. Wow. Mysterious. The sweater man. Laplander design. That's Finland, right? Is that right?
Yeah. If it's true, I really don't know.
It looks like it's straight out of a Rick Steves episode. Martin asks if it's Christmas. I don't see any Christmas besides the red.
I consider it a Christmas sweater, so I only wear it around Christmas. But for the pub, I make an exception because with you guys, every time is Christmas.
That's nice. Thank you. Yeah, so maybe I'll get you going as you could if you want to be some kind of an admin or whatever on the channel here.
Well, I could do it. I'm not sure what you're thinking of doing with it. Yeah, I mean, sometimes you can't make it, and I could do it, but I'm not much of a host, so.
That's why, like, I was thinking you could just get it going, try to coordinate everybody, so bam, it starts. If you don't,
Yeah.
if you want to just have it like that, I don't know, it's something to think about.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm not rock and roll like you are, Steve. Oh,
All
couldn't
right,
hear
am I
you there.
back?
Yeah.
Yeah, this microphone cable is sensitive, man. Touch the thing and it goes off. Any good like we don't talk about food because you're like a vegan and shit. And
Well, you can talk about food, but you're just not. I'm just not going to be able to add much to the conversation. But it doesn't bother me at all.
Well, I wanted to ask you, like, do you have any good meals this week? Anything that stands out?
Uh, I mean, I like to go out for Indian food. That's my favorite cuisine, and
A lot of flavor.
a lot of flavor. I love the spices. Uh, nothing exciting to being a vegan is not about exciting food
Yeah, I
for
wouldn't
sure.
think so, but what is that thing they have where they smash the two things or the little balls inside the pita with all the veggies and shit? What's that called?
You mean like a samosa, but the pastry,
Or a
Indian?
is it falafel
What
or
are you talking about? The is it Indian food you're thinking of, or something else?
I'm not sure. I guess it's Greek. Is what is
Greek
falafel?
falafel is Middle Eastern, so
Middle
Greek
Eastern.
Greek included. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
And
That's
I've had samosa and pagoda. Those are both like deep fried Indian
yep.
veggie pockets, right?
That's right.
Those are dank, as in a good way.
Yeah.
It was back in the old days, when you could go into a restaurant, an Indian restaurant, and they'd have like a thing they'd give you with spoons in it and the sauces, and when you were done, oh, that would just be brought to another table or whatever. It was like,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
I, they don't
Absolutely.
certainly don't do that anymore.
Not that you know of. I get a feeling, they bring it in the back and they just cycle it right back out to you
It's
without
possible, yeah.
without any washing or anything, which I don't care really. I don't get sick when I eat there, so I'm fine.
That's right. I mean, Americans tend to have a pretty uh, generic kind of like the thought of going to Mexico and ordering street tacos. To me, I would be like, not in a million years. But
Right.
yet, someone like Andrew Zimmern or rest in peace, the other guy there, the skinny guy,
Bourdain.
they'd be, yeah, they'd be down there eating the fuck
Oh
out of
yeah.
everything they could, saying it was the best thing they've ever eaten. On
And
top
they
of it.
they have no illusions about what they're getting too. They know what they're getting.
Hmm.
They know what street food means. They're fine with it.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose we're given this like sterilized thought that every kitchen is like this
Right.
hermetically sealed, perfectly clean
Right.
place, but it's not at all. If I've heard of Bourdain wrote a book about this restaurants.
Yeah.
Have you read that?
No, I haven't. No.
Yeah, he wrote a book about the things that go on, and I think a lot of the restaurant people got pissed at him for that. But
I haven't
I
read it,
mean,
but I doubt any of it would surprise me.
right, exactly. I mean, I worked at a McDonald's, and I'll tell you, some funny, foul things went on there.
Yeah. My wife, my late wife, worked for a long time in restaurants while she was young. So she said if you want to get sour on restaurants, just go and work in one for a while, and that'll
Right,
do it.
I can imagine. You got to really have the passion to be in there, or
Oh,
getting good tips. Some people, if they
sounds
work it,
great.
that sounds like right up your alley, man.
Yep.
Spinach, sweet potato, lentil. Yeah.
Yeah, I love that.
Yeah, all right. I mean, hey, probably tastes good, right?
Yeah, that's great.
Without going down too many of the gross roads, the most foul thing I saw at McDonald's when I worked there, I was in chef training, and the chef who was training me, we got an order for like a fish fillet or something, with extra whatever mayonnaise or sauce. I can't remember, tartar sauce, whatever. So the kid who's training me is like, I've seen this guy. You're not going to believe how much he wants. He puts such an immense amount of this goopy, nasty sauce on it. We're watching the guy through the, like, above the grill, there's a little slit where, like, just the eyes of the cook can look out to see people.
Uh-huh.
And this guy's eating this, and there's shit falling out of it. It would look disgusting. And on the way out, he said, "Best one yet, boys." And I'll never forget that, because we're, like, faking like we're puking out back. And the guy just absolutely loved it, you know?
As my dad got older and more senile, it was just watching him eat was really just like a horror movie. I mean, it was kind of like a cement mixer, you know. Food would go in and it would kind of churn around, and some would come out, and
right.
some of it would get swallowed. I mean, it was just something you couldn't not look. It was like a spectacle that you can't look away from.
Yeah,
But,
yeah, exactly. You just got to let them. They made it that far.
Exactly.
Like, well, you know, you can
exactly.
chew with your mouth open now, there, Dad. It's no big deal.
Enjoy it any way you can.
Exactly, man. Yeah, my dad just turned 88, so
That's how long my dad lived.
no kidding, huh? Well,
Dad when he was 88. Yep.
well, my pops is doing all right, so hopefully he keeps his health up and
I
keeps
hope so.
moving. You know, he walks a ton. He's very mobile. One thing I've noticed with a lot of couples, they get in their 70s and 80s, and the husband is using a walker 10 steps behind the woman, and the woman is usually way out front, much more healthy, vibrant. Yep. Is that because men just are worked harder in their life, or do men not hold up as well? Like,
I mean, it's I don't think anybody knows, but that women live longer, and it does, you know, what you observe does seem to be the case statistically.
Yeah, you see way more widows than widowers. Probably 10 to 1, I would say.
Right.
And you can see the husbands and the ones that are still couples fading away while the woman is griping at them to move faster. Let's go, get to the car, whatever, you know, like.
When my parents, they moved out of the house they'd lived in forever and owned, and they moved into a senior facility, and mom and dad both. And, I mean, the women in there were, you know, all widows, and you know, one of them, they were always asking me about my dad. Is he, you know, and I knew the question was going to come, and finally she says, "Is he married?" They're all on the make because there's, like, you know, 5 women to every man in the place,
Right. And that's purely for companionship at that point. Someone to hang out with, maybe go out. Whoa. I'm thinking, like, go out to dinner, go down to the VFW for bingo, gambling night or whatever. You know,
I mean, I think the motivator is loneliness, but I don't know. What age do you think people stop having sex at? It's important to know that I'm 61.
I'd say you have a solid 14 years left.
Okay.
75 seems about the zone for me.
That does seem
although
about right.
For men, I mean, who knows? There's some drugs, you could probably take a cocktail of all the boner pills out there and get it going when you're 90, for all I know. I don't know.
Possibly.
You know, who knows?
You know, not everybody has the same level of quality plumbing down there, but I remember an interview with Jane Fonda. I think it was recently, maybe 5 years ago, where someone asks her, you know, is she dating? And she says, in no uncertain terms, "I'm not doing that anymore. It's shut down there."
Cool. That's not as bad as the time when she said, "Let's murder people," right?
Yeah, that's not as bad as that.
Not as bad.
Not as bad as that.
I still can't believe that flew under the radar as much as it did.
Yeah, well,
I mean, I know
many of us never forgot.
What she did in Vietnam.
Yep. And you know, but I always, to me, she was always basically, and is, just some kind of bimbo who, whatever her man was doing at the time, she was a fan of. When she was with Tom Hayden, she was, this big left winger, went to Vietnam and so on. When she was done with him, she was apologizing for all that. When she was with Ted Turner, she's, doing the tomahawk chop, which, some would argue strongly is belittling of Native American heritage. So I don't know what to think of her.
She went to Hanoi, right?
Yeah.
And spoke and claimed that the prisoners were being treated well. Is that correct?
All sorts of shit like that. And she went and
they were being tortured.
Oh yeah, they were. She went for a spin on an anti-aircraft a gun, and she didn't fire it, but it just seemed like those guns are used to shoot down American planes, or they attempt to. An
NVA gun?
Yeah.
Jesus.
An NVA gun, yeah.
I mean, I can't believe she got away with that and survived her career. Well, I mean, I suppose the war was pretty much, was it universally hated in this country? Or was there a faction of people that were just
No, it was not universal. There was probably a majority support at the beginning, and then it gradually eroded.
Right.
By the end, people say, who don't really know the polling, that it was the young people who came out in the streets and protested that caused the war to become lose its support. But it really was not that. And, even at the end, polls showed that the younger people were the biggest supporters of the war. And it was the older generation that listened to Walter Cronkite. And once he came out against the war, I think all their suspicions were confirmed, and they were against the war. And when that happened, it was all over for the people that wanted to continue the war.
Right, and was Nixon who decided not to escalate things further. I think there were some major protests going on early on in his presidency.
I mean,
is that right?
Partly he campaigned on getting out of the war in '68, and he won, but he didn't get us out of the war. And in some ways, he escalated the bombing of Cambodia was under his watch, and then he would talk endlessly about susomehow finding peace with honor, peace with honor, peace with honor, peace with honor, and. It didn't seem to happen. But I think finally, that he found a way to get out. I can't really complain about him because we were in our generation, we were in Iraq and Afghanistan for 2 decades. So, it's hard. Whatever you think of Nixon, he certainly was able to get out of Vietnam faster than our multiple administrations here in the United States.
Right. And that John Bolton interview last week was telling on the fact that he, I don't know, he was practically saying the whole thing was just and we were right to be there. And I don't know, I think that guy would have a hard time admitting anything ever that he ever did was wrong,
Right. But what he said made no sense. So that told you a lot too. That he doesn't really have any good arguments. That's because there are no good arguments. It was a disaster without a silver lining, and they lied their way in, or misled if you don't like the word lie.
Right. Well, there was the question about Iraq trying to procure low-grade uranium or yellow cake or something from I don't know, Nigeria or
Niger,
something.
I think.
And then the host says that was since proven to be wrong, and then Bolton said something like, "Well, it really wasn't a lie because we thought it was true, or we didn't know it was a lie. It was just such a convoluted way of looking at it. It just was." I don't know where they came up with this intelligence that said it happened.
what they had that we didn't have is not just the intelligence, but the degree of certainty or uncertainty surrounding those intelligence leads. And what they knew is that it was all very, very sketchy, not very much evidence for any of that, including the big thing over aluminum tubes. All those things, almost every one of them, if not all of them. And there were a lot of different components to the weapons of mass destruction case that was made. It was biological, nuclear, chemical. The aluminum tubes were supposedly for to build calutrons or some kind of uranium enrichment system. And all of it was wrong. None of it was right. All of it, every last one of it was wrong, and almost all of it was not very well. There was not much certainty behind it, even when they were saying we had to do that. It was all highly, low grade, low quality intelligence, and they knew that. So in a sense, they knew there was nothing there, and and I think they hoped they'd find something, just some
Right.
old residue. And they did find a few chemical weapons left over from like the 90s that were actually so degraded they probably couldn't hurt anybody, even if they were used.
Right.
But
Yeah, I watch a YouTube channel. It's M26 Lemon or something like that. He's an Iraq War vet, Marine vet, and he describes early on a few stories he tells. Is one of them is the panic that they all had with the masks because they thought at any second they were going to get gassed.
right,
They were panicking like anytime artillery went off within a mile, they're fucking diving for their masks. And he said after a while, it became like a no big deal. Like one guy would put it on, other people are sniffing and waiting to put it on, but it was like they had
right,
such a huge amount of fear about the gas that was just drilled into their mind. And then he tells the story of a huge group of soldiers surrendering to his squad leader, and the guy comes up and says to the squad leader, "We'd like to negotiate terms of surrender," and the squad leader punches him out and basically says, "You're an enemy army. We're at war here. We're not negotiating anything." And they take these guys prisoner under force with weapons. Like these guys walked up like
right.
they're lucky they didn't get fucking blown off the face of the earth,
Yeah.
Just because they don't see any guns, that doesn't mean like it's okay. Hey, we don't have a gun, No, they're all dressed as like army regulars. So, but it turned out to be such an unbelievable, lengthy battle, retaking of the same cities multiple times. Fallujah.
Well, that was all the insurgency. We just bumbled into that, like clowns who don't know anything about the region,
Right.
and it was such a shit show. But people like Bolton, they did know that the intelligence that they were putting forward was very low, low probability, low quality, low likelihood. Not much corroboration. They knew that, and so he is guilty, more so than lots of other people in the government, because at his level he knew exactly he knew he was lying to people.
Right.
And you could hear that he really, despite his anger, he had nothing convincing to say to defend himself.
Yeah, and when he goes back and attacks NPR, I think
Right.
it was fairly pathetic.
It was.
And frankly, he should go on with that host, and they should do a whole discussion and debate about if someone's going to say something like that, he should then produce the evidence if you're going to disparage a news.
Yeah. I mean, think about it. He's had 20 years to hone his narrative to defend himself, and what you heard was what the best he could do. Not good at all.
exactly. I do have another. I thought the NPR format worked well, so I have another one for tonight if we get to that.
That was excellent. Yeah, that was a good use of multimedia.
Exactly. I love that. They do a few good things. They do a great job on Supreme Court Watch on NPR. Whenever there's a decision, they'll have a person on who's very good, very judicial, and describing it and speaking about the dissent and who was for. And I really enjoy NPR for stuff like that, as well as interviews with people who would be considered against NPR. You know, when they have Republicans on, I think that's obviously.
Yeah, although I still don't trust NPR or any organization with with us. I think with a conflict of interest where their viewership demands biased reporting, they're going to be, they're going to have to provide it.
I agree.
And
I agree.
It often happens. One of the ways it manifests itself that I think people now are very aware of, and you can't fool them, is when they put experts, quote, experts on to claim that this is something, and experts have this opinion, not them. This is not our opinion. This is experts' opinion. And we all know that these experts are cherry-picked because their opinions go with a certain narrative. And they often are experts, but there are other experts who are just as credible who will be, who will tell you, who will discredit what they're saying. And you'll realize that there is very much a vigorous debate about what's happening, but you don't get that. You get the experts say.
Yeah, like they have one. His name's E.J. Dionne.
E.J. Dionne, yep.
He's an expert that certainly leans left.
Yeah, I've followed him for a long time. He's a pretty traditional liberal.
Also, they've had him on with Anna Gasparian, who was used previously of the Young Turks.
Yeah, I would call her a leftist, not so much a liberal, but yeah.
Yeah, there's a couple of others that I can't remember their names, but those two might be the experts to comment on a subject where they're supposed to be kind of like a broad panel.
Right.
They're not. But again, that's why I prefer to hear, like the John Bolton interview. The interview I have tonight was with Michael Cohen, I believe, the lawyer who, Trump's old lawyer. Stuff where they like the where they butt heads with the Bolton interview. That's the content I like from them. And the straight news, when they're just giving you what happened if there was a tornado or a shooting or whatever, or they do some Ukraine stuff, embedded stuff where they'll go back and visit the same Ukrainians every few months, and that can be pretty insightful to see what it's like. These people living in war-torn cities in basements, hiding. They won't leave, and it's just nuts, man. But that's where I like NPR. But I do agree that obviously it's left-leaning, and there's no equivalent of it that's right-leaning, that's subsidized by the government, which, I don't know if that's a problem or not. Do you find that to be?
No, I think the problem is easily solved by eliminating the government subsidy. It's not that big of a subsidy for NPR. They should just get rid of it and be private. It's
probably a couple $1,000,000 a year, right?
But it's like, what is it, 10% of their budget or something? It's their viewers are wealthy. All they would have to say is, we're going to lose 10% of our budget. Please increase your donations by 13% this year to cover it.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that I'm not sure I don't know what they're thinking in their boardrooms deciding how to proceed, but they do seem to want this rather small government subsidy that I think they should not in any event have, because there's no reason to subsidize them and not somebody else. they are, it's a nonprofit, and but they still, that's not a reason enough for the government to subsidize them. That's not how we do things here.
Right. Exactly. On a different subject, Cup of Tea brings up, they put out this whatever arrest warrant for Putin.
Right.
Do you think the same thing should apply to Junior and Tony Blair?
I honestly don't know whether it should apply to any or all of them.
But let's put it this way then. If it applies to Putin, then should it apply to them in the same sense?
I think they are all guilty of waging war, including all that means of, loosing upon the land death, destruction, terror, all the bad that it means. And so, Putin's Putin's thing says he kidnapped children. Okay, that's bad, but it's war. That's just part of it. War makes what's worse, kidnapping children or turning them into orphans en masse. I mean, it's the same thing. Their parents are gone, so they're not with their parents anymore. So, I don't want to defend Putin because I don't think that he's deserved of any defense. But I'm not comfortable with pretending that he is, uniquely guilty of heinous crimes that that others are not guilty of. So I don't know where it goes. I mean, in some sense, you could say, well, even if we can't prosecute ourselves, and somehow we could prosecute, Putin, at least that's doing something instead of nothing. But I don't think that that's a good way to go. I think we live in a world where our goals should be, we should have many goals, including human rights, but peace should also be very much right there at the top of the list. Peace, and then once you have peace, you can pursue other goals. But all these things that we're doing are further cutting off the avenues for negotiation and eventual peace. And I think that's just a terrible, terrible idea.
But
so
to maintain peace, obviously this is a kind of an oxymoron, but occasionally war is necessary to maintain world peace.
It is, but I mean, now this is not an example of that. Certainly, the Ukraine war.
No.
I mean,
certainly not. Vietnam certainly wasn't.
Certainly wasn't, and Iraq wasn't.
Korea.
Korea was. Korea was invaded by the South, by the North, and so, whether the war had to go on, and I wouldn't be surprised if what was eventually the armistice boundaries could have been agreed to with quickly and without all the killing that was required before we got there.
Maybe Desert Storm 1 possibly.
No, that's a perfect example of something where we probably didn't need to have war at all, because we had good relations with Saddam, and I'm sure we could have worked out a very equitable agreement that that would have satisfied both. Goddamn hippies!
The dude abides.
That's like your opinion, man.
Dude.
Orange whip, orange whip, orange whip. 3 orange whips. Very nice. Awesome, bro.
So I think, in some sense, that was the alpha event of the Iraq War of 2003. It was the Kuwait invasion and then the Desert Storm to evict him. And then all those no-fly zones, which created permanent conflict, and then the resolutions, the UN resolutions, which Bush claimed were enough, and Bolton claimed were enough to justify the invasion in 2003. And so it's all, one warmongery solution is like a stepping stone for the next one.
And they could also stack a little of 9/11 patriotism. Hell yeah, go kick some ass behind it.
That's right.
That would certainly, garner people to say, "Oh, well, fuck it, let's just go get them." Yeah.
And I was guilty of that myself, so it's hard for me to cast stones from my glass house. But I will say that we do expect our leaders to be more wise than the most hot-headed of us.
Right.
And that we didn't get that in this time, and perhaps we have been failed many times as well in the past.
It's a fine sweater you got there, Nathan.
Thank you.
Yeah, he's going to compete with me.
Well, that was the original thing, and then I was like, next Halloween I'm gonna be the dude from The Big Lebowski, and because this sweater totally I think nails it, and so I just put the sweater on just to mess with you, and then I was like, wait, I'm gonna go all out. I'm gonna go get the wig.
Is that a wig from a previous costume?
It's a wig from like 10 previous costumes.
I cannot compete with your wardrobe closet, I'm afraid.
I had a Donald Trump wig at one time. Me and the lady, before the kid were born, she went as Martha Stewart, I went as Donald Trump. And this was based on him on The Apprentice and Martha Stewart in jail. So she had like handcuffs on one hand. She had the Martha Stewart wig and the sweater, and I had Trump hair I shaved, red tie, black suit, white shirt.
I would love. Don't you have a photo of that? You must have photos of that.
I bet you kind of could pull off a Trump almost. Not the voice or your mannerisms, but like your whole face.
I mean, yeah.
Oh man,
I'm a big dude. He's a big dude. Like we have,
One thing I love about this new AI stuff is the fake photos. They're just so good and so hilarious. I just love the ones of Trump running from the police. It's just so good.
Mm-hmm.
It's outstanding.
I've seen those. I was gonna see if I could get Duke to make an AI of you, Aphid.
Oh yeah.
It was gonna be a kind of an obscure Clint Eastwood scene. I think it was from For a Few Dollars More.
Fistful of Dollars, right?
Fistful of Dollars.
Was that a sequel to it?
When he's talking about my mule, how it doesn't like to be laughed at.
I don't remember which movie it was.
So he walks up to this group of guys and he's like, "So I heard you guys was laughing at my mule. But I was gonna have like Duke put your face over Clint, and every time he says my mule, you would say my chip." I heard your voice was laughing at my chip. My chip don't like to be laughed at.
That's right. I forget we have a video guru amongst our friends.
Exactly. Because now we learn he's going to be a little limpy, the poor little guy.
Yeah,
so.
Poor Chip.
Yeah.
That's all right. That's all right. Oh yeah, he's where I left him over there on the couch watching us on TV.
I think his
He'll
days
be there
of
till I go get him.
His days of hunting food for the family are long gone anyway.
Yeah.
So.
Right. Well, I think there's a good chance that he'll come around and at least he's not going to be chasing squirrels in the backyard, but
yeah.
And I doubt he'll be able to jump on our bed again. But maybe go up and down the stairs. Which would be that. If we get to that point, I'll be happy with that.
There you go.
Yeah, I think if you could somehow immobilize the leg, I think he would be.
Well, he's going to use it. The doctor said that it'll build up scar tissue around it, and then it won't move as much, and it won't function the same as it did before. But he'll learn to function with it, and a lot of times you can't even tell that there's anything wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's skiers that I actually knew back in my snowboarding days that would ski for a couple of seasons on a bum ACL. And they were good. They were strong as hell. But then, they could hold their legs straight out, and at the knee joint, they could wiggle it from side to side. Kind of scary. But they were so strong that they could keep their body above their knees without the added help of a tendon there. Pretty.
My buddy must have. Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, I was just
Oh, you're
Finishing.
done.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say same thing. My buddy, he tore his and still hasn't got it fixed.
Right.
And
Really?
you know he doesn't skate as much, but his normal life is not that affected by it. You know, it's only if he twists it. You know, and then he's like, is in excruciating pain and has to basically lay on the ground crying until the pain goes away.
Right.
Oof.
Yeah, that thing is sort of a fail-safe to possible catastrophic injury, the ACL.
Yeah.
It stops like your knee from folding in the wrong direction, you know.
Oh,
But like I said, there's a ton of strong muscles all around it that, you know, people can, especially if he's a skater, he's going to probably,
yeah.
you know, have
He still
good-
skates, but not nearly as much. Like he's got this ramp in his backyard and has these big parties, and he'll do like 1 or 2 runs the whole time. And everybody's like, "Come on, dude, come on!" And he's like, you know, he just makes up excuses when he doesn't want to get it fixed because it takes like 6 months to recover it from. And I'm like, dude, it's been like at least 10 years. I'm not sure how many years it's been, but he got it skating, and you know, he would have been moved on by now, and you know. But I mean, I put off stuff too. I can't say I don't procrastinate.
Oh, I hear you, man.
I was supposed to get one of those colonoscopies, and I haven't got that.
You're going to need help that day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You,
It's your chance to get good drugs and enjoy them.
Oh, I hate like that kind of medicine. Never have liked it.
schedule it for early in the morning. I guess that's
Absolutely.
some advice I've heard.
Yeah. Because I don't think you can eat like going up to
Right.
it. So you don't want to do it at like 9 o'clock at night.
No.
Starving yourself all day.
Yeah.
Would suck.
Hungry and cranky.
Yeah, so that ACL, man, no good. But I guess another problem too is like with dogs, they favor the other one so much that it has like a better chance of blowing out too. So
Damn,
you could have two blowed out ACLs.
that is nuts. I saw you were doing some skating on Facebook recently. One of your buddies put
Oh,
up-
that was an old video.
it
Yeah.
was.
Yeah.
That ramp was in a mall, and it's this wood that they use. It's kind of like masonite, but it's called it doesn't matter. It's just a special coating, really expensive, and you have to wash it because it gets so slick. It's like skating on ice. It really is,
Huh.
because your wheels get covered by the dust that it puts off.
Hmm.
And skating that ramp, I was so scared, man, because it
Is
was
it
almost
MDF?
No.
Damn, I don't like
I
the
don't know why I
sounds of
can't
that.
think I don't know why I can't think of the name of it. There's a bunch of different terms for it, but it's like masonite. It's just a really quality. You know what masonite is, I'm sure, don't
Of course,
you?
yes.
Like coated masonite. That's what we used to put on ramps back in the day. You just had to change it because it would get filled with water and swell up. And this stuff has got plastic in it, and it doesn't like absorb moisture at all.
Yeah, that was cool. I said aphid lip on there. I assume some people call you that outside of like here, right?
Oh no.
I hope not.
Right.
No, but they recognize it because it came from me and my
Okay.
friends. It was just it was just a word we were throwing. We just thought it was funny because we were just, I think we were playing video games and we were just wasted.
Oh, I
And
see.
like the first guy that had a apartment, sitting around in that first apartment that your buddy has, and it's just like, you want to push every limit because your parents aren't in another room. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
That time frame, and we were playing video games and stuff, and at the end somebody got to put their name down, and for some reason that word came up, and we just thought it was so funny because of the state of mind we were in. A lip of an aphid. And then when I started Live Leak, I was like, because I had already had a name elsewhere online and it was too connected to me personally. So this time I was going to start fresh. And I was like, nobody will ever have aphid lip.
Yeah.
It's so unique and there's nothing connecting it to me.
Cool. Yeah, it works.
So yeah, my friends that saw you type that out knew exactly that I know you from,
Okay.
the
Cool.
internet probably.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't care if you guys called me Smokesteve on my Facebook, because everyone knows I smoke, so it wouldn't really matter.
Do other people go refer to you as Smokesteve, like outside of the internet?
No.
Yeah. Okay. Well, there you go. The last dance is probably the same way.
My buddy, who when he comes here, I often don't do a pub that night. His buddies who've checked out the pub call me, "Ooh, are you going to visit Smokesteve?" Like, they'd make fun of it. Hey, look who it is, McGrand. How you doing down there, buddy?
Good, bud.
Good, man.
Hey, McGran.
Having having a burner by the window.
Cigarette.
That's what. Yep, cool.
It's my new look. I'm trying to emulate a 8-foot long hair over there. What the hell's going on, dude? That well, listen.
What do you mean? What do you mean? What's going on? What? Is there something different?
Have you been to Area 51? Because that's like tremendous hair growth. I just like.
I just keep it in a hairnet every week. I put a skull cap on. I want to I've had this hair my whole life, and it's been a burden. And I just really wish I had the male pattern baldness look. So I've always went under the disguise of covering this beautiful long hair and went for the male pattern baldness look.
Dude, I'm absolutely impressed. It's a good look. I got to tell you.
Thank you, Grande. Stay around after the show's over, and
Cup of tea. How does wearing
we'll
a wig
talk
save
further
CO2?
about this.
My only question: doesn't it get hot?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Having hair?
No.
Yeah, it does.
It keeps the brain warm and ready and agile, so it could move.
I feel actually smarter.
Very, very good point.
About 5 minutes after I put it on, it warms me.
I think it's ironic because you guys notice I went to the.
Take it easy, Martin.
Oh, Martin. That's a shame.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Well,
Martin, this is about when Martin starts getting good.
Well, there's loads that have to be harvested, I guess.
I'm sure there is.
I'd always like it when Martin pops on, but if he's got to go, he's got to go.
Yeah, he's a cool guy.
I'm sure he's feeling the love, hearing us as he waits to click that button.
I mean, those backdoor loads aren't going to harvest themselves,
Mm-mm.
Well,
he's got like how some pregnant women keep their breast milk in the fridge.
Exactly.
Martin's got a jar of
He's got
loads.
In case it's a rainy day or
wow.
He's in a dry spell. He got that jar to tide him over.
It's
Don't you
still
think it's
fresh.
Don't you think it's a little early for this kind of degradation?
I'm about to puke over here.
I know.
Right.
It's like, I gotta tell you guys, I'm a prude. So all right, clean it up. All right. Fuck.
Sorry, everyone out there.
I'm sorry. We need to.
me and Last Dance got a little carried away.
We just went blue here. It's that's not a good look.
It's the sweater. It's the sweaters.
Blue light district. Yeah. All right. Good stuff. All right. You guys want to? Shall we check out a little?
Yeah.
Content from.
I should probably put my readers on for this. What you got?
You're in charge, buddy.
Well,
I don't need my readers. I got the big screen. Do the big screen.
There you go.
Well, we might as well start with the interview. This is going to be about. This is Michael Cohen, former Trump lawyer and fixer, reacting to the indictment of Trump and answering a few questions to the NPR host. The interview it's only 6 minutes 56 seconds long, and we can pause it. I'll pause it if there's any stuff that we want to chat about. So let's give it a try.
They all have a New York accent on NPR. I love that. It's that subtle Jewish New York accent. But they're bright people, man.
Are you pushing play, or am I wearing these things for...
What's that?
Is that
Press
we're watching
play.
a video?
No,
No,
this
it's
is a
audio.
recording. Audio.
Oh. Oh.
Just have to listen.
I don't
Right.
need glasses.
That's a little difficult, Steve.
Hold on. What's the
So-
problem?
No, we have no problem, buddy. No
I
problem.
mean,
I'm
The only
being
problem is you
sarcastic.
taking so damn long to push the play button.
You know we don't hear anything.
It's dead air, dude. Not
it's
good.
dead air? Oh, yeah, no
We
shit.
got
I have
nothing.
to. I have to share it.
nothing.
I'm such
Yeah.
a dick. I gotta do the share thing.
You're just
Oh,
enjoying
I'm
it
here
for yourself.
watching it.
We're not looking over your shoulder.
This is why I need a guy.
We have complete confidence in you and flying
Last
this
chance I gotta
jet.
be able to help you out with that.
No, he would.
I know we have to bomb Tokyo.
Okay, can
but
you see that?
Steve,
Yep.
you're in
All
charge.
things considered.
Yeah, I love that.
Indict former President Donald Trump on criminal charges. The exact charges remain sealed, but we do know the story behind them.
In the weeks before the 2016 election, Trump's former attorney, Michael Cohen, paid the pornographic film actor Stormy Daniels $130,000 to remain silent about her alleged affair with Trump. After he became president, Trump personally paid Cohen back and falsely recorded those payments as legal fees.
Since 2018, Michael Cohen has been estranged from Trump. When
heard
he
that
faced
shit
federal
this morning.
campaign finance charges related to this and other episodes, Cohen started cooperating with prosecutors, pleaded guilty, and was sentenced to 3 years in prison. His latest book is Revenge: How Donald Trump Weaponized the U.S. Department of Justice Against His Critics. Cohen is now a key witness for the Manhattan grand jury, the one which just indicted Trump yesterday. Michael Cohen joins us now, and welcome to All Things Considered.
Thank you, Anna. How are you?
I'm well. I'd like to just
I,
start our conversation by asking you for your first reaction to the news of this indictment.
Well, the first obvious is that it's the first time in our country's history, right, that a president, current or former, here in the United States has been indicted. And the very first reaction was that I do not take pride in making that statement. Now, I also want to remind the listener that everyone is presumed innocent, including Donald Trump, as provided by the Due Process Clause. However, the important thing that I want people to understand is that let me rephrase that the district attorney here in New York is certainly validating the adage that no one is above the law, not even a former president.
Okay, and I mean, we all know that grand jury proceedings are secret, but I would presume that you know a good deal about the evidence that's been presented there. Is there anything that you can tell us about the case that the Manhattan District Attorney has against the former president?
So the answer is, unfortunately, I can't want to. I do truly respect this group that I have had a chance to spend quite a bit of time with, and at the end of the day, they want the same thing that I believe all Americans want, and that's accountability. Now, one of the things that Donald is going to do, as opposed to speaking about the things that I was questioned and the different topics by the grand jury, but one of the things that Donald is going to do is he's going to try to muck up the water for this investigation. He's going to attack everyone, and we're already beginning to see that. Myself, he's attacked. You have DA Alvin Bragg, DA Fonnie Willis. He's attacked
That's the prosecutor in Georgia that you're mentioning there.
Yes, that's the prosecutor in Fulton County, Georgia. He attacked Jack Smith. He attacked
Special counsel.
The judge. He's attacked the judge that's now been assigned this case here in New York.
Okay, and let's talk about that a bit. I mean, the president, as you point out, his lawyers, the former president and his lawyers, are likely to attack your credibility, your reliability as a witness. So I want to ask you, though, are you prepared to be cross-examined in a potential trial of former...
I find this answer that he's about to give to be very important.
President Donald Trump?
Absolutely. I have, for the past 5 years, I have consistently stated the same things. And one of the things that most people are completely unaware of, and it's very upsetting because I've been yelling it from the rooftops for over 5 years now. Yes, I pled guilty to what's called the 1001 violation. That's lying to Congress. I did. I lied to Congress. But when people stop at that sentence, it's unfair.
How so?
I lied to Congress at the direction of, in coordination with, and for the benefit of Donald J. Trump. And more importantly, let me just reinforce to you what the lie was. The lie I told Congress was the number of times that I stated that I spoke to Donald Trump about the failed Trump Tower Moscow real estate project in during that time period.
And Mr. Cohen, if I could just...
I stated 3 times when the true answer was 10. That's the big lie. So anybody who thinks that that's going to stop my credibility, I think they don't understand the process.
What do you think? I think this guy is going to be a pretty strong witness.
Well, I don't have any idea what they're witnessing of, because I don't know what exactly the charges are. I've seen some independent commentators say that what they're guessing the charges are a stretch, but I don't know. I think we have to wait and see. I'm not particularly impressed with Michael Cohen, but that doesn't mean that he's not going to tell the truth at trial. And I want to see the evidence. I want the trial to proceed. I want to hear what happens. I also certainly don't trust Trump. It's funny. This guy sounds like someone Trump would. He sounds very much like Trump. He's like
absolutely
two peas in a pod. So
yeah.
Highly
suspect. That unfortunately, I
think he's gonna. I think like what you're saying is completely correct. Pardon me, McGran, but that's why I think he is gonna be damning, because I think him and Trump probably did get along, and he did.
Yeah. As
far as I know, pay for this porn star to shut her up, and then got reimbursed from Trump.
Yeah.
By check.
Well, that's not against the law. The question is,
but the money, where the money came from.
It was allocated as legal referral fees, and it was a payoff. So
payoffs are okay. There's nothing wrong with a payoff. That's called a business deal.
No,
it's the issue is whether it violated campaign.
We're talking about how they filed it.
Finance laws.
I thought that it was campaign money, donation money that may have been used, which could be used for legal purposes.
What? Yeah, I mean, I said, what if it was a law against the law? I have no doubt that Trump would break it. It would never occur to him that he shouldn't break the law. It would never enter his little pea brain. So
right. But I guess in other words, what I'm saying, what I think it is going to be is there are legitimate reasons you would pay a lawyer with campaign money. Like, I'm sure there's a ton of legal stuff involved with that, and they probably pay millions of dollars to lawyers, and that this money may have been made to look as though they were paying for campaign services, legal services, but in actuality it was a reimbursement of a payoff. So
Steve, can I make one point?
Go ahead, please.
I have a bizarre suspicion that this is not the major charge against Donald Trump.
This is a potential part of it.
No, I'm saying I suspect that the prosecutors are holding their cards close to their chest, and we may in fact see other charges that are unexpected, other than Stormy.
Possibly related to what, January 6th?
Well, on a state level, easily Trump organization or his involvement, but there's a federal element to this indictment as well. So it could be Georgia, it could be anything. I'm just thinking that if you do not carry out a campaign of prosecution, as far as propaganda is concerned, there's a strong likelihood that the actual indictment could be from other than Stormy. Hate to repeat myself. Forgive
It
me.
would still have to be in
Propaganda?
that. It still have to be in that state, though, right?
Yes, it'd have to be a violation of
So
New York law.
it
This
couldn't
is
have nothing to do with Georgia.
No, it couldn't.
Well, it could be because if they're tying in Stormy, it's a federal election issue of commingling proceeds and disbursements. So
This is in state court. This is our state
Yeah,
charge.
it's the prosecutor for New York.
Right.
The
It's the Manhattan District Attorney.
all right.
it's not the federal,
It's not the federal district attorney.
which each state has one, I believe, right? That all answer.
I don't really know.
Well, like I said, I think there's other charges other than what Stormy is involved with.
I mean, that could be. There's like 30 something, if that's any truth to that.
Especially in the state of New York, as far as the real estate fraud and, you know.
Yeah, I don't know either. It's interesting. Like I said from the beginning, if they're going to do this, they better have it. I mean, if this is some flimsy charge,
I think it will be.
it's fucking stupid. And
I don't even know if it's flimsy. I think that dude is just he's mastered weaseling, and he can weasel himself out of anything. So if there's any wiggle room, it's not. And even if there isn't, it seems like more than 50% of the public thinks that this is kind of stupid.
Well,
I heard a good argument from.
I mean, I don't think it's going to hurt the Democrats, but it's going to hurt that dude, and it's going to make any time anybody wants to do something towards Trump, even if it's for real, just put more doubt on it.
Well, I have to agree that it has to be.
I agree. I disagree as well because he's raised, according to him, he's raised over $4 million since the indictment was announced. So, but
I think it has to be a very strong case because you just don't want to establish the precedent of prosecuting your political enemies when they leave office. So
I think that's already been established.
I live in a state that participated in the emoluments lawsuit, and there was never a chance that it would ever make it past the motion to dismiss stage. And so, what it amounted to was using taxpayer money in the state of Maryland to fund a lawsuit designed to get back at Democrats' political enemies. Because it was just basically an absurd lawsuit. That
strangely familiar, being a Floridian and understanding the administration of Ron DeSantis.
Interestingly,
I understand your perspective, Last Dance.
With this New York thing, you could make a case that it's got an extremely high percentage of people in that area who are completely anti-Trump.
Yeah.
Now, this is going to be something that the defense is going to have to capitalize on because there's no way you're going to be able to find an unbiased group of people in that jury pool when it comes to Donald J. Trump. They're almost all going to fucking hate him. And that is not a way to get a fair trial for anybody. So
they'll certainly have a motion for change of venue.
A tainted jury pool. You know what?
Dude, it's Manhattan. It's New York. He got single digits in that area for votes, and percentage-wise.
I understand that.
Now, whether or not you could call voter,
you could be something that could come down the road.
Whether or not you could use amount of voters in an area as a legitimate cause for change of venue, this is a fucking president. So this is a whole new ball game for this. But the fact that he is heavily disliked in that area might be a reason. It is in other senses. If you have a local mob boss who kills a bunch of people in a certain county, they're not going to try him in that county because everyone's going to fucking hate the guy. So I suppose
it's not automatic. There'll be a motion, and the judge will evaluate whether he can receive a fair trial. So.
I love the association of a mob boss That's good. That's good.
That wasn't the association. That was more just a comparison.
That I know, but that was my inference, and I think it's valid because nobody in New York can build a building without being involved in the mafia, especially during his time period. Nobody. So Donald Trump, you know.
So you've proven that he's mob connected. I'm
No,
convinced.
I'm not. I haven't proven anything. I'm just.
Okay.
It's all supposition. That's what it's all about on Steve's Pub, right? We don't have any evidence. We don't.
It's only 50%. It's only 50% mob. The other 50%'s Russian.
Or Canadian.
Well,
Poser.
I'm just talking about. I'm talking about tendency. We learn about how people are by the way they react to different scenarios, and
You know
anyway. Go ahead.
What I'm wondering is who his lawyers are, because he tends to surround himself with, you look at Michael Cohen, with people loudmouth, bombastic, outsized personality lawyers, but they didn't do him any good when he,
I actually heard one of his lawyers on TV today, and he wasn't too bad. But I tell you what, that's a guy who just is on the payroll, and hoping he's going to get paid.
Cohen?
No, not Cohen. I'm talking about the guy who is presently his attorney.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean hoping he's going to get paid? He's getting paid.
Well, maybe from his re-election committee, which is something we have to look into for down the road. He's got a whole defense fund going on. This guy, let me tell you.
Yeah, he does. People donate to his defense.
Yeah.
And that's legal. That he can use that
legal
for his defense. Just not for...
Did you guys see that Lindsey Graham on Hannity the other night begging for money for him?
No.
He said like 6 times, go to DonaldJTrump.com or whatever the website is.
Why do we have to give money to Trump? I thought he's,
just
a
was
billionaire.
begging for it. He was begging for it. He's like, this man has spent more on his defense fund than people run on their whole campaign.
You know what?
You got to give money tonight. And he was so adamant about it. It put me off so much. Not that
I
he
know.
doesn't put me off like every time I see him, but this time he really put me off.
Lindsey Graham is just like dreadful, man. He is the epitome of the small
I
little.
used to kind of like Lindsey Graham.
I did too.
During
the good old days.
I
During the
liked
good
Rudy
old days.
Giuliani too.
Yeah, but now he's got shrinkage, dude. They're not there anymore.
Did you... Trump's new campaign thing, well, it's not new, but he's saying he's riding the... They're not coming for me. They're coming for you.
Yeah.
And I'll be there to stand in their way.
Hey,
Right.
It's called Goebbels 101. Goebbels 101. That's what we do.
Gerbils 101? That's your thing?
Not Gerbils. Goebbels.
I know.
Head Goebbels.
Goebbels.
It's you, dude. It's typical.
Mm-hmm.
That's what amazes me. It hasn't changed. The Republicans, they should get a lot more inventive. Although, on the liberal side, I'm pretty disappointed because I constantly see commercials with homosexuals and transvestites and all kinds of things on AT&T buying telephones and shit like that.
Jesus, AT&T.
I'm just saying that.
New England Telephone?
No. Oh, actually, I'm T-Mobile now. I'm a T-Mobile guy.
You're supposed to say, not that there's anything wrong with it, but you didn't get there.
Well, that's absolutely right. I'm not judging anybody, but I'm talking about how advertisers are trying to appeal across the board to the vast markets that exist in America and perhaps the world. That was my only observation.
Yeah, they're getting a bit overly woke. I know you guys love that word, but the commercials these days.
I can't stand it.
Yeah, it's overly. It's not even that. It's like mini series.
I mean,
you watch a miniseries on Netflix and you have a gay component. And guess what? I hate Ron DeSantis. Okay, don't get me wrong here, but if we can like move on beyond that.
holy shit! You said, "What is this, Christmas?" and he fucking left. Oh my god, that really offended him, Greg Topple.
Yep.
Damn.
Wow. That was
Yeah.
profound.
I mean, I can turn this hooded sweatshirt inside out. It'll look like wool, but it's really just crappy, $20 hoodie. But sweaters, I'm not a sweater guy.
Kind of itchy.
Yeah, I really can't wear wool. I'm
oh,
a natural. I'm cotton only, bro. Or polypro, polyester or whatever. On
I
the,
mean,
I hate polyester.
I can do the wool. I'm a wool guy. You know what?
I'm allergic. I'm one of the rare people that has a wool
really?
allergy.
And you're
Yeah.
Irish. What? It's
have, right?
blasphemy, dude.
Irish and English and Scottish with some German.
Scottish even more. They got the sheep up there. Oh shit,
Yeah.
dude, this is blasphemy. You know what? You need to do. You need to wear kilts for at least 2 or 3 weeks, and you'll get over the allergy. You may suffer, and wait a wee moment. You'll be fine.
All right.
Last Dance had a power outage. That's why he's gone.
Power outage.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm gonna take a whiz in the driveway, and then it looks like we have another guest ready to join in. So you guys go ahead and discuss for 1 minute.
All right.
I'll be back.
What do you mean, you guys?
Just
It's me and Kenny Loggins over there.
Yeah. I'm supposed to be the Big Lebowski.
Oh, I like that.
I'm supposed to be Jeffrey Lebowski, Mr. Lebowski.
Dude, that's one of my favorite movies, actually. And
It's a good movie.
It's a great movie, dude.
That's right.
Call me dude, man.
That's right, man.
You ever see him in the movie where he's the Starman?
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, that's an awesome movie.
I haven't seen it in 30 years.
I know, but guess what? The black guy in that movie was in Hotel Rwanda. Hotel Rwanda, you remember that? Hotel Rwanda. That was if you ever saw that movie, you never forgot about it.
I don't know if I have.
Oh, dude. It was during the time of the revolution in Rwanda where the Houthis were killing the Tutsis. And
Which ones were you for?
Well, I'm sort of a Tutsi guy myself.
I was thinking that you were probably a Tootsie guy.
Yeah. Actually, they're...
You got the telltale signs of being a Tootsie fan.
That's me, man. Tootsie.
He's going for it.
Yeah.
Oh, that looks warm.
Yeah, there you go. I like that white interior. It's nice. White lining's nice, man. Oh,
Yeah, this thing is wicked warm.
Wicked.
Nice.
It's wicked smart and wicked warm.
I hate
There
to tell
it
it.
is.
I hate to tell it to you guys, but down here, it's like rapidly fucking spring. And we've had the spring break. I have, unfortunately, been exposed to 21 and 22-year-old, maybe 18, 19-year-old.
Oh, are you got no power? Like,
Yeah, power. It's just a momentary power hit.
We didn't have power for hours.
Huh? This is what I wore when I came on.
The red one. Where'd the red one go?
Base is here.
Red one. I've been wearing this white one
Welcome,
since the
buddy.
start.
Good evening, all.
Hey, Based.
Good evening.
Need him base.
Good to see
It's a
you.
little. That's a little scary that when I go out, Based comes in. It's kind of like I don't know.
Fill the void.
I thought I had to come on and challenge the clear transphobia and homophobia from McGrande earlier on saying.
You heard that, did you?
I was shocked.
I was flummoxed, dumbfounded. Not just dumb, but dumbfounded.
he comes out with these far right conspiracy theories saying that minorities turn up in adverts all the time now, and I think it's definitely a right wing sort of very right wing rhetoric, I'd suggest.
Interesting. Go on.
What are you going to be saying next, McGrandy? Are you going to say there's going to be loads of, like, say, black people in adverts all the time, overrepresenting their per
The
capita
jury.
population? Is that what you're going to say next? That's another right-wing opinion. Far right, shall I say.
Is it true, in your opinion?
Well, you're not asking my opinion. McGrandy's giving his clear.
Grande, any comments?
I guess I gave my opinion.
All right.
And were you bigging up DeSantis? I sort of... I don't know if I heard that correctly or not.
No, he was putting him down.
Oh, right.
That's a stretch.
Yes.
The other thing he can roll with, he's old school enough to complain about commercials, but DeSantis, fuck no.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck DeSantis. He's a fucking scumbag, fucking lawyer, bullshit little pussy who fucking watched people getting tortured in Guantanamo, and he's a little jerk off, and he got a little fucking gold. He got the
Gold, yes, gold.
No.
Gold.
Not the Silver Star, the Bronze Star, for being in Iraq with a bunch of Navy SEALs because the unit got the award. And that's
What, DeSantis was a Navy SEAL?
No. He was a lawyer for the Navy SEAls. He told them how far they could go torturing people like he did in Guantanamo.
So did you know him in
You gotta know
Guantanamo?
your limits.
I'm sorry?
Did you know
Wait a
him
minute.
when you were in Guantanamo?
No, he was there. I was there.
You were there
20 years before him.
Oh wow.
But
When it was just a small, tiny island, right?
It's not an island.
Well, the Cuba is.
No, yeah, but it's not. The base is not an island.
I know that.
but it is very good to see that people like McGrandy see that this sort of the amount of sort of trans people or gay people you see in adverts now, and do you find that the heterosexual white men are always the stupid ones in the adverts as well, McGrandy?
Well, to be honest with you,
because that's just generally the case.
Boy, we're getting starting
really
right
don't
off here, aren't we?
Yeah.
Can I respond? I'll 30 seconds.
Yeah.
I really don't wear my gay glasses out, and try looking out for transgenders or other people walking around and stuff like
Pretty
that.
obvious though. The trans ones.
But I like to swim in the ocean and ride my bike and live my own life and not worry about what other people do, because I believe in the American Constitution, which is basically live and let live.
Well, not quite, but,
Yeah,
but I'm with you. Live and let live is a good way to go.
Well, we're not stopping people from living. We're just sort of like you raised the point, and I would agree with you, McGrandy, that there does seem to be a lot of minorities in adverts now, and
minorities. I don't understand that term, minorities, because.
So I'm on about trans people. I'm on about gay people. I'm on about all types of minorities.
Well, all types
they
of
overrepresent themselves on TV and adverts now.
Oh man, I'm seeing a lot of them around town. A lot more than I used to.
Trans, you mean? Yeah, me too.
I'm seeing almost as much as in commercials these days.
Yeah.
Oh God! Well, they were saying 5 years ago that that this was going to normalize this sort of stuff, and do you know what? They were called conspiracy theorists. They were like, "No, you're mad, crazy, you people."
No, there's actually base. There's no doubt about it. And what, you know what? I might be labeled for life, but I got to tell you, the reality is those of us who are wow, that's interesting.
Go ahead. Yes. Those of us who are, yes.
Some of some of those who are heterosexuals who do not wave a flag of being a heterosexual or any other kind of, or even talk to people about our sexual conquests, are in fact somewhat appalled by the overemphasis on the homosexual activities that are going on. And Steve, I think you'll agree that
No,
it's
I
a-
don't
wait,
agree.
wait.
I don't agree with what you're saying thus far. So unless you have a
Eddie,
massive
I
great
got more
term,
for you.
Steve,
I got
you
more
were
for you,
eager
Steve.
to listen at the start, and then
Wait,
when he stopped talking and he started again, it's like a shockwave went through him and it just went to shit. but it's good to see the orbital window moving, and McGrande's talking sense. The first earlier on he was.
Oh, see.
well, here's a point. A person I've followed for a long time on the internet, on the socials. It's a hacker by the name of Gummo. He's a absolutely brilliant computer person. One of the great hackers of all time, and he gives a great interview. And now I've come to find out that he's trans. Does that all now mean that all this time I liked him and I thought he was brilliant, and listening to him talk about hacking and coding and computers, all of that goes by the wayside, and I don't like him anymore? No, that's not true. I like him exactly as I had before, because the person who I like him wasn't defined by anything other than his mind.
And not only that, Steve, it's not up to you, right? We accept people the way they are, and that's what it comes down to. And you know what? Although I might be offended personally or make a snide remark to myself, the reality is this is America, and everybody has the right to be a free person.
That's
I mean,
right.
truly. And I'm coming from Florida, man. That's what I hate about. Look, I'm not pro gay at all. I'm not pro anything. But you know what? It's none of my business. It's none of my business.
Pro DeSantis, though, aren't you?
No, yeah, well, yeah. No, he's a little bitch. And Baze, I got to tell you, watch him, because he is dangerous. He's super dangerous.
To be honest with you, I have been watching the scenario at the moment, and it does look like Trump is going to be taking the lead. It's going to go against what I originally thought for the last 18 months. It looks like Trump is going to be the candidate. It looks like that's going to be the way. And DeSantis isn't going to be his VP, which is they should be working together this time round for next time round for DeSantis to take the lead, and then obviously for Trump to go out to pasture.
And it also looks like Gavin Newsom is going to be running.
Well, he can run, it'd be amazing.
Which is, I think he's just as authoritarian, if not more so, than DeSantis. So
yeah. Well, it'll be fun if he runs. I mean, California's a fucking shithole. It's a mess. It's falling apart. They're having electric threats. They block out. You can't charge your electric vehicles.
Johnny Nicholson, you're hurting me, man. You're hurting me.
Oh man, what's he saying?
I don't know. Nice pineapple though.
He says Steve looks like Chris from Family Guy. That's
I know.
Chris from Family Guy.
I'm trying to look at that dude and trying to see the positive.
I love
thing
Chris,
about him.
man. Chris is cool,
that's
dude.
what I'm saying. He hurt me.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm kind of throwing dirt on the wound right there. Is what I'm doing.
Salt on the wound. Dirt would hurt as well. Dirt's bad.
Well, salt's gonna go away, but the dirt's gonna get infected.
No, rub dirt in it. That's the traditional way.
Salt and dirt, pain and infection. That's a double whammy. That's what you want to do. Yeah, here's a simple, easy way of a good Englishman would put it. Just don't push their shit, in my face.
Down my throat. That's a good way to put it too.
Right.
I don't want them to push nothing down my throat.
Exactly.
But in a way, I do agree with him. There's no reason anyone should have any attention drawn to them, positive or negative. Just exist and live and let live.
I now realize that Cup of Tea, his former SAS, he was captured on the border with Northern Ireland by the IRA and waterboarded.
Where did you get that from?
Well,
I don't know.
his last comment.
Are you saying he was in the
He was water.
Ulster Constabulary? What are you saying?
I said
Or the RA?
SAS. He's the
SAS. Okay.
Englishman.
So,
Well, I'm going to Ireland in the next couple of months.
You are?
Yeah, I'm going to. I'm going. I'm filming with another YouTuber. So
you're gonna be agitating.
Dude,
yeah, that's what they'll describe us as. But
wait, you're going to Ireland?
yeah.
Where? Northern Ireland or Ireland?
Southern Ireland.
Oh, even better.
So basically, we're going to report on all the
All right, I got to
the
tell
illegals, the illegals arriving
oh bullshit!
and being housed in hotels.
Where are you going? Galway, Dublin, Belfast? Not Belfast. That's north.
No, those are all Northern Ireland.
We're going to go where
Galway, Dublin,
where
or
the
south?
action is. That
Base.
there's. Yeah.
Bring a wooden rosary. A wooden rosary. It won't click off the metal detectors, and you'll be well accepted.
Man, there's just nothing you aren't an expert on.
I'm just saying.
No. Sounds like good advice.
Yeah, because
I think we should do a Jeopardy type questions like Smokesteve did before between McGrande and Last Dance.
You're going to Cork, down by Cork.
County.
What do you Google Maps in that, dude?
Yeah.
Well, I'm just trying to. What do you mean by the action? What is it close to?
Got to be by a port, right?
Give them a city.
Where are they coming from? Like what on the mainland?
Yeah, so what they're doing, they're literally flying in with no documents, and the Irish government are allowing this.
But where are you going to Ireland?
We're going to be going all over where the action is. So there's
all right. So
don't give details. They'll use it against you.
Yeah.
Tell me if I'm wrong, Base. I think you're going to cross on the ferry from like Wales and
correct.
Come on, live and let live.
And you're going to go to Northern Ireland, and you're going to take some sort of buses and all that stuff south.
Well, as you know, that I don't need a passport to get to Northern Ireland, but I need a passport to get to Ireland. But there's no border between Northern Ireland and Ireland. You can actually drive without using it. It's what all the migrants are doing. They're just literally walking over the border, basically.
You know what? That's why. You know why? Because of
they claim asylum. Yeah.
No. The brisket or whatever.
You're going to say Brexit. You're talking about Brexit, aren't you?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah,
brisket.
That's exactly why that's happening.
Brisket.
Because nobody's taking responsibility for that shit. The British government, nor the Irish government. And the Irish government, they're smart because they're like, fuck it.
No, they're thick.
No,
What the Irish government? What the McGrande, please. What the Irish government are doing? They are inviting people from all corners of the world to migrate to Ireland. So they're welcoming any newcomers onto the island. The problem you've got, of course, is that there isn't. Shut up a minute. No, it's what it is. They don't realise, obviously, that the housing problem, the schooling problem, importing people from all different cultures. There's been huge stabbing problems in hotels where they start stabbing each other. There's been lots of rapes and sexual assaults.
Don't understand, Based.
There was 2 decapitated gay men last year that were decapitated by a new arrival.
Wow.
Quite shocking case. That basically had no mainstream media coverage because, of course, it doesn't fit.
What are the? Why would they be doing this? This sounds nonsensical. Who would even defend this?
Cheap labor.
Well, we're basically looking at cherry picking statistics.
What are you on about? Who's giving statistics here? Fucking idiot sometimes. You know nothing about the subject, so don't start like pleating on about shit you know nothing about.
I'm always an idiot, and
I know you are, but like sometimes you're not. So like, don't make yourself an idiot now.
No, that's my strength. My strength is I'm
like
ignorant.
Diversity.
McGran, do you feel some reason that you have to blindly always defend immigration? Like, you seem to always be on only one side. Like, no matter what, you seem to be on that side, the side of the immigrant or the migrant.
I can clarify that, Steve. Thank you for the question and the opportunity to respond. The reality is that I'm really an educator, man. I'm just trying to shock this guy into understanding what it's like to have. I live in a diverse world, you know, and I see what happens, and I'm not talking over a year or 2 years. I'm talking over 20 or 30 years, you know, and I'm talking about tolerance, right? So the right wing are all hardcore Christians, and so I'm trying to teach them what it's really about, and that is have a little faith, and throw away your bias, because a lot of it's prejudice about racism. It's all racism.
Do you think there are situations when immigrants or migrants are a detriment to a society or a country, or would you be willing to admit that happens quite frequently, that they are more of a detriment than a positive addition?
I would be able to admit that it happens, but to a majority, I would not. I would think it's a casualty of the process, just like school shootings and the guns and all that shit. That shit's never going to change.
So when they make it to a border, is that sufficient enough to say, okay, we'll now give you money and a place to live?
No, that is up to the individual government of these European countries to decide.
Or the United States, because we have the same issue.
Well, guess what, Steve? I continue to pose this argument to you, and that is that the Western world is in deep decline from a population standpoint. And that means, wait, let me finish, because I got to finish this. This is important. And this is the basis of my pro-immigration policy.
No, it's because they've stopped having kids. It's really simple. The West have told the people not to have kids, and then the elites have turned around and said, "We'll import cheap labour." Let's not bullshit each other. And just to give you a heads up on where I live, McGrandy, 2 doors down are Afghanis, 1 door down are Polish. Then there's me. Then next to me, I have Malaysian and English. And then next to me from that, I believe that's from somewhere else. Then I have an English person, and then right at the end, I have more Afghanis. So that's my flat rows. Just so I live in a diverse community, mate.
All right. So I
understand.
What's the unemployment? What's the unemployment rate over there?
Well, it depends what postcode you took.
I mean, is there an overall?
I'm not 100% of the overall. It's not bad, but in certain demographics and certain postcodes, it's very bad.
It's not just about unemployment, though. As the labor pool increases the supply side, the demand side, basically it depresses wages. It has that effect.
Yeah.
So it's not just about unemployment. That is an issue.
On a worldwide level, the increase of interest rates is affecting everybody, as far as a method to deter the inflation that's going on right now.
Well,
and that's worldwide. So
you're changing the subject. I do want to address your point about declining population. While you may be correct, I think
I wasn't able to finish that.
Okay, I'm willing to let you finish. Go ahead.
All right. So my point is that the pyramid is reversed, and that is that we're not having enough babies. It's happening in China. It's happening in Russia. It's happening throughout the world. And the reality is that our saving grace is that everybody wants to be here. It's like me. I got all these out-of-state tags. Everybody wants to be in Florida. What does that do? Makes my house be better or more worthwhile.
Big up DeSantis.
But, well, it's not him. It's not him. You fucker. So, what I'm talking about on the reverse pyramid is immigration will, if we can integrate these people, hard-working jobs. Dude, I got people working all around me. They're fucking all immigrants. Nobody is American. Okay? But I came from an immigrant family, so I understand it, you know? And guess what?
Hey, McGrande.
People do. Guess what these people do? They save money.
Yes,
or
yes.
They put their wife in a fucking job. They create businesses, and they employ Americans. All right.
Oh yeah, all right.
And,
hey Fizz, yeah, what were you talking about?
Well, I was going to ask.
Taxes. They pay.
I was going to ask McGrande.
They insure your pension.
Yes,
I want to hear Nathan, and I want to let Last Dance.
Well, it's not
finish as well.
that. It's just. I was just curious because like a few years ago, they couldn't give away like a bunch of. I guess they built a bunch of property around the Orlando area, and a few years ago, especially when the housing crisis happened, I mean that you could get a house for dirt cheap, like right outside of Orlando area. And I wondered if that had turned around since all these people are moving back down there. Like if I would have bought a house for like $60,000 back then, is it worth like $200,000 now?
Yes.
Because I thought about it at the time. I was like, I can't believe this is a nice house for like dirt cheap.
Probably 300,000. But guess what?
Wow.
I would never live in Orlando.
Dude, there was condos on some of the beaches that had whole massive blocks that were out of lights that were for sale for 20 to 50 grand. Ocean view. Those are now 500 grand.
I was looking at houses at that time.
You
talking 2008?
Yeah.
2008?
Yeah, it seemed like a no-brainer at the time because they had, even out here in the Midwest, they had these late-night auction type things.
Here's the thing.
You know,
talking about that foreclosure crisis.
I hate to break it.
Yeah, it was, and they were dirt cheap. I mean, like dirt.
I gotta tell you, you never.
And then DeSantis took over.
Wait, you never want to live in Orlando, okay?
All right, real quick, let's get Last Dance's response.
Yeah,
to
Last
Matt
Dance.
Grandin.
All right.
Yeah, so I wanted to say that I agree with a lot of what McGrand is saying, and that these people are they make great Americans. They pay taxes. They bring their family. Everything's right. I just don't want. I want to have the choice to have them. I don't want them to just enter illegally and then it's a fait accompli. That's not acceptable. That is not an acceptable form of immigration. And if we decide that our birth rate is too low and we need immigration, then we'll have immigration. But I don't want to,
Yeah, but I believe it was always designed for us to make it unaffordable and very unattractive to have either children or multiple children, where like there should be tax breaks every time you have a child.
Well,
you should get like. You should get proper grants and lots of freebies.
We have a child tax credit here. It's not enough, but it helps.
But that's it. But for example, if you were given 25 grand per child, right, and then you get a tax relief off your wages every child you have, you start popping out kids, wouldn't you?
Yeah, but then the problem comes that people take advantage of that who maybe shouldn't be having kids.
Yeah.
Well, people do that anyway. Right, people, as you know, your system's as fucked as ours. There's characters out in your neck of the woods that just pop out kids all the time for multiple baby daddies, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, there's a caveat to that, though. If they're a single parent, they can get more.
Yeah, that's
more
why
welfare.
That's why they're baby daddies, because they're not really. It's not the term that they're not living with them. They're just a daddy and a baby.
Steve, he's absolutely right. You can game the system. The thing is the mother never identifies the father of the baby. So the guy could actually be the father and living in the same apartment and not have to pay shit. And that baby's getting the Medicare and Medicaid, forgive me, and all the things he should get. Because I'm a real believer, like you are, based basic health care. We agree with that.
Well, yeah,
right?
I mean, certainly for babies at least.
Yeah,
once they get big enough to walk around and shit, then they're on their own.
Yeah. Get a job.
Right. But Babies.
Clean chimneys.
Whatever it is.
I like that. That's great, man. That's good. That's good.
There he is.
Hey,
Killer.
Mr. Kelsey. Good to see you.
Killer in the house. After basic free
Oh,
health.
Daft.
That's
Where's
your dog,
Anna
right?
tonight?
She'll be here if she's coming. If not, she'll be here next week.
This would be a late start for her.
That's true.
Not impossible.
I like
I
it.
probably won't be here next week.
You know, I know Bulgarians. I actually used to go to a dry cleaner, and I got to tell you, those Bulgarians didn't look like Anna. Anyway.
I don't know.
Right. Okay.
anyway,
Well, I would like to say that Anna makes some good points when I can understand what she says between her mic and her accents. She's speaking a foreign language. She's speaking English. It's pretty damn good, but it's quite hard with a shit mic. It's pretty hard with a shit mic.
She speaks like 7 languages, I think.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, exactly.
She's brilliant.
But her mic sounds like she's underwater, which makes then her accent sound worse for us. It's not
She
very
speaks
clear.
7 languages, but nobody understands any of them that's fluent in those because you can't really hear her.
She
But it's her
actually
mic.
speaks pretty well, but it's hard to hear her.
Yeah.
Hey, Based. I bet
Can we inform her of this next time? Sorry, McGrandy.
Oh no, she's been being informed for 10 years, man. She ain't gonna get it.
She got like a $9 gamer microphone, and at one point she had it out to the side. I'm like, put the fucking thing in front of you, and then it helps. But
I remember.
It starts drifting. She starts moving.
We should take up a collection.
She'll buy meth with it.
I actually believe she
Bulgarian.
We should.
I actually believe
That's
she
different
can.
meth. It's good meth.
Let's let McGrandy, the wizard in the corner there. Come on, McGrandy, let's share some sense.
Well, what I was going to say, if I can remember, is that because your constant chit chat, I was thinking that I'm working on it, Baze.
I'm sorry we interrupted your musings.
Well,
you interrupted him. You did last dance.
It'll come back. It'll come back to you, McGrand.
Wait, I know it will, but we got to work on it, man. You got to stimulate me.
You were going to mention Anna.
I know we were talking about Anna.
Prostate.
No.
Stimulate the prostate. Maybe I'll come back.
God, that's in California and stuff.
Come on.
Not Florida.
Sorry.
We don't want that crowd coming on here.
You know what? We'll carry on.
I thought this was a pub. Sorry. Didn't realize it was a library.
CC is unavailable for this broadcast on YouTube.
That's a shame.
It does seem, though, in general, you do like Florida and what DeSantis has done to Florida. It's made it very prosperous at the moment. With
No.
Obviously, everyone wanting to move to Florida. Obviously, the housing market going through the roof. Otherwise, abandons basic properties, and now sought after.
I appreciate your concern, but my friends, I've seen your posts on other areas, and I want to ask you if I can respond to without prejudice.
Well, it depends what you say.
Well, I know, but what I'm saying is Bays, like you, this is my home, and I grew up down here. I have a long memory. That's what happens when you get old. You have an old memory, and and it's funny because when I was a young kid, we used to have pollution all around, and the cars were smelly and fucking full of exhaust. And I was talking to my son about it the other day. He's a wimp, Doesn't
what kind of shit is that to talk about your son?
I'm just saying that, like, my world was different than his. I was like,
you're saying he lives in this day and age. People are soft. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. I know what you're thinking.
And my point is that a lot of things have changed down here.
Yeah, you could buy a house for double your wages now. It takes 10 times your wages to get a house. Things have changed a lot.
Well, yeah, it's profoundly different, and being a bike rider and a person who drives around, it's like, I gotta tell you, out of 5 different cars I pass or see, there's an out-of-state license plate, and it's like freaking me out, and the traffic is fucking horrendous.
Well, you got a lot of tourists there.
Well, it's not just that. It's like.
Well, tourists are mostly going to have rental cars, which usually have Florida plates, but not always.
Yeah, and if it's out of state, then and they're living in Florida, they would have to have that changed within 30 days, because that's how it is out there. If you've got another address,
bizarre, because
I think a lot of tourists from the East Coast just drive down there.
Where I live is like northern Fort Lauderdale. Like, I'm on the northernmost bridge going across. And once you cross that bridge, it's not Fort Lauderdale anymore. It's another city. It's weird.
Fort Lauderdale.
Last Dance, where are you theorizing that people drive from?
From New York City and below.
No, New Jersey.
New York City to Florida is like, what,
Big
probably
drive.
900 miles?
Yeah, it's not. It's nothing.
It's 900. If you had a week vacation, you could do that in a day and a half.
It's 16 hours in a car, that is 900 miles. Because I was going to drive to Paris last week.
3.5 hours in a plane. I fly.
I mean, younger couples that don't have a lot of savings, they're going to drive.
Yeah.
Young families, they'll drive. Once you get to my age, you're going to fly.
I got to tell you,
I fly.
These people are affluent. They have enough money.
That's good, isn't it? So Florida's attracting
it's attracting
people from out of state that like to spend their money. That's good.
Yes.
Well, I'm going down in a month.
They're
Looks
attracting
good.
a lot of wealth. But guess what?
You going down there, Steve? You going fishing?
Oh yeah. Well,
Good
beach
man.
fishing, big house,
Based.
Yeah.
Here's the downside. They don't understand a fucking stop sign. Okay. They don't stop. They drive like fucking little bitches. They're fucking little pussies who fucking run around.
Well, if that's the worst, you've got to worry. If that's the worst, you've got to worry about. That's fine, because in the UK we have things like honour killings. We're like the stab capital of Europe now. We like a good stabbing, armed robberies and other thing.
A pint and a stabbing. That's a good deal.
Yeah, well, I mean armed robberies. I mean like with weapons, not with guns. But yeah, it's massive. That's the sort of problem we get with the influx of tourists and, as we say, visitors. We don't, stop signs. It's like I don't stop at stop signs. I use my fucking eyes. You know what I mean? You cruise through them.
Stabbings, but that's because there's not enough guns. So if you had more guns, less stabbings, possibly more shootings, but.
And the irony of that there was a racial campaigner in the UK called Sarah Johnson, and she was extremely racist. She used to say that the white person will be our slaves in the future, and she'd say some crazy shit. She was at a party, and tragically, 4 lads went in there and shot the place up. And she took one to the she took one to the head, and originally it was reported that it was 4 white men, but that was just like racist bullshit from hearsay and some Labour politicians. It turns out it was 4 black gentlemen, and they've still not caught anyone for it, amazingly enough. But she's now in a life support machine. She's fucked.
Where did they? If there's no guns, then where did they get the guns?
Well, there is guns.
Of course there are. Of course
there are.
That just means the people who want to get them legally, law-abiding, won't be able to, but the people who want to get them illegally can still find them.
Yeah, exactly. Same in America, isn't it? You ban guns. I mean,
I bet there's one difference. I bet is that because the supply is so much smaller, the cost of guns is probably, especially black market guns, is probably a lot higher,
Yeah.
which makes it
I mean,
harder to get.
Sounds
mean,
like a business opportunity.
Well, hopefully not.
Well, you hear of people,
Well,
and you hear
I'm
of
in
people
Florida, so
who are
I've never-
connected saying it doesn't cost a lot to get this sort of weaponry,
I admit I don't really know.
but maybe I don't know, but not a lot of money though. But it is crazy in the UK, to be honest with you, because they just use a lot of knives and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So
In my younger days, I was a valet in Boston, and you'd be surprised to know us valets got to know a lot of people. And at the time, you could get a 9mm for between $400 to $500, slightly used, more than likely in a shooting, and more than likely it's a felony used gun. But those things were floating around amongst the dealers, and being a valet, like I said, we're connected. They were everywhere, man.
Well,
And it was just easy back then. I don't know if I assume the same guys are still in the same neighborhoods, but certainly all you needed was the cash back in the early to late 90s to buy a gun.
down here, all you need is a valid driver's license in 2 weeks.
And you got to be angry, right?
Well, in Vermont, all you need is a valid driver's license, and you can walk out with an AK.
big up the Second Amendment.
Probably down here too.
There's no background check up there besides what they can do.
Especially a rifle and everything else. So a rifle's not that they're all after the pistols.
Are we gonna? By the way, are we gonna talk about the school shooter?
Yep.
School shooting, yeah.
What happened?
I think the police were excellent. I thought
Me
the
too,
time of
me too.
arrival and they
too.
started sweeping it properly. You could see the
Me
sweep was
too.
perfect, and then they were led upstairs from a hint and noise maybe, and they really really done a good job. The guy with the machine gun, he shot sideways though with his gun in a weird angle. It wasn't, but he hit the target.
He had it cocked like if this was like he had a handle under the front, he had it like turned at like a 30-degree angle, 45.
Yeah.
But I think he was using the scope, so
Yeah, I think so.
and I think he's probably fired that thing like 5,000 times in that position at front, and it looked like that was about, I'd say 20 to 25 yards, 70 feet most.
Those were
gotta
not
tell you
patrolmen.
guys,
Those were
after
special
seeing the
forces.
pussies down here in Florida.
And he pressed, didn't he? He
The
pressed
pussies
every
that
time,
wouldn't
didn't he?
reach a door, seeing those guys move in and fucking take the fucking shit to the fucking the killer. To me, it was like that's the way it's done.
Yeah.
It was
You don't
awesome.
fucking wait around. You don't.
The
wait
guy
around.
with the
And
rifle put 3 in her, which were probably all fatal. And then when they ran up on them, the guy with the pistol put about 6 more in head, upper torso.
Fuck it.
And at
Gotta
that
make
point,
sure.
the guy with the rifle is screaming at her to stop moving, and it's like I think it's like when you cut the head off a fish and its fin is still moving. That's what she was at that point.
I don't think she could hear him.
I didn't see it, but you know what?
I seen 2 videos. You can watch the videos as well. The videos are really good. I'm sure you've seen them, but there's 2 videos I've seen. I've seen the rifle one, and I've seen the guy with the pistol behind with a handgun.
That's right.
And it's very good, both of them. The guy with the handgun has got his hand at the base and the shoulder of Blue Jacket Man. I think he was the main geezer in the end, who done 3 in the head or 2 in the body, 1 in the head trick. But it was so good. It was so good. It was so not like Evaldi, like with the hand sanitizer, making silly jokes, waiting 46 minutes or whatever it was. It's fucking unbelievable.
Dude, I being down here with what happened in the Parkland and all that stuff, it's like so disgusting for me. These cops were on the scene. There were and I was around that day. And I saw all the fucking cars driving and driving and driving. And I was probably seeing those ambulances mobilizing before the actual penetration of that building.
Mm-hmm.
And
yeah, that technique of the cop holding the other cop's shoulder when they're walking is number one. Like, it's a second set of eyes.
Yeah.
And also, the dude who's got the rifle
Knows where he
is kind of like got
Yeah.
what you might call tunnel vision. So
Yeah.
his like peripheries are not
Yeah.
opened up as much. So the
Yeah.
guy with the pistol is kind
That's
of
his
like,
job, is it?
make
Yeah,
sure
his-
you don't walk into a fucking door frame or a wall, and also watch the sides and make
Got it.
sure
Yeah,
like so
yeah.
it's like.
it's like
It's kind
I
of
mean,
cool. It's like four eyes and two guns instead of
Yeah.
two separate guys. They almost like work as one.
Yeah.
If you
Yeah.
noticed when they went into the bathrooms, for example, or the rooms in the beginning, there was always somebody
Well,
at the door looking
Yeah.
out, so they didn't get ambushed from behind.
Yes, that's right. So he was your
Cover
cover.
your rear.
He was your cover for any attacks down the hallway, and the two went into the room. They checked the rooms properly. That, you know, it was great because when he came out, he
Yeah.
said, "I'm coming back, and the guy in the hallway was ready to move on.
Yeah,
They were in a big rush.
They
gotta
trained-
tell
they
you,
trained for this.
those guys saved a lot of lives. They fucking did it right. They did it right. There's no doubt
Well,
about
she
it.
wasn't done, that's for sure.
Well, they put her down.
Well, they
That's-
did, yeah.
I mean, and it was quick.
It was awesome.
Now you know what testosterone does to people.
Yeah.
I think it's. I just think it's.
Don't-
All you guys referring to this victim as a she, and her preferred pronoun was he and him. So I'm a little put back by that.
I'm sorry.
Well,
Aphid, fucking thing.
Aphid, I gotta say this: she was a shooter. She has to be neutralized. That's what it comes down to.
He was
I don't
making
care
a
if she's
joke.
a he
but,
or she or whatever she is.
Right.
I blame. She must have got an injection of testosterone. That's what I blame the testosterone.
I was watching a live stream that day.
I
In fact, it
blame
was
the hate.
Agenda Free TV
Yeah.
was doing a live stream.
Gender-free TV.
It's a great channel on YouTube. Both of you guys would like it, and I know you enjoy it. Last Dance.
I unsubscribed.
Come on,
No, I unsubscribed. I detected an agenda.
Wow.
really?
That's amazing.
I did.
I am
An agenda, I see.
no.
Were you
not an
were you
agenda.
were you
They
were
are
you
the
forced to tuck to
anti-DeSantis.
watch the videos?
No.
Wait, Last Dance. You really gave it up?
I did.
When? Recently?
Yes.
Because of left wing agenda?
Yeah, because
Yeah, good
when I
man.
wanted to, the word went out on the channel in the chat that transphobia was not allowed. So I wanted to know what that meant. And I got timed out for that.
So you asked the question. You said, "What's transphobia?" And that was it.
Yeah, because some people say,
Yeah,
you know,
very
it
tolerant.
can
of
mean
it.
anything. Like I wanted to know if, at the time, I wasn't sure whether she was a biological female and therefore a trans man, or a biological male, a trans woman, because the police chief put out the word and he said she was a trans woman. And it was a mistake. He misspoke. He knew what she was, but he's not.
Right.
He's not. He doesn't know all
exactly.
the language.
That's,
he's not
that's
an
why
actor.
people need to ask
He was
questions.
old school.
That's
Yeah,
why people need to ask questions. It's like it's an unusual subject, isn't it? So when you ask simple questions, you shouldn't get timed.
Yeah,
And,
and actually during that live stream, every time anyone brought it up, I would just say she, and I think I was pissing the mods off.
The
'Cause
mods
they
timed me out, and so.
Yeah,
And I wasn't trying to. I didn't want to. You know,
Trigger.
I wasn't trying to be transphobic. I just wanted to find out whether she was a biological female or biological male.
But last dance is too much word salad. Even the left can't cope with it in the end. That's why you get
Yeah.
people like from the far left, like McGrande, like he would be called a far right Nazi racist by these people with his views on trans or drag. Should we say drag? Honestly, he would literally be outed as Goebbels or something. He would be Goebbels, fucking Goebbels. Look at him.
Yeah.
He's screaming and shouting at him. He'd be like, "Well, I've just got a problem with. I'm left wing, but I've got a problem with adult men in dresses. to reading stories to kids. It's like, how can that make me? And they go, fascist.
So the
Y'all
host,
hold my hair.
the
Y'all
host,
hold my
the
hair.
host Lookner was getting angry. He was saying, "Why are you? People are obsessing with trans." I was watching the chat. Nobody was obsessing. There were always some jerks in the chat. That's how it is with an internet chat. But
Yeah, I
most
jerk
people
it up
were
sometimes
wanted.
over there.
But I was,
not literally, but
Over there.
So,
yeah. Go ahead. Yeah.
I was really put off, and I've been seeing
That
some
sucks.
other
You
things. too.
liked that channel. You were an enthusiast.
Well, I really would like to have an agenda-free, news source, but
Oh, agenda free. I thought he said gender free.
no,
Yeah,
agenda.
I
Totally thought he said gender.
Sorry.
Agenda.
You know what?
That makes it totally different.
Yeah,
That's
so
totally
now
different from what I was thinking.
they have an agenda. It's agenda full TV.
You know what?
Right.
I don't care. Bays,
Sorry.
I got to shock you, buddy. I don't care if Johnny wants to wear a skirt to fucking second grade and fucking go to class. I don't really care. It's not my problem.
Who? Second grade.
He's
I don't care.
on about someone transitioning, but that's not what I was on about.
No.
Chris Hansen?
I specifically meant grown men in dresses telling stories to kids. You don't agree with that. We've spoken about that before. But they would call you a Nazi for having that brain thought, just because you thought out of their narrative on one subject.
No, as far as gay people, they're born that way.
Yeah, but we're not on about that. We're not on about that.
So if Johnny
I agree with you.
Look, fucking American Indians recognized that a long time ago. It's part of the fucking genome, man. It's out there. People are gay. They're born that way. And that's
Yeah,
what
but we're not talking about that.
And guess what? You incorporate
What are you
them,
responding
and
to?
you utilize them or you fucking subjugate them. So anyway.
Okay,
But-
do you
but I am
do you
opposed-
agree? Do you agree with me on the subject of the drag story time hour? That it's not good.
I am disgusted by the drag shit.
Okay, great. So we agree on that, and that's what I mean. I mean, at least with right wingers, they can disagree on many different subjects, but still be right wing. But if you're part of the left, if you disagree with them on one subject, especially something as something like the trans thing, which is so fucked up, right? Anyway, that you're all those like you're like me or whatever.
I actually refuse to incorporate that into my agenda for humanity. And my,
well, no, because you'll be outed. You'll be outed.
No, wait. I'm about making sure there's equitable health care, equitable housing.
But you said it's disgusting. That's
That's
quite a strong term. That's quite a strong term you used, which which surely
Give me,
that
folks.
you wouldn't be afraid to speak out against it
Well, I'm again
publicly.
I'm willing to talk about anything, Bays, but my friends here, I don't want to overwhelm the conversation.
You wouldn't want to upset your lefty
So if
friends, would you?
Steve will allow me to respond, I will.
They would out you. They would out you with your little.
Wait, if Steve and Aphid will allow, because I saw your comment, Aphid.
Wait, what did Aphid say?
Aphid said I get into arguments with Bays, and I refused to. Oh, maybe it was you, Last Dance.
No, I said it, and
Okay.
both you guys focus on each other so much, and I respect you,
all right,
McGrande, because I knew you would probably see it, and
Missed
I knew that you wouldn't have a problem.
I take no
with
offense to that comment, actually.
So when you two individually are on, you're much more tolerable than when you are together, because you guys just want to go at each other
the
whole time.
Fair enough.
And that's why I'm somewhat.
You're holding your tongue? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not as aggressive as I might normally be, because I respect you guys.
It's nothing against either. It's nothing against either one of you. You're just very passionate, and you both trigger each other.
This is your forum.
That's not my forum. It's Smokesteve's forum. That's my opinion.
I know. That's why I continue to
I would agree with your opinion as well. So
I'm referring to your comment as well. So
So here's
It's
one
not
issue that I.
a negative.
Whoa,
You guys.
Space Force.
whoa, I like Space Force.
I hope that was your doing, Steve.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
Space Force.
I
That's
thought
like
maybe
saying-
this is like the emergency broadcast system, and Space Force was going to broadcast something.
Wouldn't that be funny? They joined in on my pub. Space Force emergency
Hey,
broadcast.
you know what? You know why I hate that?
This
shit?
is Steve Carell talking to you from Space Force.
It's like Donald Trump hijacked my scientific fantasies by creating a Space Force. I am so angry with him doing that because it should have been a left-wing dude doing that. You know,
Okay.
What's going on with the Space Force? Are they?
they're not doing much out there, buddy.
Well, they're spending your money. Is that? Do you want something more?
Like, every town's got like the recruiting office. Is the
What's
Space
Space Force?
Because they came to my house when I was a kid, right when I graduated school. I had to sit down in my living room that we never sat in, you know.
Well,
With
this
the
is
Sit here and
recruiter?
talk to the guy. Yeah, with the recruiter. Yeah. Well, is there a Space Force guy going around house to house and talking to the?
What's
No,
Space Force?
Trump created him, but obviously that would have been.
It was our fifth branch of the military.
They still exist.
No, the sixth.
Sixth? Did I miss one? The Coast Guard, are they one?
Don't
Yes.
you spend enough on the rest? Fucking
What?
hell.
Let me just pause here.
You
What's
need an
that?
extra one.
What's that building that the military occupies in Northern
Hey.
Virginia?
Wait, I got Langley.
No, the big one.
The
Where
Pentagon?
the Pentagon. What does Penta mean?
It's six size.
Five.
Five.
Oh,
Thank you.
One for each service. That's why it's the Pentagon.
I didn't realize that's why it was.
Oh, you didn't realize that? Okay.
I thought it was strategic
But I gotta
in
tell you
case a
something.
plane ever wanted to hit into it.
Nothing's by
too many
nothing-
choices.
Nothing's
had
by
four
accident.
sides.
Wait! I must correct Aphid. You showed a sign of disrespect for the Coast Guard because that's your inlander guy. But let me
Well, I
tell
always
you.
think Army, Navy,
Wait,
Air
no,
Force,
no, no.
Marine.
Coast
you know?
Guard.
The Coast Guard.
Coast Guard are the most
That don't
fucking
fit in there.
fundamental person you were. Dude, they got the best fucking helicopters. You can't. believe it.
Coasties?
Yeah.
Dude, I got
Those-
boarded by Coasties with
Yeah.
my 87 at the time year old dad and my brother and me on our walk around fucking 23 footer. They got on with M16s.
That was
What?
kind of rude.
Really?
Dude, you know what
It
happened?
was
to me?
comical.
You know what happened with me?
What'd your dad do?
This could be.
My
dangerous.
dad was a Navy man. He sat there with his hands behind his head and just had a big smile on his face. Me and my bro were like, do you need fishing licenses? What do you need, sir? My father, he didn't give a shit, dude. You know,
Dude, I gotta
he's
tell
an
you
old
something.
salt, you know?
Yeah.
That's awesome, dude.
Dude, I ran into those guys with kayaks. They look like local cops.
Kayak force.
But they said we needed all that kind of shit and numbers on our fucking kayaks, and that was years ago before anybody was even. They weren't even incorporated the kayaks into it. But one time, being here, we had the boat parade, and we had a Coast Guard, one of those. I'm trying to describe the boat. The
Go fast boat.
It had like
Zodiac.
it had a 5-man crew, had a 6-man crew, and they had mounts for a 50 caliber on the bow and the stern, and they were on our dock.
50 cal.
And I walked down there, and it was funny because my nephew, he was only here a year, and he refused to get on that boat. He wouldn't get on the boat. It was weird. And I got the guy. It was the bowman, the bosun mate, the guy who runs the boat. Yeah, come on board. And dude, it was
Sounds like
fucking
a
awesome.
PT boat,
I got
kind
a
of.
private fucking walk around on this fucker. It was nice, and they were the sweetest guys. And guess what? Nobody. It's like firemen. Nobody is ever afraid of Coast Guard or firemen. Okay.
It's very true in the UK, especially when it comes to firemen. No one dislikes a fireman.
Yeah,
No
exactly.
one.
Exactly.
I mean, all
So
the way through,
I
all
did
the
a-
way, all the way through Kung Flu. Think about it. People distrust ambulances now and paramedics. No one distrusts firemen. No one.
Exactly. They've got like carte blanche. So and you know what? They're the perfect hosts because I know how to conduct myself on other people's boats, and these guys were like fucking genuine. I got got off the dock, and guess what? Steve, you're gonna like this.
Yes.
I had a container in my pocket. I had half a fucking burnt joint in that fucker. And I was like, I told my wife later that night, I'm the first person that's ever fucking boarded a Coast Guard boat with them.
Can we go back to that shooting just quickly? So with this shooting, there was a detailed manifesto that was already picked up on immediately. Now, I said on a live stream that manifesto will be hidden and it won't be made public, and it'll just something, the truth, it just won't come out. It'll be doctored, it'll be changed either way. So 3 days later, while under questioning, the guy I can't remember the guy's name in charge of it. I done a video about it. He turned around and said, "We have no motive. We don't know the motive. We just don't know." And I'm thinking to myself, yeah, I said this 3 fucking days ago you're going to do this, and I think we won't mushy know the true motive because
I don't have those beliefs. I mean, they've already admitted that she had there was documents where she discusses. I don't know if it's a motive, but she discusses her thoughts.
It was described as a detailed manifesto.
Right. So I want to see it. I don't care whether.
Well, they're not showing it, and then they're not saying the reasons. Then they would have the reasons in front of them, and they would be able to release those reasons to a degree and say, yes, we do believe it is part of hate crime. It seems to us a hate crime. They could have announced that much, but of course, let's just fucking blow this away.
I mean,
let's just cover this up.
We have public laws that restrict what the authorities can keep secret. So there's no way they could keep this secret under any of those.
Come on.
What we had discussed with this earlier this week in the Discord was this label of being mentally disturbed, and B, what is that based on? Because it has to be more than, people were saying this episode that she went through was like a mentally disturbed episode, like a psychotic episode, but an episode in and of itself of murder doesn't necessarily immediately mean that a person is mentally disturbed. Like a sane person can choose murder and be a murderer and be convicted of murder. If that wasn't true, then they'd all be not guilty by the reason of insanity.
Right.
So.
Yeah, she purchased legal guns and illegal guns, with this sort of thing she was setting up. It sounds premeditated, I'd suggest, and, well thought out.
I mean, the logic seems to be if you commit a murder, that's prima facie evidence that you're mentally ill. But that mentally ill label is. I don't want to hear it. If you want to say what the mental illness is, then I'll listen. Is she schizophrenic? Is she bipolar?
She's dead. We're not here to reason why she did it. She's a fucking piece
we
of
are.
shit.
Well, I want to know why. I'm interested.
Well,
I'm not going to say that.
I gotta tell you, because she is a he, and she's all pissed off because she went.
In the sense of nil si de bonum, whatever that Latin expression is, do not speak of the dead. We can speak of her because she's a piece of shit murderer. So I don't mind. It's not like we're discussing some.
Just because,
whatever you want. I'll agree to those limits.
Just because I'm interested in what her reasoning was does not mean that I agree that she was justified. Not even close. But I still want to know what
I mean,
people are thinking and why they're thinking.
It would suggest to me that that is a targeted attack. It was the school that she went to, wasn't it?
Right.
Yes.
Through as a childhood.
Yes.
It's that would say that it's much probably not random if she went to her old school. So that's the
Yes.
first point.
It was a Christian school.
Obviously, if she's suffering from mental illness,
No.
It's
What Christian school, and she's
but obviously I understand that, mate. But obviously, if she's suffering from a mental illness, mainly transgenderism, then you could see why she might have a problem, which would then make it a hate crime.
Now, bringing that next thing into focus,
doesn't matter what you charge her with.
Was she attacking the school because of her history, or was she attacking it because of their Christian beliefs with regards to her and her type? And would that designate it as a hate crime, specifically attacking people for their religious beliefs?
Wow.
Well, personally, I don't recognize the hate crime concept. A crime is a crime. Hate, whether they're motivated by hate or not is irrelevant. I think that the penalty should be the same. One way of putting it is you shouldn't get a sentence reduction just because you didn't target someone specifically through hate of their race or religion or something.
I know.
Right, but you can then retroactively get the death penalty because of it, because it's federal.
Well, she's dead.
Not her, but in general.
I understand she's dead. We all know that. You don't have to.
Sort of mood. It seems like a leap. A leap. It's a leap. She's dead. It's not.
Okay.
It's moot. Makes no sense.
I'm willing to stipulate that she's dead.
Yeah, I mean, labeling it after the fact that yes, she is dead, but it would be a clear-cut situation if this was a different scenario. We can all easily imagine that it would be automatically labeled as a hate crime, but this is not so automatic, but there's potential for it here.
Well,
there's potential for those people who think they were victimized to be thinking that they're going to be a marginalized, victimized group. Christians, well-armed Christians. So
here's one of the reasons.
They'll just start bringing their ARs wherever they go. Who knows?
Here's one of the reasons I want to find out her thinking. Whenever there's a mass murder based on racism or anti-Semitism or whatever, we're always told by the media that that this is caused by, let's just pick one guy. It's Tucker Carlson's rhetoric that caused this. He gets blamed. Trump gets blamed. It's the same accusation that their rhetoric.
Is it Russian agents?
Well, then no, but the claim is that their rhetoric enrages and aggravates the situation. So I think are we going to have the same thing be said about this woman once we learn her manifesto that trans rights activism rhetoric has radicalized her and made her more violent? I think the answer is no. You shouldn't say that, but you shouldn't say it for the other case either.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, buddy. You're making a fine distinction there.
Well, apart from journalists, even though everyone can whinge and moan about Tucker Carlson, he is the most popular journalist in the country, and
not my neck of the woods.
Well, Miami being a 1.5 million majority Republican state, I'd suggest. Yeah,
I'm not trying to defend Tucker Carlson.
He means in his apartment specifically.
No, I got your point. I got your point.
I'm sure there's others in my building that are adhering to the propaganda of Herr Goebbels. What's his name? Carlson. Yeah.
Carlson.
That's possible. I will acknowledge that. But
Carlson starts off seemingly like he's about to make a point, and it turns into the same conversation, I think, every time he does it. It's, I don't know. I don't really
you know
get
why?
it
You know why?
with
Steve,
him.
Because you have been a benefactor of NPR, and you understand true and pure journalism.
Now, NPR's got issues. I spoke about this earlier with Last Dance. I like NPR when
I heard
they
that. I wish I was there when that.
I like when they interview
came on.
Republicans so they get a little pushback between each other, and I don't like when they have one-sided type stories.
I
Straight
know,
news
I know.
and interviews.
I know.
I do.
I know.
So they
I
do
know,
one thing good, Steve, and they do the other thing bad, like the rest of them do. Is that what you say there? They do a couple of interviewing,
Steve,
right?
Steve is absolutely right. I agree with
Moshe
that.
is. He made a good point. I get it.
Wait, I am like a fucking 40-year man of NPR. And I got to tell you, there's quite often the gay flag flapping in the wind.
Gay flag?
Yeah, well, whatever else. And I'm doing that to appease
Trans
babe.
and
So, yeah. And
fascist.
And I hear
fascist.
that, you know what? But I do not dismiss them because
you're an ally, aren't you? You're an ally. You're a comrade.
Journalism. It's pure journalism, man. And
they just laid off 13% of their workforce, so they're hurting too.
Go woke.
Well, people are tightening up their pocketbooks a little
guess
bit.
Who's gonna
Facebook,
suffer,
they're all fucking.
We're
they're
all
all dropping.
Suffer. No, we're all gonna.
I want to go back to the mass shooter thing real quick, and then I want to come back to the NPR thing.
Yes.
Unfortunately, I got to spend some quality time with a mass shooter. Not something I want to brag about, but he was so far down my list of people that I thought would do something crazy like that. That I don't know if we're I hear a lot of people say, well, somebody known, somebody should have known, and somebody should have said something. I spent a lot of time with that guy, and I spent a lot of time with some real shitbags that are probably, well, I mean, I can't say are worse because he obviously did what he did, but these people seem like total scumbags. So I mean, I would be like on the reporting people all the time, and I don't know what we can do for those cases. And sometimes I feel like we focus too much, which is understandable because they're so big in the news and it's such a traumatic event. But like the inner city problem, with all these, there's so many more people, like as far as the daily amount of bodies
killing each other,
are piled up.
Yep.
That I don't know what we can, I don't know if it's a fad. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah,
but
can't control
I wouldn't
these
even I wouldn't even like that kid I spent one-on-one time with. So I didn't think like I should report this guy.
No
and
shit.
There's other people where after I got off the phone, like a call with them or whatever, I was like, oh my God, I can't believe what I just witnessed, or heard them say, or how they handle their own life. I don't know, man. I just think there's a lot of people like that trans person, like that stupid guy that I know, and other people that
a lot of people that
triggers them.
They're able to pick up a gun and do crazy fucking things with it, man.
But you may not have there may not be any sign, anything to pick up on to tell you what's going to happen. I think that's
that's why I don't think you can control half of it half the
time. There's
a
lot of pain out there, and I don't care if you're trans,
mass shootings,
or you're a fucking normal fucking idiot,
I don't
or
think
a
it's
fucking
pain.
There's a lot of fucking people out there.
I think
that are
it's
fucking going
something
crazy.
else. It's not that though.
Yeah, you know what it is? The best thing that can happen is the internet goes down and we lose all Wi-Fi.
Well,
the best thing
maybe you're right, but I don't know.
No, it's true.
In modern times, you have you think about like Charles Whitman, the Texas Library Tower or whatever.
Right.
There was an early shooting at like a McDonald's, maybe in L.A. or San Diego.
San Diego, yeah.
San Diego.
Yeah,
that was in the
that.
80s.
San Ysidro.
Old grumpy guy.
There was a couple weird like chain restaurant shootings.
I saw that live, dude. They fucking killed him with a fucking American. What's the helicopter? They fucking blew him away with a 30 caliber. He was in a blockhouse on the fucking cooling tower on the top of that building. That's how they took him out.
And which one?
The one with the sniper.
Texas?
They ran up there and took him out.
Yeah, a guy blasted him with a 12 gauge, a deputy, a sheriff's deputy.
I'm talking about earlier. I'm talking about a lot earlier.
What is it with waffle houses and brawls? Because that seems to be like, if I just put a Waffle House in YouTube, it just brawl comes up.
God. You know what?
Chuck E. Cheese, do that one if you're into
It's late night. What it is, it's late night, dude. Like, we used to have IHOP or Bickford's or pancake houses where people would go at like 2 or 3 a.m. around here.
Right.
We don't have Waffle Houses in the Northeast.
So is it a Mexican thing as well? Latino?
No,
Okay.
it's more just a bunch of drunk white kids ordering huge meals, drinking coffee,
tell you about Waffle
fight.
Houses. All right. They're
It's
all
very
over
popular,
here.
isn't it?
Dude, you can watch that guy cook your home fries, cook your eggs. Maybe if you want a steak or whatever, you can watch him do it on a metal plate.
Aphid, what do they call it when they put everything in the fucking home fries?
Scattered, smothered, and covered, baby.
Damn, yo!
And you can even get it topped, and that's when they pour the chili over the top.
What? That's like a whole meal's worth of calories with the chili in one day, in one meal.
every time, the last time I was in a Waffle House, I was getting on a plane to go to Guantanamo.
Hey,
it was
look
awesome.
what it is.
Yeah.
Hello, darkness, my old friend. Join us in, man.
So, Last Dance, you said earlier when you guys were talking about the NPR thing that you didn't think that the government funding, was a good idea. I totally understand where you're coming from. I do think that. Well, does anybody else hear a echo?
Yeah. I think it's based.
What if you go back out and come back in, Base?
Yeah, let me do that.
Hello. Yeah, it was totally based.
Oh man, it's April Fool's. Nobody did an April Fool's joke, man. Shit.
So anyway, all
right, Topple, get on here, buddy.
I mean, where you're coming from, you're not going to see it this way, but I think it helps keep them square. And I think without it, I think that they're going to just be like everybody, even more like everybody else, if that makes sense.
No, it does not. I don't agree with you, but
what is it again?
No, I know what he's saying. I know what he's trying to say.
I think it keeps them more honest than other outlets. Because they got such an eye over. They got such an eye over them.
Are you talking about government-funded news companies?
Government funding NPR, yeah.
No, that'd be the worst thing you could ever do.
Well, we do.
Look at Canada. Look at the way Canada is, and the way that Canada's news agencies.
Rock, dude.
They get, the governments gave them 580 million, right, in subsidies. They ain't gonna say shit bad about them. They ain't gonna say nothing to toe the line. It's just a fucking government information service, basically.
Well, no, we only have one here in the United States. I don't know. I mean, I don't know how that would equate to this situation because they
you don't
do
want
lean
any
one
control,
direction.
mate. You don't want any control.
Well, hold on. They do lean one direction. It's undeniable. But
you denied it.
There is such an eye on them that they don't want to give. That they are government funded. That if they go too far in one direction, then I think that there's going to be too much pullback that they're going to get that money.
Yeah, but how can you think? How can you? Seriously, how can you think that a government funding a news agency would be good for honest?
Well, it's not. I don't know if I'd say it's government funded. I mean, it is.
Well, initially,
a small percentage.
In its purest form, I think it is cool for the government to say, "Here's a government-funded news agency," but then
Yeah, but then how can
You apply left, right, and all other kinds
no,
of
but
facets to it, and it
but you
becomes
won't do that.
ridiculous.
You
Oh
wouldn't
my
do that
God.
because the government could turn around, for example, and take that money away. For example, that could be one of their bargaining employees, right? They got, like in Canada, they got 580 million, I think it was, or 560 million that they gave out, and they gave it out to maybe like half dozen stations. Now they can give different amounts to different stations, correct? So
Well,
basically, they know that if you toe the line, you're going to get one, the best guests, two, maybe the best grant at the end of the year for the next 5 years or whatever. I mean, you're never going to get honest journalism. Journalism is in the gutter today. Obviously, it's all influenced by their backers and who owns them and all that. But
oh my God.
by having the government
But
take control
what
of
other
it,
way
it's
is there?
just.
What other way is there to get?
Well, you can't have
unbiased?
the can't have the government take control of it.
Well,
But what other? If you're going to take that
As we
away,
are.
what is a better
my
alternative?
God.
Because there is, at least here in the United States, there is no. And I said this a couple when Smokesteve played the clip from NPR the last time. I forgot it was with that Bolton clown. Anyway, I said that they were the least biased out of the mainstream news sources, and Last Stand snickered, which I get that all the time every time I say that. But who is less? There is no less
Well,
bias.
the
I actually
internet.
agree with you completely.
At
I would
least on the
say-
radio.
Yeah.
For the radio,
Yeah,
there's
But-
no
the radio
less
is the
bias.
least
But-
biased. And even though they have their little
No,
fairy
you're right,
things
because you're
around.
not going to say CNN is less biased.
No,
I
and you're
would
not
say
going to
they're
say
the
Fox.
same.
NPR is purity.
No,
But if you have the government
For me,
back you,
it's
like I
basically
said originally,
exactly
you
the same.
But you don't listen. Do you listen on a regular basis, or is that just your gut feeling because you heard?
I see their
something or you heard a
stories.
clip?
I see
You
their
would never
stories
have-
online.
You
I
would
don't
never
listen,
have a
but I see
person
them
of-
published.
Because I absorb all of them. Like I probably absorb more Fox.
I want to make a
anything
couple
else.
points that.
Yeah, I want to hear them.
So, for one thing, the government funding of NPR is not an example of nonpartisan or bipartisan funding, and NPR knows that. The Republicans don't want to fund them and haven't wanted to fund them
Right.
for 20 or 30 years, and the
Right.
Democrats do. And so they understand that at NPR. They're funded by the Democratic Party in government, not the Republicans. And so it's not really an example of nonpartisan government money. And
No, but they do realize if they go too far in that direction, that they sooner or later they'll be proved that they went too far,
I
and
think
that money will be pulled out from underneath.
I don't think you could go any farther in one direction than NPR's statement that they would not cover the Biden laptop, which they still haven't withdrawn that statement because they don't cover stories that are not real stories.
But
That was their official statement from high level at NPR, and they haven't retracted that.
Exactly, which is the worst thing. They haven't retracted it. It's one thing saying it, another thing is just keep on going down the road. You know what I mean?
Right.
Okay, with that said, who is least biased than them?
It doesn't matter if they're 5% less biased than CNN. It's not really worth. That's not really worth trumpeting.
I mean, if that really was the mathematical number you were going to
last time,
I would say that they're essentially the same as CNN. They're very similar to CNN.
Then what are you saying towards Fox? If you're using a base as the 100% truth, one's going to the left, one's going to the right. How much less are they than Fox or any other outlet? Not just Fox.
This is why the government shouldn't have anything to do with it, because it just corrupts it.
It is exactly why the government has to do with it.
See, this is the left-wing authoritarianism
the bulk
we
of
got
the
here.
financing comes from.
Well, hold on. I want to hear Last Answer because the reason I go to this is, and I'm adamant. Hold on, McGrath.
Times a year.
The reason I go to this is because you snickered when I said they were the least biased. Well, that would only deserve a snicker if there was one that was more or less biased.
No, I think that the point you made that they're the least biased is not relevant because they're not significantly less biased than CNN.
No, I said that they were the least biased news source that we have.
That's not
and you
relevant.
Snickered at it.
Because it's not significant.
Who is?
It doesn't really matter, does it? Least.
Who is more least biased? I think that's a little bit of a cop out.
Okay,
wow.
I'll acknowledge that they're the least biased.
Okay, well
But
then
who
you
it's
cares?
meaningless.
snicker.
Yeah, who cares? Doesn't matter.
It's not meaningless.
Because by
Then you're not
saying that,
snickering at my.
It's
Then
not
you're not snickering
meaningless
at
at
my
all.
comment that they are the least biased.
no,
But-
You're just
wait,
snickering at the comment that everybody's biased.
why would you say that they're the least biased if you weren't trying to somehow rehabilitate them or make it sound like they're therefore?
No, I didn't. I clearly, the second you snickered, I said that I do not say they're not biased. I said they're the least biased.
I mean, I don't know how you measure bias. I will say this: that if you look at their
That they more tell a story if you just have a base of telling a story without their opinion involved. That's what I would say.
I don't see they're less biased than others. It's the same people. It's the same pool of journalists that that work at CNN
Jewish.
and
They're all
MSNBC
Jewish.
and CNN.
all Jewish.
They're not all Jewish.
What's your views on? What's your last answer? What's your views on governments? Giving money to news agencies.
I can't. There's no justification for government giving money to news agencies. There's certainly no justification for government giving money to one news agency amongst 30. One gets singled out for money.
I agree.
Why does NPR get money?
It's called public.
Yeah, but last chance, if they all got money, you're going to increase the problem.
And CBS is the television side.
Sorry, I need to jump in here. Last chance, but if you give that money out, say you give a pool of say £2 billion to 20 stations, and then they get like certain amounts, for example, and that amount can change. That's going to increase the cancer, where the government in charge is never really going to be challenged by the media. Because they get grand checks.
I mean that's definitely a valid concern. I mean it could be.
Please look into Canada and the problems they got over there. Honestly,
Canada rocks, dude.
This is the problem they've got over there. They've got no opposition over there in the media.
Yeah, I mean you want.
My God. Welcome to the state of Florida. No opposition, and that's what happens.
I mean you definitely want the press. Okay, we got it.
Coming down, throwing
the massive echo. I don't think that's me. You just come back on.
That's Steve. He's good now. So I mean, you do want the press to challenge. At least I do, because I'm very much a civil libertarian. You want the press to challenge the government a lot on all sorts of things, because the government's always going to be trying to increase the amount that it controls. It's just natural. The government wants more power to do what it wants to do. So someone has to challenge that.
Yeah. So do you revise that what you just said about then spreading it out through a load of them? Because you can see what I'm on. You can see my point. That
what did I say?
Well, you said they give that money to NPR, not to other channels.
Well, I didn't want to suggest that therefore they should give the same amount of money to everybody. I would say don't give anybody money. That's my solution.
Right. Okay, cool. No, I understand your point. But one thing we can all agree on from the left and from the right is that John Bolton, anyone who's really awake of the situation, everyone will agree from the left and the right, John Bolton is a total cunt.
No. I'm reading his book.
No doubt.
I've been struggling through it.
Good for you. I couldn't.
It's word for word. It's brutal.
I wouldn't be able to read it, so I
know. It's tough. It's like line by line. He had a
ghostwriter, obviously.
No. It's like he's going through his experiences with him. And you know what?
What was his?
I'm an anti-neocon. Anti-neocon, but John Bolton, I got to give him credit. That book is fucking brutal.
What was his travel through, like Last Dance? How did he arise to the place where he finally attained to? Like
John Bolton.
Yeah, to me,
he's a fucking Reagan neocon. He comes from the Reagan administration. This guy's been around forever.
No
Him
kidding,
and his fluffy fucking mustache.
I think
that's
a good description. He's a Reagan neocon.
His book is profound, and I'm struggling through it, and I'm waiting because
Why torture yourself? Read something fun.
Yeah. I gotta get.
I mean,
through it.
watching
bought
his
it, so
interview, he
I
was so
bought it,
poor
so I
into
have
he was
to
so
fucking-
poor under interview. He's had years to prep up his answers. He was so poor on interview.
Yeah,
With some really poor
my
responses
God.
that just
You know
just
what?
made him look an absolute. Well, we all knew this. An absolute cunt that he couldn't even look back on the things he'd done 20 years ago and say, "Yeah, to be honest, not you know,
You know what's funny?
we made
Dave?
mistakes."
That's
Can't even
exactly
admit it.
that's exactly the
Dave,
point I made
I-
before
I-
you came
I
on.
remember
Because we were
20
talking
years
about
ago.
Bolton.
And in the
Yeah.
book, in the
Terrible
book,
person.
Bolton is resurrected, hardcore neocon. They brought him into the administration to help them out.
I got bad
But-
news
but-
for you, McGrand. The neocons have left the Republican Party. They're now in the Democratic Party.
Woo!
And,
Shots fired. Shots fired.
And
Boop,
they're, Bill Kristol and Jonathan Chait and Ann Applebaum and her husband
Well-
Robert Kaiser. These are all, and
The Kaiser?
Jennifer Rubin. Kaiser, yeah, one of the Kaiser chiefs.
You see what that is? It's a feeble reconstitution of the Republican Party, which is more in tune to Donald Trump's insanity, as versus
No,
even
that's not it. What they
even
are
Don
is
Cheney, even Cheney.
you want. I'm going to give you an oversimplification of what
Dude.
happened.
Look, I'm not a fucking
Yeah,
proponent of the
last time-
neocons.
I'm
Yes,
not saying
please.
you are. I'm not saying you are.
But my point is that
I would like to hear what Last
Even
Dance
those-
was going
Yeah,
to say.
I would too.
So this would. I agree. This is an oversimplification, but this is why we have all this conflict with Russia and Ukraine, because Russians hacked John Podesta's email server. Now that's where it all started. Before then, you had Obama, who's saying that Ukraine is not the same level of national interest to the U.S. as it is to Russia, and with 2014, he definitely drew a line and said no further than that. And then the Russians hacked John Podesta's email server, and suddenly they were an unbounded evil that had to be,
Wow!
had to be stopped. And they tried to pin Trump and glue him to Putin, and that didn't work at all in the long run. But they never gave up. And now that I'm not going to defend it's an oversimplification, but it is. It's
that's a
interesting to
profound
think of it. That.
hypothesis.
And that's brilliant. I gotta say, I forgot all about some of that, the Podesta's emails and all that. So very good to remind me back of it, Last Dance. But we have got my granddad who still believes the Steele dossier is real.
I actually do.
I told you, you said this before.
I actually do.
Hey, Topple's here. All right.
Topple's here.
CNN 250.
Mr. Kilsey, one huge fan of Obama. He liked blowing up balloons with kids. Very nice. Okay. What about that strange rumor? Now, Aphid, I know you're not being shy about saying you're a fan of them, right?
Who?
That president there.
Obama?
Yeah, man.
I've never said anything good about the guy.
You
Oh
love
my
him,
God.
aren't you? His
I want to go on record. I think he's
homeboy.
Well,
the perfect man for
Bum
the
chum?
perfect time.
He was a good speaker. I'll give him that. He was a good speaker.
Yeah, good speaker.
He was a good orator. So was Bill Clinton, a great communicator.
Yeah,
But,
he was too. And
Bill
so was
Clinton
Ronald
was a
Reagan.
fucking clown
A lot of
compared
times that's all it
to
takes,
Obama.
to be honest with you.
Turns out that's what it
Frankly,
takes.
you
That's
know,
what it
people
takes
are
to be a
gonna-
pedo child murderer.
People are going to hate on me for it. There were times when Donald Trump could work a room pretty damn well in some of his speeches. When
Only
he
if
told
you were
Rand
a
Paul,
stooge.
when Rand Paul said something about Trump's maybe the size of his hands, Trump said,
Marco Rubio. Are you sure? I think it was Marco Rubio.
No, with Rand Paul, he said no.
Was it Rand Paul?
Maybe it wasn't his hands. It might have been the color of his hair. Trump said back, basically, I haven't said anything about your appearance, Brand, and believe you me, there's plenty
That's
of
Rubio.
material there.
That was Rubio. That was Rubio.
You know what?
They're all with Rand Paul.
I think I
Yeah,
remember
that-
Rand too. Rubio and Rand.
No,
These are
that was,
the
anyways.
primaries.
Rand Paul was
Yeah, it
nothing
was a
like his
debate.
father. He was nothing like his father. And
Yeah.
and Rubio is a fucking. His dad was born in Canada.
All right. Sorry,
Anyway,
tangent. But
anyway.
anyways, back to what I was saying. I just tore the fucking wire out of my headphones like Sasquatch.
Check
Hey,
it.
Fadam. Steve. Anyways, there's
I
a
did get the
situ-
family. I did get the family photos by the Obamas. Maybe that's why.
So, like, there's this rumor about Michelle.
Michael.
Oh, there we go. I knew he was going to say it. Have you heard that? Has anyone heard that? There he is.
Oh, I don't want to hear that shit. That's nonsense.
You think it's nonsense?
Yeah.
It's crazy.
She's got wide shoulders, isn't she? Very
Oh,
wide.
here we go. I knew it.
She looks like a
Crap, I mean,
bodybuilder. She looks
Making
like a
fun of the way
bodybuilder.
people look. I mean, that is just.
But she's wider than fucking. She's wider than Hulk Hogan, for fuck's sake.
Oh, she looks beautiful. I don't know why people say that.
Oh my
Not everybody is looks like a Twiggy or a model.
From behind, look at it from behind. Her shoulders are as wide as like fuck.
Okay, her shoulders.
That doesn't bother me. Frankly, I brought this up only as
I'm
on
just saying
purpose
that's
to
one
make
of
fun
many
of
things.
to make fun of the theory itself because I find it to be so asinine.
Have you seen some of the old photos where Michelle has a moustache?
Not letting it go. Have you seen some of our first ladies? What about what was that Bush? The first Bush. She looked like his grandma.
Barbara.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think she outlived him by at least a couple months. I mean, they lived it to be well into their 90s.
Oh, that was.
I mean,
So
they
how
were
about
married
Eleanor?
for almost a century.
So that child blood, isn't it?
I can do better than that. Eleanor Roosevelt. Now that is one
yeah.
ugly woman.
I
there's
wasn't.
no way to
I
judge
wasn't. I wasn't. I wasn't alive then. Last.
Yeah, I'm talking about from my era, but yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So that child blood, isn't it? Adrenochrome.
That's the thing, Base. We have
Thank
vast
you,
memory.
Smokesteve Wi-Fi. I agree 100%.
Yeah. Hey, Topple, how are you?
I'm doing fantastic. How about you?
That's a nice jacket you got on there.
It's just a showy. I had to go out to eat tonight. Sorry.
You working in the kitchen? Kind of has that color, right? That chef.
I guess it does. I don't know how to dress. I'm an idiot. What do you want?
Well, I'm sure your lady makes sure you're at least passable before you go out the door. Like, okay, that'll do. You're fine. Let's go.
She's the one that buys it and just says put it on. I'm like, okay. Don't care.
Good for you, buddy.
What did I miss? We're talking about Michelle Obama being a dude.
Yeah.
Well, there's this whole
Why?
theory.
It's a rumor that Smokesteve
That's
couldn't
like-
resist bringing out.
That was
Well,
like
there's a
far
name
right.
people apply to it, an actual person.
Michael or
Yeah, there's like a person that people have pictures of Obama with as his friend in the 70s. It's a man. And they say that's
Michelle.
that's
Yeah.
Michelle.
Yeah, have you seen the photo?
I
that
have.
would be-
Yeah, that's
It,
why.
it is Michelle.
That would be so awesome, but I
Put
wish
it
one
in
of
the
these.
back chat. Put it in the
I
back
wish some of
door.
these more juicy
Yeah.
conspiracies would ever come true, but it's never happened.
Wow, your credibility is waning there, Base.
Well said, McGrand.
Okay, let me put Michael Obama in Twitter and see what comes up.
you get your news from Twitter?
Well, we're only looking at photos here. We're just looking for an opinion.
I gotta get some water. Hold on.
Is the
No,
photo
he's right,
on
Mr.
her?
Kills. This is
I mean,
true. There's a
can-
guy. Go ahead, buddy.
Yeah, I was going to say, can you get the photos up because I might lose reception?
No
Or
problem.
it'll start getting echoing. Just put Michael Obama in Twitter. You know what will happen. And put photos. Put photos as soon as you start. That's it. You'll see it.
I don't think that'll work on my
I still haven't seen Obama's birth certificate yet either.
Me neither.
On Twitter, well, I'm sure it will if you put it in Twitter and then search for that.
But I suspect that the federal government would have.
You trust our federal government?
Exactly.
Oh, what did I do?
It's so funny. People got such short memories.
No,
It's crazy.
Listen, I have a long memory. I recently had an experience where, like 2 days ago, I had to call the IRS.
Well,
'Cause I'm seeking,
Wow.
I'm seeking a refund from 2021.
Yeah,
No,
I don't-
2020. Because I found a mistake on the accountant's fucking filing.
I'm not gonna go there.
But wait,
Just to let you
let me
know.
just tell you. I gotta tell you.
To me, what's going on here, Steve? Come on.
6 minutes, I spoke to a person who spent
What are you talking
half
about?
an hour with me from the IRS.
I don't know.
Are you
Steve.
talking to us, McGrandy, or somebody
I am.
else?
Oh, I thought you
I
were
want you to know
Yeah.
how things are getting
Yeah,
better.
Steve.
I
Yeah,
want
get
you
that
to
photo
know
up.
how things are getting
What
better,
the
Steve.
fuck?
That's what I want
Get
you to know.
Michael up. Get Michael up to a bit
The
of
camera's
entertainment.
over here, McGrand. Over here.
I preferred it when your internet was like a minute behind.
No, see, I'm not going to go down that road. I only brought it up as a,
I'm joking.
a conspiracy theory.
Put it in the back chat.
Yeah. But let's have a look at these photos. Let's look at these
I
photos.
can't find it. Ethan, you've got 9,000 fucking computers behind yourself there. Be my tech guy. Come on,
Apis.
like in sneakers, remember?
What do you
You're
need me to
gonna-
find?
I don't know,
Michael
what was it
Obama.
again?
Put Michael Obama in.
Wait, let him get his readers on.
Yeah, I got it.
Warm up the old mouse. Probably got it at a yard sale.
Hell yeah, I did. I wouldn't pay full price.
Fuck no, buddy. I don't blame you for that. It's fine. In fact, I just heard a story, another interesting one on NPR. Apparently, a lot of gaming systems are totally inaccessible, and now, like, archiving old video games and keeping them alive is going to be the only way they'll ever be seen again.
what?
Like the old Duck Hunt. If you don't have, or if you, unless you pirate it and make like a digitized version of it, or the old.
Good.
What do you mean? What's your confusion about CNN?
No, I'm confused. What's Last Dance doing? Is this like a dance off? A dress
Oh, he
off?
changed again.
Bill Cosby.
I'm wearing the same thing I had at the beginning of the call.
Oh, okay. All right, what are we
That's
talking about?
definitely-
Gaming
That's
platforms?
definitely Cliff Huxtable.
Yeah, that's Cliff Awesome.
Well, you guys are just obsessed. You're imagining I'm wearing different things now? It's terrible.
I'm not drinking anything around the Cliff Huxtable over
There must be
there.
no lights on in that house.
I'm gonna wake up with my pants down.
I got
Hey,
some Jello
Fitz,
pudding
hey.
pops for you, handsome young man.
Hey, Fizz, I got a photo in there.
Oh, the back chat. Hopefully.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh no,
Dude,
If you want to let Michael
scary shit.
this one, bro.
Michelle with a moustache. Michelle with a moustache.
I'm not showing anything.
Oh, you gotta show that. You gotta show
Look,
that.
You fucking
you gotta
crazy.
show that.
I think you guys
printing that
probably
thing out.
can.
Proves the point.
You guys probably
That just proves
can
the point.
somehow.
I can't decide whether that's photoshopped or some other trickery, but I think it's funny, whatever it is.
Yeah, well, check the next one out. Check the next one I put in
Looks
there.
like Easy E.
Is it in the back chat, or do I have to? Is it in the
Oh, yeah, it's
thread?
in the back chat.
It's in the
Gotta
back
Gotta
chat.
get it. All the good stuff's in the back chat.
Back chat. It's always that way.
How convenient.
What's wrong with this picture?
What's
How wide,
you
how
mean?
wide the toilets are?
Yeah,
Oh my god, really?
fucking wide as fuck.
Women with big backs.
Yeah, but she
Not
looks
women out
she
there
looks
with big
twice
backs.
as wide as fucking any. Look at the two blokes in
Wide?
front of her.
You know,
6'4"
Well, she's closest to the
Obama.
camera.
Base, you're gonna agree with
You
me.
know, there's
I
people that are
think Donald
light-skinned.
Trump's wife is a hot bitch, man.
bitch.
That
Why
woman
she
on the
gotta be a
side
bitch?
in that picture
She-
is fucking tiny. dude.
Donald
Why she gotta
Trump's
be a
wife
bitch?
That woman on the
is like a
is
superwoman.
tiny.
Oh, she,
You know why?
she
Well,
gained a
compared
little
to-
weight. What's the big
She
deal?
grew
Compared
up
to Michael, yeah.
potatoes
Anyone's fucking
out
small.
of the fucking fields, man.
Speaking of old people and presidents, let's give it up. Let's take a drink
Oh, this
for
is the one. This is
Jimmy
Carter.
Carter?
He's still hanging in there. He's been
He
still
just can't
alive.
die.
He's on
He's been on
hospice for
hospice.
like 6 months now. All the other hospice patients around him are fucking dead. He's sitting there
Yeah.
like, I'm still good.
Yeah, you know
Shouldn't have
he's
put
got,
me
like-
in here.
Yeah.
He's got
Hey,
so
you
many
know what?
liver spots all over
He's
his
gonna
face.
outlive his
He's
hospice
hanging in there.
nurse.
How tall is he now? 3'7".
The guy beat brain cancer. It was a miracle.
Yeah,
Good for him.
Debbie
this-
Downer over there.
It was 3 years ago. He built
What?
probably 100 houses for humanity.
What is that thing you're doing with your hand when you talk?
It makes it so you can hear me.
It's putting an emphasis on it.
the most revealing photo is the one I've just put in. Actually, this is
Oh,
the
it's in
the
back chat,
infamous.
hopefully?
This is the infamous photo from years back. When you
What
look
is
at that,
wrong with
when you
that?
look at the
That
one with the
looks like a woman.
moustache, when you look at the one with the moustache, the first one I sent you, and look at the last one I sent you,
That's a
then
woman.
you could.
That
Right,
one,
look-
she looks cute. They look like a cute couple.
Yes.
You're right.
Right,
She
yeah.
doesn't really look like the other dude.
You know
I would
what?
hit it.
Without the moustache, so
Base.
with the moustache on that, that's not that same person.
There's some.
Okay,
I
so
know
you
some
can-
Italian
that's
broad.
I gotta tell you that she could.
Why wouldn't you show it,
tomorrow.
Steve? Why wouldn't you show
Beat your
it?
ass tomorrow, man.
I'm
see it
lost
much.
here.
I
I've
don't
got
see
too
it
many
much.
tabs open. I'm over tabbed.
He's bottled it. He's bottled
many
it.
times?
He's bottled it.
I don't.
She's
I don't.
doing a
understand.
Costanza.
All right,
And
back to
you're
the.
an opportunist, and this is fucking disgusting.
Thank you, Smoke Wife. That's,
What's disgusting?
The first one is not the same as the last one. And
Exactly.
if it is, maybe she did a little work with the hair on her face.
The facial hair.
Dude.
I know some
She was
Italian
not
broads
black.
that have
If she was not black,
mustaches.
no one.
You know
would
Italian
tolerate
broads
her.
with
You're kinda
mustaches?
nonsense.
Yeah, the older ones.
It's
older
all
ones.
about
Yeah.
racial shit. It's really disgusting. It's a low blow.
Was it Dolly? Was it Dolly Parton that ended up being in a box shortly after saying that?
Dolly Parton's
Dolly
still
Parton?
alive.
yeah, Donald Parton's
No,
still alive.
no. Who was it then? It was another female singer with big titties, American woman. She was interviewed going somewhere, and she said, "Everyone knows you've got a gay president." And
Well, you
Michael
pretty much
Obama-
cornered the market with Dolly Parton on that description. So,
She died. She died shortly after. She was a country singer. I'm trying to think about name.
I mean, you nailed it with Dolly Parton. Once you say big boobs, it's hard to get her anything else.
God, I'm surprised you none of you can like.
You mean
So it's that period. It's that period of artists. It's obviously not her, but it's that period. Female, and she was being interviewed. She's known to be crazy loopy.
when was this?
Mama Cass.
This was a couple of years ago.
Mama Cash, she died from a ham sandwich, bro.
No,
I shouldn't laugh.
no, it's not her.
She did not die. from a
Olivia
ham sandwich.
Newton-John.
I know.
No.
Just that's the line from
I know. I know.
Austin Powers. Ham sandwich, check.
Oh, what's the Judd? You mean? Winona? Not Judd. The Judd woman. Is that-
Naomi.
Naomi Judd. Yeah.
No.
She didn't have big hands, and I
No,
think she
she
killed
was a-
herself. So we
Okay,
shouldn't
maybe the
talk
big
about
cans are not right, but it's the period of Dolly Parton. That sort of.
Well, she
Let's
was
stick
she was
on the
old.
let's stick on the topic of big
Joplin,
cans. If you guys don't mind.
Joplin.
Big
Exactly.
cans.
I'm still. Yeah. Let's.
Was it Joplin?
Well-
She had big hands.
No,
Lorette Lynn.
She was a big girl, man.
I'm trying to
Janice?
get this.
Naomi
Janis
Joad.
Janis
Janis
Joplin
Joplin
went
was
through
a
her whole
country.
band. She banged all the members.
She was a country.
Then she died.
Naomi Judd.
That's Steve's biography of Janis Joplin.
She banged all her band members, bought a Porsche, then she died.
Yep.
And her Porsche lived on and is still being circulated today in famous cars. $1 million. Looks like a glorified... Those old Porsches are nothing more than a fucking VW bug.
True.
But it's $1 million because
she had this.
Janis Joplin you're talking about?
I'm gonna go
Wow,
Google it.
I wouldn't have
I'm gonna
pictured her
Google it.
for buying a Porsche.
Red Porsche, bro.
Well,
That's a little tough.
Bobby McGee made her buy it.
How the hell are you
Yeah,
getting that?
I can't
fucker,
see
right?
her driving. Like I can see her driving the Clampett mobile, but
Well,
not
someone
the Porsche.
suggested Joan Rivers.
Janice
Yes.
Joplin in the car.
Joan Rivers.
Okay.
Joan Rivers?
Joan Rivers said that, and shortly after saying that, she literally said, there was a question raised. She said, well, everyone knows you've got a gay president. And I go, what? And she goes, yes. And everyone knows it's Michael, not Michelle. And she just walked off. And they were challenging
Biscuit.
her.
Well, she was old and
Holy shit.
old and old.
She was
Yeah, I'm
old
sure it
and
had
she
nothing-
had plastic surgery that was
Well, I
unnecessary.
can't believe you didn't know. Like, does she have big jokes?
No.
No,
No.
She was mostly plastic, literally.
Oh, right,
I'm
just
sure her
plastic
death had,
face.
her
Yeah,
death
that's
had
what I-
nothing to do with the fact she was 100 years old.
That's all I'm saying is, I'm just surprised you didn't know. It was so funny. The clip is so funny. It's fucking hilarious because the reporters weren't expecting her to come up with it. She was just like,
I'll tell you what's
Boom.
funny is when she got roasted and Gilbert Godfrey roasted
Jesus.
Joan Rivers is got to be one of the funniest things I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, she's like a female Don Rickles.
Gilbert Godfrey
She
roasting
was brutal,
anybody is
man.
one of the funniest things I've ever seen in my life.
Oh my
Gilbert
god,
Gottfried, legend. God rest him.
him doing Joan Rivers is just so good.
Oh my God! Have you seen him
Hurts.
roasting George Takei?
Mm.
Oh,
I don't know if I have, but I could only. I feel like I'm sure I have because I went through them all. Because
Yeah,
God, he's so good at those roasts.
so good.
I don't think you can say that about modern comedy these days, can you? Everyone's looking back because modern comedy's been destroyed with wokeism.
Yeah,
Just done.
He could never do that.
Those
today.
damn Republicans.
Yeah, that's he was the he was the head of.
shelves because we don't want to be insulted.
What?
Shut up,
He was
Clang.
he was. They did these commercials here for Affleck, and that's pretty much all he did was act like a duck and say
Yeah.
Affleck. And I can't remember what the joke was. It was something about World War II and the Jews or something, I think, or something.
Oh, Christ.
Or
All the
Japanese,
buzz-
maybe.
All the buzz subjects.
It was a Gilbert Gottfried special.
Yep, Fahrenheit.
And he joked. He
Fahrenheit
said
to
one joke,
disco.
and he was canceled.
Canceled.
Fahrenheit is a fucking.
Yeah, but he was
Right.
Jewish, so he should have
It
been
was
able
9.
to.
It was 9/11. It was
Get away with
9/11.
it.
is what it
Fahrenheit.
It was a 9/11 joke, and it was.
Yep.
too soon
Did he
after
start
9/11.
talking about? Did he start talking about dancing people?
Fahrenheit 451.
No.
You can't let our young people
Hey,
read
Fizz,
that kind of book.
he didn't talk
I
about dancing people, did he?
We could just look it up and find out.
After
what it was.
9/11? Yeah, but put down dancing
Yeah,
Jews.
I'll go look it up.
Dancing Jews.
Yeah, you put
Search
that in.
Dancing Jews, you'll find it right
Oh,
away.
fuck it. Oh, you'd be cancelled.
Gilbert.
Do you know any Jewish dances, Last Dance? Can you do one for us?
Well,
If I would've reached
There was a few in New York around about 10 o'clock on September the 11th, they say.
Oh
You
my
know when
God.
all the
Oh my
when all
God!
the
A
Hasidics,
few
when all
Jews
the
in New
Hasi-
York.
Dancing, though. They were
Oh
dancing.
my God! Dancing. Well, that settles it then.
Yeah.
When all the
Guys,
Hasidics
it
do
was-
those
That's what
like
they
huge
say.
room dances and someone plays like new metal or house music to it, and they're all like, I like those. That was fun back when they started doing. Anyone seen that? And they're lifting the chair and the guys and they're dancing.
Steve, I want to be polite. I gotta leave. So,
Oh, we'll see you, McGrande.
yeah,
Grand.
good to see you guys. And
It's been a pleasure.
Top, it was.
It's always
to see
grand.
you. And
See you,
Biscuit,
McGrand.
nice to see you show up. And Last Dance, you stay well.
How about bass?
All right.
Come on.
Thanks for stopping by, McGrand. Take care,
It's been
buddy.
amazing, McGrande.
No,
All right.
Dave, I'm impressed with your stamina. Because I'm so fucking tired right now. I gotta go to
All
bed.
right, cool.
Thank you.
See you later.
So this
Later,
Gilbert,
buddy.
I think this joke is very funny, so I'm going to say it. He did
Yes.
tell a joke after a 9/11 joke right after 9/11, and he said, And you got to talk in his voice. He said he intended to catch a plane, but he couldn't get a direct flight because they have to stop at the Empire State Building first.
And he got canceled for it.
Well, it wasn't appreciated, but but in March 2011,
So
Gottfried-
wait, I kind of missed the whole purpose of that joke. Can you tell it one more time?
I won't attempt to use his voice.
Fine.
This was at a roast of Hugh Hefner.
Hugh Hefner, yes.
He joked that he intended to catch a plane, but he couldn't.
Hugh Hefner intended to catch a plane.
No, Gottfried. Gilbert Gottfried joked that Gilbert Gottfried intended to catch a plane, but he couldn't get a direct flight because all the flights stop at the Empire State Building first.
What does that mean?
10 years.
Well,
10 years after 9/11.
No, it was three weeks after.
Oh, I thought you said 2011.
No.
So, but they don't stop at the Empire State Building. So, what is that joke?
It's joking that there's no
They don't make it pass.
there's no 9/11 yet, so they have to crash into the Empire State Building instead.
There's no Twin Towers like the
Because
World-
all planes have to fly and crash into the Empire
Into
State
a building, yeah.
first. Come on,
Interesting.
Smokes.
It's a joke about planes crashing into buildings.
I mean, I get
and it's
that.
it's not the first time it's happened to the Empire State Building, is it? It's happened before.
Yeah, well, it
Well, the
happened by
Empire State
accident.
Building
Yeah.
didn't have bombs in it, though.
Yeah, a plane accidentally flew into it, didn't
During World War II,
it? Yeah.
Well,
I believe.
wait, there was a
Jet fuel.
plane piloted by like a pitcher for the Yankees,
Thurman Munson.
Yeah, I know this guy.
and he flew into an apartment building on the Manhattan or on the Hudson.
Oh, that's another one. That's more recent. Yeah.
Tell me about this Hudson guy ago, Last Dance.
Thurman Munson.
Yeah, can you tell me about
No,
him? Because I think I remember this chap.
He
If you
was
can-
piloting a jet and he crashed it basically on the runway and blew it up and he died.
Oh, right. No.
He was learning how to fly at the time. But yeah, there was a pitcher on the Yankees that was flying
Did he
a
pass?
propeller. Yeah,
Yes.
he was flying a propeller plane along the Hudson, and he made a big turn that he took too fast or too wide, and he just didn't turn sharp enough, and he hit a building. But
Yeah.
Gottfried was fired after the earthquake disaster in Japan in 2011 when he tweeted.
Oh, what did he
12
say?
He tweeted 12 jokes. He doesn't say what the jokes are here, but
Oh, that's ridiculous. And it's so ridiculous they can't even fucking publish the jokes now. It's so fucking ridiculous.
Well, we found out here in our stream that certain people were offended by Don Rickles.
I don't give a fuck. Do you know what? I don't give a fuck who's offended, to be honest with you.
Last dance, the man
Personal
who's
fact.
above you. He looks down upon your little circle.
Oh,
I was
Go ahead.
I was just saying, not that I was offended, but that I could understand how the people he was belittling or stereotyping might be offended.
I mean, you're offended by Don Rickles. You want to reverse the Constitution. I don't know what the
All
hell's
right.
going on with
Well,
you,
I'm-
man.
I'm a Nazi. That's a,
Constitution.
I gotta say,
Christ.
I thought about the Don Rickles thing afterwards because
Oh, here we
I said
Well, here
I
we
was
go.
kind of
yeah.
like, yeah, I'm sure those black guys didn't care. But then thinking about it later, I bet they did care.
well, I bet
I
that,
bet
sure they did.
I went and watched Don Rickles clips all night. I had to call 911. I was laughing so hard. That's how much I cared about that shit. It was fucking hilarious, dude. All right?
Yeah, okay.
That's what I'm saying.
Well,
Comedy's
you-
dead, I'm afraid. Sadly,
You're the
comedy's
host, so
dead.
we'll just go with you.
No, it's fine if you guys feel that way. I think it's a part of history. Like, you can't erase it. It's hilarious. They all laughed at it, and we all laughed at it. Maybe not you guys. You guys were probably like, what the fuck? I
I'm
can't
certainly
believe you
not
just
saying
said
that.
that. Aphid, did you believe that? Why no, Last Dance? Can you believe that bastard just said that? God damn it. That's you guys.
I will say I don't think any subject is not worth making a joke after.
That's
And
what I was going to say. Is I don't
That's
care if
right.
they were offended. I still want to hear
Right.
jokes.
Yeah,
All right.
Exactly.
yeah.
But I do back off on, because I was like adamant that night that surely those black guys, they seem like, they were like down with Don Rickles making fun of them, but I'm sure it cut deep, But just like any joke is gonna cut deep with somebody,
That's right.
or a
It's gonna-
story, or there was a couple.
How can it be
there's a
funny if
couple
it
times
isn't?
with some of you guys that something I said was personal to you, and I understand why. Like I had a retarded, mentally ill cousin, and
Jesus.
I there's nothing wrong with making
Hard R
retarded
there.
jokes, but I do understand that, like due to your personal experiences in life, that I see how you can have an emotional connection and be offended by
I'm
something.
going to have to cut you off, Aphid. Look, you're using the R slur.
What are you, retarded guy?
But like in comedy clubs in the UK now, right? You can't really come up with anything controversial now, because the problem is, because it's only run by like certain companies now. If you go outside the narrative and you go too far outside that narrative, even if you're supposed to be outspoken, you will get cancelled, and then you'll get cancelled from all the nation's comedy clubs.
Things are changing.
And well, it's just it is toxic. It's toxic.
No, that's not true.
It is.
There's
People can't talk about anything in a comedy club. So you pay for comedy, and then you go there, and the comedian can't talk about certain things because it'll offend 5 people in an audience of 100, and you're like, it's bollocks.
And the
One of
thing
the
is,
best comedy, real quick, one of the best comedy shows I saw maybe on YouTube in the last few years was, for not the popular ones, it was a manly lesbian trading insults with a handicapped white man who had almost a drunken slur of his speech, but he was as sharp as a tack.
Already sounds funny. Already sounds funny as
exactly.
well.
I'm loving it.
These two insulting each other, because they were directing the insults at each other, they were able to skirt the rules of political correctness, because they were directly insulting each other, and specifically about one being like a manly, lesbian, the other being like this poor fella.
And they can both get away with it because
together. It was brilliant and very well done. And I think that's like the wave of the future. That's the only way you can get away with it. Get on stage, insult each other, or another way they do it is the roast. You can fucking say things at the roast that would seemingly be unacceptable. You have to skirt these political correctness rules, man.
And another thing, Steve, those like you said, slinging of insults. I'm sure it was to be seen as that, but it was far more than that, wasn't it? I mean, they mostly worked that act out to fall down that route, but it was like so refreshing for the audience, wasn't it? I mean, but like I said, they can both get away with it because they're part of the minority sort of persecuted groups. Persecuted. Sorry.
But that audience was there for the purpose of seeing that, because they knew they would see these two people knew they were going to leave the place with like a high five and like, well done. It's not like they're up there insulting each other personally to cause any real harm. It's sort of like
sadly missing around, I believe, now. Good humor.
I think comedians have a sense of where the humor is. And a lot of times it's in things that make us a little uncomfortable. There's that sense where we know there's something kind of true, but we're kind of a little skittish about it, and that's where the comedy has to be allowed to go, and that's going to involve things that are that are considered off limits now, like like gender identity and things that are changing now. And
I think comedians have a real hard time because they they got to. It's got to be funny, and and two, it's got to be acceptable, isn't it? And a lot of comedians I find think that they can't really do it unless they say it. You know what I mean? It's very difficult to know if it's acceptable.
But I mean,
until they say it.
Once something is acceptable, it's not funny. I mean, suppose someone told a gay marriage joke now. I mean, it really wouldn't be that funny.
It depends. They have to tell it right. It's all.
I'm not saying it's
delivery,
impossible,
brother.
but I'm saying it would have been. What was funny when gay marriage was a controversial topic is not so funny anymore.
It's not, but frankly, between you and me in the world, if somebody pulled off a good gay marriage joke, it would be like, holy shit, I haven't heard that in a while. That's a good comedian.
Okay, let me know when you find one.
It's impossible, but they exist. Dave Chappelle could do it.
Yeah, Chappelle.
Bill
if anybody
Burr,
could do
all
it, he
them.
can. But in some sense, to be, at least there's a large pool of humor that's, I would say, is contemporaneous, that is going to be hitting all these sensitive topics, whether it's Trump or you name it. Everything that we think is off limits because it's too controversial, all that has to be fair game for humor. If we're going to really let the comedians, be our voice for social commentary.
Has any comedian been canceled?
Well, they're sure as hell tried with
Chappelle, but that's it.
But he succeeded. Louis C.K. got canceled for sexual stuff.
Loads of comedians have been cancelled in the UK. Loads of comedians have been cancelled in the UK. Just huge amounts.
Kramer got canceled.
Why they keep coming over here?
Kramer got canceled for a legitimate reason. I'll never forget that video.
Well,
hard R.
Come on, man.
Hard R.
It was comedy. I mean, I guess you can't say the N-word in comedy.
No,
right?
he wasn't a comedy. He was yelling at somebody, calling them straight out. Hey.
How do we know he wasn't, doing it for laughs? I agree. He was screaming at somebody like in the balcony or something.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen a triggered comic getting heckled?
Triggered?
No. Triggered comic. I've seen comics get heckled where they get triggered and they start insulting the person who's heckling them. I think that's what Kramer was doing, but he brought his trigger brought him to the next level of racist.
Well, yeah, he was just yelling at them, dropping the hard R's.
N-word.
Well,
yeah. It was terrible.
In the end, yeah.
What's your defense of it, Last Dance, seeing that you thought it was A-okay?
I'm just in general against people losing their jobs forever for outbursts.
Yes.
How many N-word outbursts does it take? 8, 9, 7?
Smokesteve, pull it up. We'll put it up on YouTube. We'll watch
dude,
it.
that
Yeah,
thing
play it.
Steve,
that
in the
girl
back
is
chat,
poison.
You're pretty
No
tough.
way, bro.
You're pretty tough at this stage of the pub. You're easier going at the beginning. Okay, you got me. I don't really know how many it takes, but I just don't. It's something that doesn't make me comfortable. It seems.
I remember watching that thing. There's people in the audience who are like, "Oh my god." And they're getting up and leaving, and he keeps saying it, and they're like, it's like, God, he won't stop. He must have said it 8 or 9 times.
What's his name?
Michael Richards. Look over there. Look who it is. It's a bunch of, oh my God.
Michael Richards.
Yeah.
He was Kramer.
On Seinfeld.
It was horrible.
And did you guys see that? Did you guys see like a month later, Seinfeld was on Dave Letterman and like they Skyped basically Kramer, and he was like, "I just want to say I'm sorry. I got out of control." It was so uncomfortable. Oh,
Yeah,
no, I didn't see that. I'm squeamish just hearing it secondhand from you.
Assuming he at least had a half a brain on his shoulders, he made $100 million at least in Seinfeld. I'm hoping he just worked his cards right. And
I saw a picture of him recently, and he's got a full beard, and it doesn't even look like him. He looks like a totally different person.
Yeah, it changes views.
Yeah, I guess people were
Black
recognizing.
dude would kill him.
They're like, you're crazy.
He's in witness protection. He's had plastic
Yeah.
surgery.
It's what Hollywood does to people, though.
Maybe he was a little unprepared for it.
He looked like Cousin Eddie is what he looked like.
Yeah. Seinfeld almost looks the same, aside from having like 65 new Porsches. He's pretty much the same Seinfeld. And
I hated
Elaine
that show.
hasn't aged a bit.
Elaine
She looks
is
great. She's like 70 years old.
She's gorgeous.
She's incredibly
Adrenochrome.
wealthy. Incredibly wealthy too.
Adrenochrome is
She was
is
born
adrenaline.
into a wealthy family.
Bennis?
Yes.
What is it?
No,
Dreyfus?
Elaine.
Dreyfus. She's like the the Dreyfus Fund. That's her.
Oh yeah, the Dreyfus Fund. Woo! Big money there.
Oh
Those Dreyfuses.
man, you are a motherfucker at this stage of the pub.
She's
Smokesteve, quiet,
seriously,
shut
man,
her and hit him with the taser, please.
she's got more. She's got more than Oprah money. That's how rich she is.
Oh, I don't know about that.
No, she does. She
Really?
does. And the chick that has even more than both of them is her name was in. I don't know if you guys have seen the vampire movie back in the
Buffy?
late '80s. No, with Kiefer Sutherland.
The Lost Boys?
Lost Boys.
Lost Boys,
The girlfriend in that star.
I'm gonna be allowed.
was also.
Later.
Take
Oh,
your
nice,
baby.
nice having you on, Bill.
She was
Yes,
also
star.
the wife and Twister of Bill Paxton. Anyway,
She
that
was
chick,
hot.
she is worth like more than Oprah and Elaine.
I thought she
Well,
was dead.
Oprah's worth over $1 billion.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Elaine. I'm telling you, dude, Elaine is like worth like because her dad, and I guess she's like promised most of the money because he like respected her or something more than the rest of the kids or something. I could be wrong on that, but she's like her
Holly
net
Hunter.
worth is like
Yeah, thank you.
Amy Gertz.
yeah, that's her. That's her. That chick is worth more than Oprah and Elaine.
How? Family
what
money?
happened?
No, her husband is like one of the richest developer guys in the
What's her
world.
name? Jamie Gertz?
Yes.
Jamie Gertz.
Look at do celebrity net worth and do her.
I don't even know
Whatever
who she
happened to
is.
Helen Hunt? Jesus Christ.
That's who I was thinking of.
Wow, $3 billion. Jesus.
$3 billion, dude. I'm telling you.
And she looks
Have
like
you seen
that.
her? Helen Hunt? She's got some horrible plastic surgery that totally.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Helen
I
Hunt?
always thought she,
No kidding. Huh?
you know, she wasn't like a hot chick, but she was like cute. She was,
Oh,
I
thought
agree
she was
100%. I like the way she looked, and I think she would have aged nicely, but she got. Her face looks kind of. I don't know if it was plastic surgery or that goddamn Botox, but whatever it was way too much.
She didn't do her. She doesn't have blowfish lips.
No, it was Frozen. I mean, I saw her in a movie, so I got to see her a lot, and it just looked hard, just
Yeah, not great.
horrible.
she hadn't aged, huh?
Madonna's the weirdest.
Yeah.
Oh God!
Excuse me. Apologize.
Jesus, that was loud for a
Nice.
live stream.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry. Usually I turn away, but that one crept up on me.
Really vibrated the microphone.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Madonna. I don't know what the fuck happened to Madonna. That's hideous.
It is. Hey, Biscuit, what's going on down yonder?
Not much.
Yeah,
I
has
need
he?
to get- I need to get the council out to fix my boiler because it's not working.
What's
wrong
the
with it?
temperature down there?
Just not working.
I keep getting a E133 error code.
Do you have your guide? Can you
Is
look
it-
it up? What is that code?
What is it?
It's the pilot light keeps going out,
Sounds easy.
Ow.
but
Oh, it could
usually
be.
I get that. Usually I get that code when I've run out of gas. But
Oh well, are you out of gas?
no,
do you
I've
have a
got
clogged filter?
I've still got plenty of gas.
You got a clogged filter?
Maybe, but I don't know how to fix all that. So I'll just get
You just change the filter.
There's the filter.
I'll just get the council to fix it. It's not my problem.
The council.
Yeah. I live in a council house.
It's like public
So
housing.
you have a landlord? Okay.
It's
Well, how long does it take for them to come out?
about 2 days.
Well, they got to pass the budget first.
That's not bad. 2 days. What's the air temperature down there now? About 60 in your place?
1 sec.
You're
Where's
fine.
the,
15.
7 degrees at minute. See,
Oh.
Sounds cold.
it is. I'm feeling a bit sick, to be fair, because
Well, do you have a space heater?
For 2 days. What?
Don't you have a space heater?
I've got an electric fire in living room.
The pilot light went out on the electric heater.
I don't like using it though, because it sucks up too much energy.
Yeah.
It's expensive.
You damn if you do, you damn if you don't.
Yeah.
Just put a hoodie on.
That's what I did. And Little Lynn's got one of them big, massive, like it's like a dressing gown hoodie thing, but it's like as thick as a blanket.
Well, what are the temperatures reaching during the day there?
About
Thanks, English
10
bottle cap.
10 degrees.
Oh, only 10 degrees right now?
Yeah, Celsius, which is probably what,
Well-
What's room temperature?
48?
No.
It's probably about 15, 16 in the house at the minute.
Yeah, but what's room temperature? What do you guys consider room temperature?
About 22.
Okay, because that's 70.
22?
So
Well,
he's
that's
halfway
what I
in
said.
between
Celsius.
freezing
Yeah, I know.
and room temperature. So 50 something. It's 50 something degrees.
Zero's 32 degrees. I know that. Fahrenheit.
Yeah, 22 is 71.6. That's very warm.
Yeah, that's very warm.
That's
how I like it.
house.
That's
Yeah,
how I keep
20
mine.
I set my thermostat to 22 all the time.
Now, we
Last
keep
answer-
ours
last-
at 20 here is 68. You can live at 68. Just put a fucking sweater on and wear thick socks. That's how we work it.
I like to sleep when it's cold, actually.
I was just going to say, except at night, I like it cooler.
Yeah.
You keep it at
Last answer, is
65
your
in my
power
house.
still out?
65.
No,
There you
power
go.
came back. It just
Oh,
went off at an instant, and then it came right back. But it takes like 5 minutes for the router to
right.
come back.
We were out for hours this morning, and I woke up and there was like nut shit to do.
No computer.
Yeah, well, it was weird because the only glow in the whole house was from this corner. 'Cause the
'Cause they're all
phones and
battery powered.
tablets, yeah, we still had battery life. So I lit a bunch of candles, and it sucked, man. I kind of feel like I got that feeling like I didn't get enough sleep last night. It sucks. It kind of ruins your day.
Yeah.
Yeah. Got a lot of sleep, so didn't happen for me.
You're like, I'm good. Tell your story to somebody else, bitch.
I mean, do you smoke weed? Enough weed? Weed usually helps you sleep. Smoke more weed, man.
Well, I was going to talk to you about that because you were saying to me, because I'm enjoying the pen, I got the pen.
Yes.
And you were telling me that it doesn't make a difference, like because I told you I kind of get if it's the sativa, I don't get depressed,
Yes.
but the other stuff I do. And you were telling me all that oil stuff don't make a difference. Well, it does make a difference because I notice like when I'm out now, because it's convenient. I grant you that it is so convenient. Like I can carry it around with me and just
Yes.
every once in a while, just like the little blue light comes on and I got a little buzz going. But I still got that. I still got that feeling. I think I still need to get like a sativa pen.
I mean, dude, it's all for whatever works for you. Go for it.
Yeah,
have Have an indica, have a sativa ready to go. The lemon haze, it's going to have a real spicy lemony flavor. And haze means sativa. Yeah, that one just might be good for a little
This one,
energy.
I don't know what it is. It was just like, here you go. This is what you wanted. Here you go. So I was like, all right, cool, thanks.
No idea.
Oh, speaking of, I had to tell you the story, and I'll be brief because I know me and you. Well, maybe Topple is interested, but so I got that my buddy, and he does the seed thing. That's what his gig is,
Mhm.
Well, he had this event that I made all the stuff for. That's where I got the pen because it was like a public event, and we're legal here now. And he's like, yeah, my way around it is I just have the people buy a pen for like $50, like a writing pen, and
Yeah.
I give them $50 worth of stuff. And he's like, it's totally legal. And I'm like, I don't know, man. That seems like that'd draw attention to you. And apparently, he didn't have his grow licenses for propagating these seeds or
Yeah,
whatever.
yeah,
You know what I'm
yeah.
saying?
That whole logic he's using by selling the pen and then giving the other stuff doesn't work.
That's what I said. That's what I didn't say it to him, but I thought that when he was
But
telling me.
it's fine. You're not going to get in trouble. He might. Like, you're good. I mean,
No, I wasn't. He just gives me whatever I want. But this
Right.
was an event in the city, so it was like a public event that he was going to do. People just coming off the street. Because I was like, "Aren't you worried about drawing too much attention?" He's like, "Oh no, man." He's like, "Look, here's the deal. You buy this pen for 50. I tell you, it's $50. It's a 50-cent pen I bought at the Costco, and then I just give you, $50 worth of whatever,
Oh, man.
And I'm like, I don't know, man. So anyway, it turns out that he got wind, and I don't understand what this got wind of the situation, because supposedly they were going to raid him, and they gave his neighbor a 24-hour notice, and the neighbor told him, and he had to cut down his whole like whole operation, just like within like 2 hours, like got rid of it, gave it to some buddies of mine, got some of the plants, and the rest of it was just destroyed. And I don't know, there's a lot of stuff don't make sense to me. The whole, why would if they were gonna bust you, why are they gonna like put the word out there first? I don't know, it just seems fishy to me. Like maybe it wasn't true and he like freaked out, and then I don't know, man. I just feel like it just don't add up, the whole story, and I wonder what your opinion of that is.
It doesn't add up. I don't like it.
Yeah, but I do know his operation is over with. His like he's been
How
propagating
much?
and making all these different, like, because they do what I do for him is I make these, like, he comes up with these new things, and I told you before, they always have like a St. Louis theme to it, but they all, when you've said some of the type of stuff that you've talked about, then I've recognized it from typing it in to make these labels and stuff, like
Uh-huh.
all these different names for all the different strains and everything.
Yes.
So like all this work he had been, like the last 4 years probably of, has been ruined,
How
because
much
he
money?
chopped everything off.
Why,
How
I
much
don't.
is
I
it
have no
ruined,
idea.
though?
I don't ask him.
I
Smokesteve could
would.
probably tell you how much money.
Well, what has happened? Is he out of business now?
Well, I haven't talked to him personally. I talked to my another, without getting into it too far, another related contact. We'll just put it that way. And he told me what happened.
That sucks. Well,
But he didn't go through the like, I guess you're supposed to get a, because I guess to make these seeds you have to grow strains of stuff, obviously, right?
yeah. When
So
when you
he
make
had this,
seeds,
and
you
I've
have
seen
to-
pictures. I've seen pictures of this warehouse where it was like, I mean, I would say at least what I could tell from the photo was at least half the size of a football field, and it was
That
rows
sounds
and
like
rows.
a ton of cannabis.
Yeah.
Literally. Like that's a guess of weight.
Right.
Not just like a euphemism, but that's
Right.
So somebody, if it's not legal, wants to account for that, and really they don't care about it. What they want is the taxes, and that's why.
So
it's
do you
a
think
crime.
that that's logical that they would have put this warning out? Look, you need to get rid of this in the next 24 hours because they were out of the building by the time 24 hours was up.
Well, yeah, I mean, I would do that, but
But I mean, what I'm saying is, why would the government put that out there if they wanted to bust you?
that much. No, the government wouldn't. That would be more the owner of
Right.
the building.
Well, it was the owner. It was the owner of the building. The owner of the building, because that's what happened. The owner of the building contacted him and said, "Look, I'm selling the building. It's over with." And he's like, well, because they had a prior agreement that if he wanted to sell the building, that he would let him know and then give him the chance of buying the building off of him. So they went to the bank and tried to get the money, and he's like, no, you don't understand. It's over with. And then that's when he told them that I got information that it's going to get raided in 24 hours. You need to get everything out of there.
That's
So he
exactly
went
right.
and chopped everything down.
Yeah, it sucks. Because it's literally a giant nothing burger that's not going to hurt anybody, but
Yeah.
you got to obey the laws of the place that you're in, you know? That's how it goes.
So I guess I'll find out next time I talk to him. Well, probably be a while. Probably be a while before I talk to him. But I've known him for years. You know, he'll get up back on his feet. You know, that's just. I mean, this ain't the first time. He had some place before it was here in St. Louis. It was out in Colorado, and there was like
Colorado's legal, though.
Yeah, well, he probably didn't have the right laws out. You know, to go through the
Licensing,
right licenses
right.
there either. But
It's
there
the
was
same
like
deal.
he told me some shady shit about like, you know, protecting the place that came a little hairy one time.
Right.
You know.
Well, here in Massachusetts, they charge like it's in the $15,000 to $20,000 range for a retail license, and I mean, you think about how quickly you can recoup that with all the setup cost, and then investing in with all the laws and rules involving security, locked doors, and proper shelving, proper storage. You got to put another, I don't even know, 200,000 into setting a storefront up. And then, you know, it's almost like they only want the people with the money to succeed here in the state. But then they decided to come up with a plan that's going to service minority owners of dispensaries, recreational or medical, because they're going to be like have less maybe capital to start with, is what they're saying. But that leads you down the road of what about all the, you know, white folks who don't have the capital to start, but are going to be excluded from this low capital funding because they're not a minority, unfortunately. So there's still issues there.
Man, I got to tell you, we had the medical passed for a while here. I don't know if it was like that where you live too. And those places were, you know, there would be a couple cars in the parking lot at all times, but not that crazy. And now that it's legal, and I think they said that 90% of the local medical places had filed the proper paperwork to become distributors to the common folk. You know, once it got legal, those parking lots, you would not believe how there's a line, because the one's got a drive-through by my house, and I pass it almost daily, and the line for people waiting in the drive-through is incredible, and the parking lot is always completely full.
Right.
It's unbelievable the difference in what those people are making profit-wise from the time it was legal to before when it was medical.
Yeah, and think about it, like the cheapest thing is like $20 to $30 for a pre-roll.
Yeah.
So like even the cheapest guy has to drop 20 plus heavy state tax. So
yeah, right.
Everyone's spending from 20 to 100, and there's like probably 600 or 700 transactions a day.
A day. Yeah,
they're printing,
and it's
money,
all.
It's crazy.
I know it is. It was all when I went in there, because I told you I went in there and it was too long of a wait. I was like, I don't want to deal. I don't need to deal with this. You know.
Right.
I just wanted to check it out. You know. So I went in there and it was all kids working there. It was all kids like under, I would say, easily under 30. Every single person I saw working in there. But I mean, there's got to be. You know, you would think that would be the. There was no like security or anything like that, you know. I mean, getting in there, you had to. It was different. It was almost like a medical office or something. But I'm surprised these places aren't getting held up, because they have to have tons of money in there. Tons of money. More than a gas station that gets held up does.
You know who held them up in California?
Who?
The police did.
What do you mean?
They had there was a company that because it's a cash business, because the federal laws don't allow you to. There's some because it's not legal federally. There's something about way you have to move cash around. You have to move giant sums of cash around, and so they have an armored car come and take the cash. And at least a couple times, the cops, knew what this van was doing, and they pulled the van over, or the Brinks truck, and told them that they would now take this cash, which was like $200,000, and they took it 2 or 3 times, legally, supposedly. And eventually, someone said, "Well, if we have this business here. If you don't want us to have a business in California state, then let us know. We'll leave the state." And then the governor said, "Okay, you guys stop shaking down the marijuana businesses when they go to ship their cash."
Yep. Sounds about right.
Man, that's a cash cow business, man.
Yeah.
I'm sure when it was just medical, they were like, "Man, we're struggling to pay the bills," and just a light switch went off, and one day they were like the fat cats in town, man. It's crazy.
Yeah. Well, you're always going to have a guy because the prices are still too high in the legal market. So,
Yeah.
shop around. Your guy, often, like here in this state, you could grow for yourself or buy. So a lot of people chose one or the other. And that's going to happen with you. You might have to go down that road if you want to someday. But you can certainly just get a little...
I just make stickers for people.
Yeah, just get some grass by any means possible. That's all that matters. Because it's a grass. It's the grass that keeps it going. So, shall we continue this thing? Do you guys have more topics that you want to cover?
I know I gotta pee like a mother.
Well, you can pee. We can continue.
Yeah. Don't you have a bathroom nearby?
The sliding door out to the backyard.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, if you're asking for permission, I think you.
Maybe, maybe hoist up old Chipperoo and see if he needs to have a squirt too while you're
Chip's
out
right
there.
here by my feet, just like oh, poor Chip.
Did he roll his way over? Like he just tuck and roll now? That's all he gets around. Poor guy. I don't like you talking about my Chip. Hey there, fellas. What are you talking? Were you going over some boiler fixes here in the chat? Are you?
Yeah, that's Mr. Kilsey trying to.
Is it a
troubleshoot?
Hey, Biscuit, do you have a pump? Is there a floor pump? Do you have a condensate pump?
All I know is it's a combi boiler.
So your
It's
hot
definitely
water work. Your
There's
hot
a
water
drain
works until
somewhere.
your heat starts up.
Yes.
So when your heater goes to turn on for your heat for the house, you lose your hot water to even your faucets.
Yeah. The whole thing shuts down when I try and turn the heating on.
If it's a combi, maybe it needs to be descaled.
No, but he's getting an error that's like an ignition code.
Could be ignition. It could be the board,
CAD
motherboard.
cell, all that stuff. So, but you're getting hot water until your heater kicks on for your house.
Yeah.
That's weird.
So if I reset the whole boiler, I can get hot water out of the boiler.
Okay.
But as soon as I turn the thermostat up to turn the radiators on, it gives the E133 code.
I think what people don't understand is you already have a solution.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's just going to call them.
Wait for the council people to come in.
Well,
Fix it.
Well, they're going to come and they're going to call the
it'd be nice
manufacturer
if
and
someone's
get.
got a nice, easy like solution.
I'm trying to troubleshoot in my head. That's why.
Yeah, I know. You guys can't help it. Your brains are working and you're troubleshooting.
The guy's going to come and call the manufacturer and get the part.
New board.
Order the part, put it in.
The
charge
beauty
him,
of it
council.
being a council house is that if there's something wrong with the boiler, it gets fixed for free.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, is that how that works?
Yeah.
I needed one of those.
Good thing is, it sounds like a 1 day, maybe an overnight part. It's not like the whole firebox has got a giant
depends
hole
on
in
what
it.
the hell it is.
These boilers are in every single council house.
I was just
So
going to
they've-
say, they probably
They've
have.
literally got every part on the van ready to
Right.
just.
Yeah, okay.
Is it a Navian? Do you guys have the Navians? The
It's what was it called again? A
wall-mounted water-on-demand
Baxi.
things?
It's a Baxi Duotech.
Block
I don't know if you
keys.
have those.
A blocked PVC. I don't know. Next week you gotta come back and let us know what happened, so that way.
I will. I'll
Because my
ask
brain's
the-
gonna
I'll
start
ask the
thinking what's wrong with
engineer.
it.
I'll ask the engineer what was wrong with it.
Could be gas interruption or blocked condensate line. Blocked
Yeah,
condensate
interruption.
line's a big one.
Yep.
We have these. I don't want to get into the technical stuff here, but
Well, how does it get blocked? Like,
well, we have in the ones. Some of the ones I manage, they have we call it the rocks. It's like a tube of rocks that the condensate's supposed to flow through
okay.
before it goes down the drain, which is supposed to neutralize the acid. But of course, that's the last fucking thing anyone pays attention to when you do maintenance on these things. So the rocks start to get jammed up with calcification.
That's
and
what I was
all
wondering.
kinds-
Is it calcium and whatnot?
Calcium
yeah,
buildup
because
and
when
all.
you dump out the rocks, it comes out in one big chunk, and it's supposed to be all
Yep.
these little pebbles.
It were only 6 months ago that it got serviced, so
Yeah, but you never
Oh,
know what they do
but
in the
they-
service.
they only serviced for gas safety.
They changed the
don't
filter.
they? Yeah, probably.
That's probably what it is. They change the filter, look for any codes, and then depending on what you have, grease fittings if they have a motor that has it, but they're usually it's not usually like that for a house.
It's just like a half meter by maybe.
It's not. You didn't drop below 0 degrees, so
No,
no outside lately.
no. The lowest it got was about 3 or 4 degrees.
Yeah, so nothing's frozen. If anything, there's a blockage.
Yeah.
So CNN 215er, do you think the cheaper fiberglass filters are better because they allow your air intake to work less, or do you prefer these badass high MERV filters that suck all the fucking allergens out of the air but make your system work harder? What do you
Go by
work-
manufacturer recommendations.
No kidding.
If I'm
huh?
going to tell you, if it's like a legal thing, a filter just catches things. The extra shit doesn't really. I'm not going to say that, but a regular filter will work. If you just replace it every 6 months, you'll be fine.
That's
The higher
what I
MERV
say.
doesn't work better, unless
Yeah,
you're
people
into
who-
like medical and all that.
But what I
But when
tell
you're
people
talking about
who are
medical,
concerned,
it's changed every month, not every 6 months.
but my point to people who want to filter the air for like medical purposes, I try to tell them like, don't overwork your heating system. Get
No.
a separate fucking HEPA filter for the air in your house. Don't use the one that's filtering the air.
You
for
guys
your,
are talking
your-
about like air conditioning units that blow warm air, aren't you?
both types, warm,
Yeah.
cold.
Yeah, well, depends on what kind of unit you
we
have.
generally just use like metal radiators, and that's.
Well, you guys don't use air conditioning at all over there.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you still
Those filters aren't cheap.
No,
Well,
they're
they
not
are.
cheap.
They're $1 a piece, dude. When you buy
Yeah,
them.
like to
MERVs?
make them, they are.
No,
The
to
high
buy
MERV?
them, they are.
Where
mean-
buy them where?
Fiberglass, you mean?
Yeah,
No.
the shitty
Mine are like-
fiberglass ones.
Yeah.
Mine are like $30, dude.
You're getting
You're not getting
you're getting
fiberglass.
you're getting 3M merged.
Pleat.
No, I get the. Are you kidding me, man? You think I go there and I look at the prices and I get the most expensive one? Bullshit! I get the cheapest. It's still that much. I'll go grab it. I think I got an extra one.
Whoa, look at you. It's going to be one of the 4 or 5 inch wide big boys. It's like a rigid filter made to last a year.
Yeah, that's bullshit.
24 by 20. Yeah, that's the kind
you're
I
right.
have.
Wow,
That's a big boy.
that is a massive filter.
20 by
Yeah.
25 by 4. What's that do?
What? I don't know what it
A
does. Actually, it's getting.
4-inch filter. That's like
Look,
4
this
miles.
one's unused. It's
That's not
unused. It's already
fiberglass.
getting. It's already getting dirty.
We
not
have a
fiberglass.
new guest who's arrived. His name is Happy April Fools.
Oh,
Boy, that-
Oh, you need to let them in.
Nothing could
For
go wrong
sure.
there.
See, Aphid, that's why I'm not going to
For
let him be
sure
the
let him
co-host.
in.
See, that's why right there.
wait. It's not Twitch. We're not on Twitch anymore, right?
Yeah, but YouTube will kick my ass off forever if I let this guy on.
Not if
And
it's
then
on
we'll
for a
open
second.
another one.
Not if it's you're supposed to be the co-host.
I would
You're
let
the
him on if
admin.
you wouldn't let him on, but I'm just saying.
No,
I'm egging
I
you
won't.
on.
He left already because he heard us.
Oh.
Come on,
He was
Dad.
probably the best guest you've ever had in your life.
It was
Yeah.
probably
It was
Bob
probably Hayden.
Dylan.
It was Hayden. He was celebrating the 3-year anniversary of this show.
Well, I mean, Hayden's probably just getting up for breakfast over there. It's like 5, almost 5 a.m.
Yeah. 4:57.
What are you having, a cup of tea or coffee, Biscuit?
I was having a coffee. It's gone.
Coffee.
A coffee.
You stayed up
Nah.
or went to bed early last night?
No, I went to bed early.
Good man. And you woke up specifically for us?
No, I woke up and noticed you was on. And
What else are you doing? You look like, what are you doing? Working some ladies over there?
what? No.
What?
You seem focused on something.
He's cold. He's trying
I'm
to stay
focused
warm.
on the screen over here.
That's where his
Well,
screen is.
Right. So
Camera's
yeah,
there,
when you look
screen
like
there.
right. We see you as the screen to your upper right.
Yeah, I've got 2 screens. One
There you
there
go.
with the camera on it, and one here with you on it.
I see. What are you drinking, CNN?
Whiskey
Peanut
Straight
whiskey.
or rocks?
Peanut
That
butter.
one's-
with ice, with rocks. Well, it was rocks.
Peanut butter?
Peanut butter whiskey.
That's
What, do you
crazy.
have shares in
Would
that
never
stuff? I mean,
guessed.
Jesus Christ.
No, I like what I like. What, like, you don't. I can't go from. Well, I would never drink Bud Light, but I wouldn't mix everything up.
I do mix. I have this Venezuelan rum. I got Barbados rum. I got Caribbean rum. I've got.
I just don't. I like what I like.
I'm in a rum phase now. Like, I don't know what it is.
Keep going.
Oh.
Keep going on the islands. Go with the Cuban rum.
What are you, commie? Come on,
Oh,
man.
Jesus.
It's rum. Rum doesn't know politics.
Can I even buy that? Do they sell it?
Well,
I'm
actually,
sure you can.
I think Bacardi sells what they call, I believe
Cuban,
they call
yeah.
Cuban rum because I think they were actually kicked out of Cuba.
Un
their
bastardos.
their distillery was expropriated by
No
Castro.
kidding. Fidelo? Fidelerino?
But
I think Smokesteve's losing plot.
Plot?
Biscuit, did you see last week's show when he was passed out for like 10 minutes?
5 minutes.
10 minutes.
I thought it was 5.
I was here at the beginning half of it, wasn't I? And then I went
Hold on, let me get some more rum. Maybe we can recreate it. So we don't have to-
Thank
What
God your
about the
wife
week
was
you-
still up.
What about the 2 weeks before that? What happened at the end of that show?
What, did I let somebody on who did something bad?
Yeah,
Oh,
there was
that
there
the
was some
toilet one,
trouble.
wasn't it?
I
It
wish
was
I
not-
was here.
It was not all peace, love, and understanding.
You were summoned.
Wait,
Topple.
Hairway Steven was back?
No,
Oh, what happened to him?
he's still alive. He's
What are you friends with
I
him
don't
on Twitter?
no, I don't. I see that we follow some of the same people, but I
Oh,
never
wow,
see.
you're a conspiracist.
I've never seen him. I've never seen a post by him.
Would you take blood from a vaccine person?
No, hell no.
Would I? Oh, yeah.
You don't have a choice in this country.
I know, it's fucked up.
Pure blood or not, you get whatever blood they happen
Yeah,
to give you.
pure.
Pure
My
blood.
blood is pure.
Pure
We're
blood,
all
yeah,
we're all tainted bloods here. It's a taint blood stream.
Mm-hmm.
As in, you guys all like to taint. That's your favorite body part.
Yep.
Licking it? Yes.
Oh my god.
Oh Jesus.
Mortified.
Oh my
What's
god.
wrong with you guys?
Exactly.
The
What's
smell
wrong with
alone.
licking?
How do you go from one to the other hole?
Just
I stick with the one.
Come on.
Well, you don't know what you're missing out.
Yeah, you gotta sell. You don't know. Especially after a night of Taco Bell. Come on.
you know, I haven't
Speaking
had
of-
Taco Bell in 27 years.
What
I
is
would
wrong
say.
with you? What is wrong with you?
I had Chick-fil-A today.
You don't.
Got the grilled,
Oh, that's very healthy
Sandwich?
of you, Steve.
no cheese.
Very healthy of you.
And I didn't get the those shitty tato thingies, but then my daughter
Tato?
didn't eat hers, so I was
Waffle
like,
fries?
Waffle fries.
Scarf
Waffle
Those are-
fries?
those-
Yeah, whatever they
Dip-
are.
They're good.
Dip those in Chick-fil-A sauce, dude.
They're
Mm.
horrendous. They suck.
What's
You
Chick-fil-A
don't-
sauce?
Oh, it's like well, I make it all the
ketchup?
time because my son loves it. No,
it's funny tasting.
mayonnaise.
barbecue sauce.
a little bit of barbecue sauce and a
Yeah.
little bit of mustard, basically,
Yeah.
and honey.
It's real funny tasting.
That's good.
So
Did
you
you
haven't
know
had Taco
they have
Bell?
pure? Did you know they have pure honey there, as a topping?
I
Pure
do.
honey?
You did know. Okay.
Well, I make it's not fair for me because I make my local Chick-fil-A. We make their stuff, and for the drive-through, we have to make these big signs that have a list of every sauce that they make, so I know every
Yeah,
sauce. They
no.
make.
Fucking cheater.
And I get my deal with them is I deliver their stuff after I make it, and they give me free lunch. So that's my deal with them.
Otherwise, they don't pay you anything.
What does that
No,
mean?
they pay me.
Like,
They pay me.
Is there a
They pay me,
contract?
but
I was about to
I
say.
feel like for my lunch today, I want 9 sandwiches.
well, I told now we do with another Chick-fil-A, and I told him, he's a lot closer, and I was like, I don't know if this is gonna be good for you or not, but this is the deal I got with the other one, and he comes and picks it up and still brings me lunch, so he's even better. I don't have to
Wow.
go to get it.
So do you get like the corporate fonts and all that stuff to
I
make
get the
them?
corporate files for like when they do like a special
trademark.
frosty, like
Okay.
an orange cream cooler type frosty drink or something, or like a soup. They do the tortilla soup seasonally. I get the
Ugh.
file for that.
Worst thing they have.
I've never had it, so I wouldn't
Me
know.
neither.
I always get the
That sounds
most
like the worst
expensive.
Yeah, really.
Their Cobb salad is
Could be the
awesome.
best.
Chick-fil-A, they only have one thing: chicken sandwich, bro.
No,
they
their
have
salad's
other
good, man.
things.
The little wrap thing they make and get it with the avocado ranch dressing. Oh, that is so
Oh.
good.
It's
I'm not
too bad
avocado
I don't
fan,
have
but
meals
that's
there.
Sounds tiny.
No, they cut it in half. It's nice, man. They get
So
good
that's good
stuff.
though.
I like all.
Why don't you go to Taco Bell?
Me?
Yeah.
Because it sucks, bro.
You said 20 years. You don't think it's changed?
I don't know. Like back
Like,
then,
No, it
was
hasn't
attached
changed.
to Dairy Mart.
Well, I will say
remember
this.
when it was like Dairy Mart and Taco Bell was in the back? I
know
don't know
Dairy
if
Mart.
You,
I don't
you
know.
could get
We
You
would
could get
buy.
black
We would
beans
get
in
like
their-
a shitload
in
of
their
tacos,
burritos
and
now.
then on the way out, you would grab a bunch of
You-
actual ephedrine. They called it no-dos, and it was pills.
Yeah, ephedrine, yeah.
And this was back. They
remember it.
invented pseudoephedrine because it was harder to make into speed than ephedrine or ephedrine.
They put it in
And you could just buy this ephedrine at the counter at Taco Bell. There was hundreds
right.
of tablets.
At Taco
Crazy.
Bell?
Yeah, it was
remember
Taco
that.
Bell
Taco
slash
Bell?
Dairy Mart. It was a
Dude,
combination.
I don't know what you're talking about. I've
I-
never been able to get
You know, they-
from Taco Bell.
They do have, like at the gas station, they'll have, a combination mart
Really?
and
Yeah,
different-
Taco Bell and Dairy
I never
Mart.
saw that.
Yeah.
It was
I
a
see
half a
KFC.
mile away from a university with 30,000 plus kids called UMass Amherst. And there was a reason they had hundreds of ephedrine tablets on the fucking counter for sale, because every kid, every frat, everybody came to Dairy Mart, got tacos and over-the-counter speed, and went back to school
Toilet
with a full
paper?
belly. Yeah, they
I
should
did-
have.
I never
did
had
the I had over the counter speed. I did a little bit of that for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was back
Ephedrine.
in the day.
mini thins. There was one called Magnum something. I don't know what it was, but
Why would you
when
make shit like that sound cool?
I played pool, I
Sounds like
used
a
to
condom.
it'd keep me up for
I
a
was
couple
thinking
days.
more like the gun.
Oh, yeah.
Either
Yeah, it
way, they're both supposed to sound cool. One is named after the other. I think the gun came first, and then someone said, well, let's make a bigger condom and name it after the 44 Magnum, obviously. Guys are like, yeah, I need that one.
It's like
Did you never hear of modafinil?
What is that, the little condom?
No, modafinil. It was a miracle drug to keep you could stay awake for seemingly forever without suffering from amphetamine side effects.
oh.
You start
Doesn't sound fun.
hallucinating after about I'd say 40 hours. You start hallucinating.
There is a point at which you do. They discover
I
it.
know
But
that. I know that 40 hours ain't it, bud.
Well,
maybe 30. I don't know.
Depends on
Probably
who
30.
you are.
I've been awake for 5 days without hallucinating.
What?
I
On
don't
what?
know. That,
On
not
what?
me. I couldn't.
Meth?
On I've done amphetamines and also it's called methadone, which is
hey,
like,
take it easy, Mr. Kilsey.
This was like 15 years ago.
yep.
My longest
I
is
stayed
3
awake,
days.
Chemically staying
Yeah, that was
awake
about.
was 5 days.
I don't even think I made it 3 days.
I was 3 days on coke.
Oh, jeez.
I was once.
Cocaine?
No.
I was rough the day after I had a good
Yes.
sleep though.
Well, I was talking to Topple,
Topple.
but
Okay.
go
Oh,
ahead,
yeah,
Doc.
yeah.
You were what? What'd you have? What'd you have? Too much? Go
I was on a
I'm not
binge.
gonna say
I was
anything.
on a binge. I was a partier.
He did coke. He said.
No, that's
I never
fine.
did that.
I might
Last
say that.
dance?
That's not. I'm clean.
I just had bad
I'm clean.
bad jet lag when I was
I've been
visiting
clean for 10 years.
a place in the
God.
Middle East, and
You had bad
didn't-
jet lag?
I wasn't able to sleep for 5 days, and by the end, I was staggering around. I could not. My balance was off, and I was in bad shape.
Did you pull the assassination off before you got
Of
to
course, I was
Okay.
a professional.
Well, I can't believe you didn't grab a gram of hashish from the local hashish inn and have a little,
You-
party in the powwow and the,
You try not to engage in the local economy as little as possible.
What, you didn't
Gotta be
peruse
secret.
the AK-47s and the black market? Have a look.
No, you don't. You don't go in the black market. You get them given to you, prearranged.
I see. But
You don't
some
go
of
in there.
those black
Fuck yeah,
markets,
fuck America, fuck yeah, give me your best guns.
some of those black markets did look pretty awesome that I've seen on video. Like
What?
Well, if you got the money, you can get anything you want. But
AKs are affordable everywhere over there.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
very. AKs are cheap.
Did you ever shoot one? I've shot one. A Romanian
AK?
Yeah.
Never shot an AK. Never shot an AK before.
I shot a Romanian single shot AK, and my buddy gave it to me, and he was like, "Come on, you take the first shot. It's a 30-round clip. You pull it back, and it clicks in." And I'm like, "This thing?" And he's like, "Take it easy, bro. It's fucking serious. It looks like a toy." And this thing brought the thunder. The trees were shaking like pine needles are coming down when you're firing this thing. Even though it kind of looks like a stamped metal piece of crap. No, we didn't do that.
Oh, you said pine needles.
No, just from the vibration of the sound, dude.
Oh,
We set
oh.
up these gallons
Percussion.
of water and shit, and I was like, boom, 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 shooting the gallons.
Oh.
Pine needles are coming down just from the vibration of the sound. It was Vermont. It's a pine forest, but it was cool, man.
The assault
It's a
rifle
thunder
scare
stick.
me. The
It's a
assault
thunder
rifle
stick.
scare me.
I can see why that guy, Brandon Herrera, they call him the AK guy.
Yeah.
I can see why he likes them. This thing you could put 400 rounds through it on the range. Not one jammed, not one skipped. Nothing, dude. Everything was perfect. Pop a clip out, slam a clip in, fires perfect. The kid cleaned it every time after shooting, but it was an amazing rifle. That was probably the best gun I've ever shot. That was only single action, of course. No.
Oh yeah, no fun switch on that one.
You didn't need it. I'm telling you. After a couple shots, you're like, Jesus Christ, dude, this thing is like serious. And I never shot an AR-15, so I don't know. People say they are much softer, but I never shot one of those, just an AK. And an M1, which was also... That's it.
Sorry about that.
308. Jesus Christ.
Only real firearm I ever shot was a 2.2 rifle at
Deuce? That's what we call them over here.
it was a 2.2 training rifle at the Air Cadets when I went to like a Air Cadet, like military type school.
The hell is...
I think
Topple
somebody's
doing?
robbing Topple's house, I think. He's got a hoodie and a flashlight.
What the hell is
He's
that?
all contorted trying to see them back
That
there. It
look-
was
that
like
look,
the weirdest view.
That looked crazy.
Yeah, remember in the old songs, like they'd be like, rolling with my deuce. Like, what the hell?
dude.
Deuce.
It was. I got it from. Oh man, what's that gangster movie from like the late '80s, early
Juice?
'90s? No, it had
Boys in the Hood?
Boys in the Hood. That's the one. When they were kids, right at the beginning.
Yeah.
He's like, man, I got my deuce.
Yeah. I liked how they took the juxtaposition to Stand By Me. Like, you want to see a dead body?
Yeah, right. That's what it was. At the very
It
beginning.
was cool. And then the older homies took the football, and the kid was like, yo, give him his football back. And
Yeah,
they
it
got all-
was.
It's like they were all of a sudden about to get into a shooting over this moral dilemma of the football, stealing it from the young homeboy. And then, I don't know, the movie had like a lot of questions. It was cool. It was well done.
What's
Thoughts
up
that
with
stick in... What? Hello?
what's up with the flashlight? I mean, seriously, can't they turn a light on? I see one.
I
right
like it. Who was that?
at the top.
Is that...
At the top of his, you can see a ceiling light.
Right.
Why don't they just turn the light on?
Because that'll
Well,
ruin the aesthetic.
It's all right. Let's let it roll. Be organic. I'm just over here rambling on about fucking stand
Oh, I got-
me. Or...
Yeah, I got to tell you guys about a situation since it's calmed
Yeah,
down.
please do. I wasn't
there's-
talking or anything. So.
No, I know. I'm just gonna cut you off. So
Well, before
my
you
boy
carry
got.
on, I'm going to go back to bed for an hour.
All right.
Oh, there we
see
go.
ya.
There's the
See
light.
you later, guys.
All right,
See
take
you,
it
buddy.
easy, Biscuit.
See you later. Bye.
Later, man.
So my I'm so amused by Topple's scam. But anyway, so my boy got in-school suspension. He's never got in trouble at school.
What does in-school suspension mean?
It's like basically like a suspension, but you got to go to like the special room and
Oh.
Out
go
of
to
the
school.
class. Yeah, right.
That's pretty bad.
Yeah. So what he did was, and then we got this from, because if I heard this from my son, I would be like, you're not telling me the whole story because it doesn't sound true. But what he did was, I guess this kid that he's had issues with in the past, unbeknownst to any teachers or anything, but he's told us about it. And he thought this kid had like told on somebody and got him in trouble, right? So he followed him around, calling him a rat and telling him he was small cheese.
Your
And
son?
he was on. Yeah, my son did that to this other kid, and they had him on
I
camera.
saw eyebrows go up on Last Dance. Point of order. Eyebrows went up.
Okay.
They caught him on camera, so it was like undeniable, because the kid wasn't told. I guess he was like, "Hey, teacher, he's calling me a rat," and it was no doubt about it. They brought him into the principal's office, and my son, the principal called my wife, and it was at work, so I was there too, but I didn't know I didn't know what was going on. I was working on a job, and but yeah, like I guess he called some kid a rat, and because of that, they gave him 2 days in school suspension.
Ouch.
So he's grounded the whole weekend. Right now he's probably sleeping. He made a tent in his room out of blankets because he's not allowed to play video games or anything.
Well, does he know you're on here? He's not watching you talk about it, right?
No, but he is right. He's right above me.
Jesus Christ. All right.
But yeah, he got in trouble for calling some kid a rat.
Last Dance opinion?
It seemed a little harsh. It seemed a little harsh to me, but
I don't think
The-
at school you want a culture of punishing snitches and that kind of nonsense. So, but I don't know what really happened.
yeah,
Was it-
I don't really know what happened either. To be honest,
I don't
with
want to
you.
jump to judgment, but
No, please do.
do you have any thoughts of telling them, like, just be your own person, little man, like, whatever you want to, little buddy, your son, like, be like, hey, you know what? Like, you might have personal opinions about people, but just live your own life, man.
Well, it was all,
Advance yourself, make yourself better, but no reason to get involved with other people like that. I don't know.
right. It was all about, well, he had done this to me in the past, and he had done this to me in the past, and I'm like, well, obviously you haven't learned your lesson, so there's no, you're not going to get to do what you want to do this weekend because
This is
You
like
know.
middle school, right?
yeah, exactly,
Yeah.
exactly,
It's
I mean,
enough,
everything changes hopefully in high school, so
right.
but it's
the
advanced.
culture changes.
It's advanced enough now for you to plant the seed of explanation of what's appropriate and what isn't, because you don't want people to figure that out in high school, in my opinion. It's kind of like
I hope that's
You
a
know,
dog.
people want to have a certain level of confidence in. What the fuck is that?
I hope it's a dog.
I saw a nose.
There we go.
Oh, what is
There we
this?
go. Oh yeah.
Look at this guy.
Oh,
The only
nice
thing I
healthy
like is
dog.
those-
He looks healthy.
She is healthy.
No problems with their joints, knees, ACLs. Everything's good.
She's only 5.
That's what I'm thinking. I'm like,
Look
man,
at that,
I
Ethan.
remember.
Look at what it must be like
I know,
down there.
I remember the days when I had a healthy dog.
Who's their surgeon?
Jump up in your Who's your dog's surgeon? That's
Oh
funny.
man.
He doesn't see a surgeon. She's only 5 years old. And she's a mutt, so.
Meanwhile, poor Skip, what's his name again?
Chip.
Skip's older.
Chip's in the corner looking
Skip,
up,
Skip.
probably asking, "Please take me outside, but I can't walk." And Nathan's
I know.
like, "Look at him over there. He can't walk."
Does he drag himself or try to go on three legs or anything?
3 legs.
Can he roll? Can he roll himself out the door? Tuck and roll, Chip. Tuck.
He can like the back door. He can. There's no real step, so he can go down the hill and pretty normal.
guy.
But the front, he's got a step to jump up to the patio, and then a step to jump into the house. So he stands there and looks at me like, you gotta fucking, like last
Yeah,
night
okay.
he got me up at 1:30 in the morning, and I have a problem going back to bed, and so 1:30 in the morning I'm like, just like, are you fucking serious? You know, because as soon as his feet hit the ground, because there was a point when he was real big into the steroids. Now he's just kind of into the steroids. He would pee every night, like in the middle of the night. He'd get up at 1:30 in the morning, and if you didn't catch him, he'd start pissing, and it'd be like a 30-second long piss.
Jesus.
You can pick him up, but it just extends the amount of area you gotta clean up after.
Right.
So
Once the valve opens, it's open.
opened.
God almighty.
So now it's he jumps off the bed, and I hear him, and I'm like, shit, I gotta get him outside. So I take him outside, let him out, and he does this thing, you know, and I gotta go out there in my underwear because it's 1:30 in the morning and I got nothing but underwear on, so I gotta go out in my front yard and hope
Wow.
nobody see me.
God, the sight.
Hey, how you doing?
Nightmares.
So I'm like, come on. I look at him and I'm like, come on, can't you just jump up one step, you little bastard, you know? And he can't, you know, so he stares at me for like 30 seconds and I'm like, oh shit. So I gotta go out there. Either that or go in my room and get dressed. So it's that decision you gotta
almighty.
make, you know. What is it? Do you take the chance of going out in the front yard at 2:00 in the morning where nobody can see you, or do you go back in your room and get dressed and come back?
I would say grab some scrap lumber and build him a small thing that you stick his ass in over the summer at night, like a little pin. It's a halfway in, halfway out.
He's not gonna be happy with that. He's been sleeping with us for years, you know, his
Oh.
whole life.
Bobby
You know?
Dylan said it best when he said, "The times they are changing." You know, the boy needs to know. He's done. That's it.
Well, he spent some time in the basement here.
No
You know, and now
ACL, no sleepy with mommy
Once-
and daddy. That's
well,
how it
when he-
goes.
When he popped the ACL, I was like, man, you know, I really feel bad for this guy. You know, he's on steroids. He's pissing in the middle of the night every night, you know. Like his one hope is that he can go up with me when I go to bed and climb into bed with me, you know. And so lately I've been giving him that thing, and now he wakes me up at 1:30 and I can't go back to sleep. I have this problem, you know. I'm
How
kinda
long does it
insomniac.
take Chipperdoodle to go back to sleep?
No time, dude. And he starts,
4 seconds.
because my wife, she's a big time snorer, and last night she was like not snoring at all, and I was like, I'm gonna be able to go back to sleep.
Well,
And
if
it
I
was
was
like-
you,
15 seconds. Hold on, it was 15 seconds, and that motherfucker was asleep and snoring louder than my wife snores. And I'm like, you motherfucker, you know.
You
I
should
just
have-
got up, let your ass outside, and you're gonna keep me up with your snoring? good lord.
He should be out of the room, and you should have.
Yeah, then he's gonna cry, and then I'm gonna hear him crying.
Well, shut
If
his
I
ass
bring
up.
him all the way downstairs, shut the door, I'm still gonna hear him. He's gonna be
Well,
like, "What are you
all right.
doing?
How
What
about
are you
piss
doing,
pad?
bitch?"
Well, you use piss
Fine.
pads.
Piss pads? I mean, is that gonna
When they
work?
get to a certain age, yeah, you can use piss pads.
He's like 8. He's not
Yeah,
like
but he's
super old.
8, but he's a 12-year-old right now because all the medicine and problem.
Right now he is. Right now.
Well, there's a fail-safe way for you to definitely go to sleep after about 45 minutes.
What is that? Because I would love to know.
Masturbation.
It will be 2 shots of whiskey and a large joint, and then a little bit of water, and then lay down and go to sleep.
Well, if I turn the TV on, you're right, because I can pop in like some movie I've seen a million times, and put it on low. But I just don't want to disrespect my wife because she's sound asleep. You know, like
Well,
if I
she's
wake up in the
snoring.
middle of the night.
She's waking your ass
That's
up.
true.
Well-
That's true.
You know what? Set up a second bedroom, bro.
I mean, then like, you know, it's like when I got high blood pressure and I went into the doctor's office and I look around and I see all these fucking old ass people, and I'm like, that's me. You
Well,
know,
younger than me,
And
though.
I know. I'm sorry, Last Dance.
That's okay.
'Cause I know this hits you harder than it does me. But I'm staring around and I'm like, I'm one of these motherfuckers, you know? Like I came in here 20 years ago, you know, or even Topple's age, and I looked around and I was like, that ain't me. But now it's me. I'm no different, you know? I'm taking a pill every morning to keep me regular, you know? It sucks.
Are you?
And it's only going to get worse from here on out. There's
What
no
pill?
like silver. There's no silver lining.
What's
know?
the magic
stop.
pill that does that?
Well, for now, it's high blood pressure. But if I go back and like I was supposed to see my doctor, like I was like finally, you know, because I haven't had a doctor since a pediatrician, and I was like, you know, I'm gonna get everything squared away, you know. And I was like, I saw her, and she was like cool. I liked her, and she gave me the pills, you know, and told me how many to take and everything. I'm like, I'm gonna take care of myself. I'm gonna get a colonoscopy finally because I was supposed to get one when I was 35 because, like, my family's got so many
Oh,
colonoscopy problems that you don't even want to hear. And I'm like, I'm gonna get this shit dialed in and stay on top of things. And I was supposed to
Literally.
see her like 2 weeks ago, and I got enough pills, so I still haven't. I was supposed to go the next day and get my blood work done, and I'm like, I'm gonna give them this blood, and they're gonna tell me I got high cholesterol and give me another pill for that. And I don't know how many pills you get. Last Dance, I can only imagine. He's got a little thing that says, you know, Monday and Tuesday and Wednesday, and how many pills
Yeah.
he's supposed to take each day. You know.
Yeah, but I
Do you
think
have one of those things, Last Dance?
I don't because I can manage without it. But
Okay.
I've thought about it.
Oh shit.
What's going on? What? He dropped his headphones. What'd they do? Fall apart?
No, can you still hear me? Am
Yeah.
I echoing now?
No, it's fine.
What happened?
What happened? Did they disintegrate?
Well,
They just-
they've been telling me for like a half an hour that
They're out of power.
they were gonna go out.
Oh, you can't run them? Oh, they were wireless. Wow.
Yeah.
Well, because then I can wear whatever I want to wear, and you know,
Fashion victim.
I'll switch you over to my old school headphones, but for now, I want to hear what Last Dance said about his pill taking.
Yeah,
Pill Popper MD, what do you do, Last Dance? How many pills do you take?
Plenty. Well, I'm not going to say how many.
do you have a Monday, a Tuesday, a Wednesday feeder?
He doesn't.
No.
We just, talked about
We
that.
just went through.
Oh,
that.
you. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. I don't have that.
Yeah, I'll be getting on a regiment, I'm sure.
You mainly need those if you do multiple times a day, and I only take a mine at night, or you have different days that you take different pills.
What do
Otherwise,
you
you
take? A
just.
statin? Are you on a statin?
I'm on a statin.
What's a statin? I don't even know. I hear other pill puppers talking about statins.
It's
So
for cholesterol and triglyceride. After I had my heart attack, the doctor said, "Okay, these are the pills you take," and I said, "Why do I have? Do I need I don't have high blood pressure. Well, look, here we have this chart that says, P, you live longer if you take this metoprolol. Okay, whatever. And, then my blood pressure would fall too low. And I said I could, I'm getting dizzy because my blood pressure is like 80/60.
Jesus.
And he says, oh, just drink more water. I said, okay.
Metoprolol? What the hell kind of word is that? What is?
Well, look it up. I think it's Toprol is the brand name.
Last Dance. What do you think's better? 80/60 or 200/130?
80/60 is better, but believe me, you'd like to take a little bit of an average,
I don't even know what you guys are talking about.
Yeah, exactly.
Getting old. You will know. There's going to be a day when you're sitting in some office and you're going to be like, God damn it, that's what they were talking about. You're going to be like, you're going to be like, where's that gun?
And that day, I want you to come to my grave and put a flower on it.
Right.
Oh, you'll be alive in 10 years.
Toprol is a beta blocker.
Yeah, there you go.
Why we
used to treat angina, vagina,
angina.
I am a bitch, so I'm
heart failure, and high blood vagina.
I didn't know you were transitioning there, Last Dance.
This is beginning to sound like misinformation.
Hey, I'm CNN right now, so.
May make you drowsy or dizzy. Drive with caution. Fair warning.
Well, the good news is that over the years, my blood pressure has gradually risen up to the point where it's now normal on this medicine. So I don't know if that's good. It's probably bad news, but
that's funny. It brought you down to like slightly below average. Now you're climbing back up. So
right.
All right.
Now, the other one I take is called Ramipril. I know that sounds like a condom, but it's called Ramipril.
Sounds like an aggressive condom that might need a little extra thickness for all the ramming.
The brand name is Altace.
Oh my God! Who names these things?
I thought that's Big Pharma. They love these names.
Altace.
Altace. It's an ACE inhibitor.
God Almighty!
My father-in-law used to take a handful of pills in the morning, and like every pill counteracted the other pill. It was crazy how much he had to take.
That's what I'm saying.
Like he needed 2 pills, but in the end, he was taking like 16 pills to counteract the other symptoms.
Exactly.
That sounds like heart failure issues where you take these diuretics.
Diabetic heart. Yeah.
They cause you to get water off you. And
is that Diuretics by L. Ron Hubbard?
Almost the same thing.
All right, cool.
It's almost the same thing. Yeah.
Speaking of water and diuretics, have any of you guys had a bidet? Have you guys experienced a bidet at all?
What the fuck is the matter with you?
Why? Do you like to have your ass washed after you take a shite?
It's not bad, but the reason I bring it up is because, okay, Smokesteve, I know you've had a power washing experience before.
What?
Like power
what
washing.
Have I had? What are you talking about?
You've used a power washer before.
You goddamn right I have.
It sounds like some sort of euphemism.
When you blast the dirt, like that dirt gets splattered over in other areas, right?
Right.
Yeah,
so
and I've used a nozzle that's too fine, and I've cut through concrete. And you cut through wood with those things. It's like crazy.
So my problem with these bidets is you're coming from the back. You're coming from reverse, right? Once you put the water into it to turn the valve to make it work, it comes down and then shoots up at your ass, and it shoots a force at your ass. But the things that's hanging in front, if any of you guys are familiar with the male anatomy, there's like this thing that's hanging.
Not me.
There's this thing that's hanging in front, like let's say it's dangling in
Okay.
front of the anus. So this shit that's getting
No,
sprayed off your
I don't think
ass.
that's a human male we're talking
That's
about.
called a hemorrhoid.
I don't know what you're talking about,
Yeah.
buddy.
Hemorrhoid?
Jesus.
I just think what people don't realize is when you're done with a bidet, you have to dab, right? You got to get the water off. But
I've never
right.
used one.
What do you mean, right? I don't know what you're talking about.
There's some. I think that
Yeah, I
there's some splatter that's going around. This
I'm sure.
Yeah, there's definitely splatter.
dangling-
I've thought about that.
this
Fecal matter
dangling
all over.
area. Yes.
Well,
this
you're not going to
dangling
spray
area.
your ass with water and pull your pants up right away and have a giant wet spot on your
Yeah, right.
asshole while you're
Right.
walking around in public like some kind of a fucking maniac.
Oh, now you tell me.
Well, the problem I got is what I'm telling you is the ball sack is getting splattered with ass particles that are getting high pressured washed off of your anus,
Yes,
and they're splattering little microscopic dots of fecal matter all over your ball sack. So unless
and
you
macroscopic potentially.
right, unless you give a full cleanse of your ball sack after you use a bidet, I think
Right.
that they cause
You know-
more harm than good.
Aren't bidets for women only?
No, that's for
Well, I
men.
don't know, but I don't think so.
No, definitely not.
But I'm telling you, I don't know how I feel. I haven't been in the bidet lifestyle for 3 weeks now or so.
Well,
don't
I
know
would
what
say
feel about it.
theoretically, a person of normal things should be showering daily. That's my thing. And not
Yes.
eating so much that they're like needing a bidet to clean because they're shitting so frequently.
Is
like,
a bidet?
you
an
would think a
alternative
daily
to toilet
shower
paper?
would cover things, is what I'm saying.
And
Uh-oh.
baby wipes. You can use baby wipes. Oh,
Baby wipes.
yeah, use baby wipes.
They're not good for the
Why-
Well, you
environment.
why
don't
is
flush them. You don't flush them.
Well,
Of course you do.
sorry,
You can't put them into a trash can. That's disgusting.
Well, that's what you do with a baby. Baby
That's what you do with baby. Don't you have a kid?
Yeah, babies are disgusting. You don't put adult human wipes.
You never
and
had a
put those-
diaper trash can? Or is that my time?
Oh no,
No, I
diapers are
remember
fine.
that.
Diapers are fine. But adult human wipes go down the fucking shitter, bro.
No, you don't
can
do that.
clog it up.
Because you'll get clogs.
Flushables.
No, they're not flush. No, don't
Take a
follow that.
risk. Run
No.
it. Run the gamut. You can do it.
Unless
I'm
you're
not. I have a question. I'm not a member of the bidet lifestyle. Is this an alternative to? How did you move so quickly? Anyway,
Well, I'll tell you how I got into the bidet lifestyle, Last Dance, and that's because Mrs. Lip had a birthday, and it was gifted to her. So I had to install the bidet into
that's
the.
a
Maybe-
weirdly personal gift.
Well, it was one family member on the wife's side of the family got one, and it changed their life. So now, like every holiday event, somebody else gets brought into the bidet lifestyle.
Is this because they've never heard of toilet paper? I mean, I'm not sure what you're sounding.
Well, I will say I've used the bidet I don't like it. I don't prefer it. I still prefer. I prefer
animals.
the toilet paper method. But in certain instances, it is nice to
fresh.
yeah. Well, like sometimes, like for example, you go through a lot of toilet paper to
Last
actually
Dance.
take care of your business.
Let's
and
just
cut
say
down on it.
you haven't lived until you've had your ass shot at with a jet of water,
Well, I mean, I certainly.
firing shit particles
I
in
don't know if I-
various.
Yeah.
I don't know if I go
You're,
that far.
you're not really selling it, Aphid Lip. I'm telling you that.
I'm not trying to
You
sell it.
haven't
I'm
lived.
not trying. I'm not buying it as a gift for a
Did
loved
you
one.
install it correctly?
I did, yeah. It took a while, and it was on when I turned the water back on.
So is it cold
and
water?
It totally shot right into my chest.
Was
is
there
what
fecal
happened.
matter on it in
No,
your
it was
chest?
brand new. It was like it was on, and I
Did you get a
not-
rash?
No. The knob was turned to the on position, and I turned the water back on.
It was used.
I'm leaning over it, turning the knob, and it starts shooting a spray of water.
Tester.
Isn't that the point?
Right? Well, usually you're dirty.
Does it come with an air dryer?
Mm-mm.
A dairy
But
air dryer?
are you
I
not
mean,
supposed
what's
to
the
use,
mess factor? Where does it splatter?
Do you not use
Yeah,
toilet
that's
paper
what
at
I'm
all?
saying. No, you have to because your ass is completely soaked with water after you're done.
And
But you don't
like,
use it beforehand?
Doesn't then the
No,
water
no.
soak through the toilet paper?
Like you turn it on, and what happens is there's a little like valve that kind of from the pressure. That's not electric; it's only forced by the water. It when you turn the knob, it forces water into it, extends it, and it's already aimed right at your ass. So the
Oh
more
my
you turn
God.
it on, the harder the pressure is, and it
Think
shoots
sounds
right.
kinky.
It shoots right at your ass right after you take a shit.
And it's
So it washes all the shit off your ass, and
That's
then
why
your ass is filled with
See,
water.
it wouldn't work for me.
What you got a two asshole ass?
Do tell,
No, I
do
mean,
tell.
I don't need to go into details. But, you know,
Last Dance's ass is on his chest.
It's
no,
excellent.
it's just not it's got some age to it, and there's more little crevices that water ain't going to get to.
Okay.
Well,
Hemorrhoids?
you can move around. The water jet stays stationary, and
God
it is
almighty.
aimed. I didn't have to like adjust it. It's aimed pretty good. It is right.
But,
at
but
That would
The
just
hard. The
baby
horror.
wipes.
I mean,
Use
I-
baby wipes.
now I'm back to what you said originally, which is that that first blast is going to
It's
basically-
cold. This time of year, it is freezing cold.
Jesus.
it's going to create aerosolized feces.
Yes.
Yes, that's my problem with it.
Yeah, I know.
That's my
That's what I'm
problem
saying.
with
I'm going back to your original thing,
Yes,
and now I see a
yes.
problem.
Have you heard about this? Now they're saying, like, in fact, I know a laboratory here in Massachusetts did major studies on this. When you flush a toilet that somebody's taken a dump in, it aerosolizes the fucking fecal matter.
Mythbusters did it too.
Mythbusters did it too, and that was
Yeah.
part of the lab's conclusion. We're not the only ones, because Mythbusters is actually scientifically not bad. They do follow pretty strict guidelines,
It's that
and
show.
they can
I miss that show.
they've decided, like, there's this thing called, like, I think it's called C. diff, which is something
Yeah.
you really don't want to
I
get.
know what that is.
And you can get it from that. And it's really
I wouldn't
fucking
doubt it.
bad, dude.
I wouldn't doubt it. Yeah, I'm not like promoting getting a bidet. I'm
What
just
do you
telling
know?
you now that I have one and I've tried it. I'm just
Right,
saying that
now.
I feel like your balls dangling there are just getting coated with little dots of
Yeah,
fecal
you-
matter.
Yeah, you're right. But let's go back to C. diff. Last Dance, what do you know about that?
It's a big problem in hospitals. It's very transmissible. And
Nasty, dude.
it's antibiotic resistant, I believe, too.
Oh,
It takes up residence in your body, and you
Yeah.
cannot get rid of it.
Mm.
It's horrendous. And then they actually have to give you, like, healthy fecal transplants and shit. Like,
Yeah, I
Directly.
know. I've heard about those.
it's tough.
how about
Where
we
they
just go
give-
back to what we used to do and just wipe our asses and take a shower?
Yeah, that's what I do. I still
Well, you
do
don't take a shower after you.
I do every time.
You're telling
regular.
me.
I'm regular. Every night I take a crap and take a shower.
Oh, I see. I take it every morning after I drink a cup of coffee. I gotta go to the bathroom.
I'm every night.
No kidding.
Maybe
huh?
that'll change. That'll change probably, but like
Uh,
I'll use baby wipes. Yes,
You're a
I do
fucking
use
robot
baby
there.
wipes.
I definitely have to shower after work every day, and that's become a 7-day-a-week shower for me. But, like, you have to. I mean, I'm sure the same way, Topple. Like, get
No,
covered
I'll
in
stay in my
fucking-
stench. I'll stay in my
It's not
stench.
that for me. It's a construction dust, dude.
In the summer, I'll jump in the pool though.
Yeah, just
I mean, that's not
Oh,
bad. But
just-
the construction dust is nasty shit.
chlorine will take care of it, huh, Topple?
Exactly.
I don't know.
No. Well, I sweat a lot on the job because I'm on roofs a lot. But
Would you jump in Aphid Lip's pool after his shit encrusted balls have been
Right,
soaking in?
exactly.
is there chlorine in it?
Yeah, there's plenty of chlorine in it.
I'll be good though.
We might not set up our pool this year. We're
What?
Oh,
yeah.
Bullshit.
Come
I-
on, quitter.
Even
See,
when
how
my
old
son,
is- How
2
old?
years.
How
2.
old is the?
It was
how old-
$400. We got it for 2 years. That's $200 a year. We got our enjoyment.
I mean, if you don't want to deal with it, I understand because it is
Initial-
a pain. It's a pain in the ass. It really is.
It's exactly right. But initially, I was thinking there's a less fortunate family in the neighborhood that I would like to just drive up to them and be like, here's the pool. But then I'm thinking, like, they're little kids. Like, if the kids die or something,
Drown,
then
it's your fault.
they could fucking sue me, dude.
I don't know if they could sue you for selling them a pool. Oh, you're
No,
gonna
kids.
give it to
Anybody?
$0. I don't care.
well,
I want.
There's a
If they went through the problem to fill it up, then it's off
Right.
you.
I don't know.
I mean, it's not like you're gonna fill it up with water and then put it over their heads or something.
Right.
Force them in it.
No, I mean, maybe not. But I would think maybe I could just drive to one of my various dumpsters and throw the whole thing in it, and that would be goodbye.
Man, I would save it for 1 year because you might miss it after that year that you don't put it up.
Well, you just go buy a new one.
It's in.
$400, dude.
It's perfectly fine.
We're talking about blue blow
Oh.
up pools, not
Oh,
like.
you're also in Massachusetts.
No, mine's not a blow up. I got all the
you got
steel
the
framing.
You
I
got the
got
aluminum, yeah. You got
Steel Max 400.
How many times do you
16
really get
feet.
to use that pool? How many times do you really get to use that pool for the time zone? Like, June to
Probably
August?
20.
um,
I mean, it's with my kid. We have some laughs. We're cracking up. Yada yada.
We go in ours almost every day.
It's
Yeah.
not
When-
that great. You're right. It's not that great, Tom. It's okay. The beach is way better.
well,
This is
just put a
kinda like
concrete
we-
pool in.
That's like 40, 50, 60,000.
That's more than that.
A
Did you
little
put
tiny
yours in?
one would be.
Topple, did you
No,
put yours
well,
in?
I bought the house with it. Screw that. And plus, with regulations in the township, I think the pools they're putting in can only go 5 feet deep now.
Seriously.
Yeah. It depends on townships, county, whatever.
Wow.
My
Yeah,
buddy,
our
I
neighbor- our
my
neighbor
buddy,
was-
I
So, and they said 5 feet, and he's like, "Fuck that."
My buddy that I said earlier had the ACL problem. He's been strung along for 2 years now, getting his pool put in concrete. He's given him like God knows how much. I bet probably close to $10,000 now. And all he has is a hole dug in the mud in his backyard and a pile of mud behind his deck. And he's still on board with this guy. And I just want to shake him and be like, what the fuck are you doing, man? This guy is stringing you along, and just snap out of it and either go a different route or give up on it.
But you
And-
said 10,000. That's not
Easily.
much when it comes to pools, buddy.
No, the down
Well,
payment
no.
on it.
Extra.
Yeah, all
down
this guy's done is done like a day's worth of work of digging a hole in his backyard.
Well, I know a guy I'm good buddies with. He had a pool put in about 20 years ago. It was about 60 grand.
Yeah,
Then-
that's probably what he's gonna be.
Now, then after 12 or so years, the thing became out of whack, and he had to have it re-leveled and reglazed, more gunite, troweled,
Concrete?
the whole 9 years.
concrete.
Well, they had to re-level the whole thing. It was like 9 inches off from one side to the other.
Wow.
It was crazy, dude. Like, they could only keep it down like 9 inches below what it should have been because the deep end was way higher than the shallow end. The engineer theorized that water got underneath and floated the whole thing up like a boat when they didn't have water in it over in winter.
Oh,
So they were like, you have to keep water in it year round to keep it level, and it was such a shit show. So $60 to install and then $60 to fix. But now
God
it's
almighty.
perfect. Can you believe that shit? I know.
And I would be probably get tired of swimming before.
All right. Yeah.
But then you have to. You can't even admit to yourself that you're tired. You got to keep using it because you just put 120 into a pool.
Yeah, it's such a beautiful yard, and I think they wanted to keep that, and they were in ability to do that. So, but
it's expensive. It is expensive.
Hell yeah, it is. All right, guys, I'm out of here, man. I gotta go.
Man, what time is it?
It's late.
You won.
Oh man, time
always a pleasure seeing you guys.
All right.
And I won't be here. I probably won't be here next week. We got Easter stuff going on. So
it's Easter next. That's right.
Saturday or Friday, both nights.
Friday I could be here probably Friday.
We could do Friday.
I mean, I don't want you to change your show because of me, but
I could do Friday.
I don't
Saturday ain't gonna work probably.
I have kid too. We're already planning on getting things together for that. So
that Jesus Day. Can't wait.
If you do Friday, I can probably do Friday.
Friday?
But we'll talk. We'll talk in the Discord.
We will talk in the Discord.
You guys take care.
All right, everybody.
All right.
All right. Well, you guys have a wonderful week.
Thanks for doing the show, Steve. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, it was fun. Still awake. So.
Yeah, barely. All right. Take it easy.
All right.
All right. See you.
Have a good
Bye,
week,
guys.
I'll see you, Smokesteve.
See you, Topple. All right. That there was the end of the pub. Thanks for being here, everybody. English Bottle Cap. There's me. Mr. Kelsey one left a while ago. I saw wife back there. Biscuit Vapes. Topple. Aphid. Last Dance. And everybody else who was involved. It was a pleasure. And as always, thanks for being here. We will see you next week. Maybe on Friday. Keep your eyes open. Good night.